if elected president, what is the very first thing you will focus on?
I'd like to lay a predicate first. I am running for president, and I never wanted to be one, actually. But if I get elected, then so we just no. I was just joking with the lady. Ayaw ko talaga. I do not covet. I've said repeatedly. There was never in any forum that I said I'm running. Sabihin ko na lang ngayon, total, nandito na lang rin lahat. Ayaw ng pamilya ko. Pati yung anak ko nung naging mayor. And she is very vocal about it. And I don't know about my first wife. I have not talked to her. But my second wife, she does not also want me into the loop. The third and fourth, may dalawa pa ako. But if I want to be president, you should know that I have this vice versa. Pero ito, I keep this sort of mysticism, but hindi ito gastos ng gobyerno. I mean, they do not, I do not house them in condominiums, high-rise, or villages naman. Boarding house lang ito silang dalawa. I wasn't able to. Okay, ulit nga. Kalimutan ko.
Mayor, mukhang nadidistract kayo. Medyo maganda ho yung una nagtanong. Pero ang question po niya is, what is the first thing that you will do if
When
elected?
I would suggest to the next president, the first thing that I'll do is 25,000 below, no more income tax. They can go home with their money. Second, as I will increase the salaries of our soldiers and policemen. Kulang yan, we cannot control corruption. Alam mo, diretso na lang natin. Mabuti pa. Let me tell you a story. I am not interested. I posted that declaration 2 years ago in the official website of Davao City government. Sinabi ko doon, I do not covet the position. It does not appeal to me. I have no need for it, and I don't want it. My stand today stays. Pero kung ako ang nandyan, I will not waste my 6 years to add to the 6 years of the past presidents. I hate to stay there for 6 years with an inutil term. Tapos sabihin ko lang niyo, after 6 years, ladies and gentlemen, my beloved countrymen, I did my best. But just the same, like the others, my hands are tied. We have to honor the Constitution, this Congress, and everybody, things like that. Because in that Constitution, may nakita silang wellspring. And that is the appropriation. For as long as the President has to ask money from Congress, specifically from the lower house, wala ka talagang magawa. Every time that you do it, they would say, we will impeach you. What I tell you, I will not sit there for an uneventful term. Either I make something new of our country or I resign immediately.
Yes, please state your name and your organization. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor.
Hi, ma'am.
I'm Peter from Oxford Business Group, and I'd like to ask, how do you replicate the model of Davao to a bigger scale?
I cannot do it under the present circumstances structure. Wala, masasabit ka talaga. Kaya kung gusto ko, sabihin ko na sa inyo, let us all reform, including me. If I have to do it, I'll just say that we will study 6 months to 1 year. If I could not get even the slightest reform, hihiritan ko talaga kayo. I'll declare a revolutionary government. If Cory did it, why can't I? Then I can start with the cleansing. It has to start with me, the military, and the police. And I will use the money to increase the salaries of all teachers in the Philippines. Nanay ko kasi maestra. Walang maestra na umuwi ng public school teacher na 18,000. They are eternally tied to the 5-6. Of course, the military. Sabihin ko sa kanila, lalo na yung mga polis, sige, I'll increase your salaries. Huwag ka nang hingi-hingi lang. Barilin kita. Prangka-prangkaan na lang tayo. Huwag na tayong pakurnehan dito. Ang driver ko na polis, 3 anak niyang babae. Every enrollment time maghiram siya. So sabihin ko siya, what is your take-home pay? Sabi niya, sir, 1,500 na lang. Gamitan mo lang ng 1+1. Alam mo talaga na magkukurap yan. You have to increase the salaries. I'll give you 50,000 pa 70,000. Marami akong pera eh. Alam mo bakit? Sarado yung Congress. But I will not dismiss the employees. Tumawa pa rin sila.
Mayor, we have one more question.
Yes.
State your name.
Yes, Miss Marisa Dalmar of Buhay OFW TV, and of course, Director of VACC, Volunteers Against Crime and Corruption. Mayor, what is your take dito po sa BBL, sa Bangsamoro?
Kaming taga Mindanao, we are for it. Because it might really spell the difference between existing and dying. I mean, war. Murad at one time said that if there is no BBL for him, he'd go to war. 2 months after, the president himself, in reaction to a question, sabi niya, if you do not give to Murad the BBL law, you might as well start to count body bags. Then, 2 weeks after, Deles, Siging, came out with the statement 14 issues ago sa Inquirer. There will be a bloody confrontation if there is no BBL. I think there will be a bloody confrontation. And that is why, if you allow me, I'll explain why I was going around advancing federalism. Pag wala kasing BBL, which, tanong ko, if there is one, it would be watered down heavily. So that would not be acceptable to them. So there would still be trouble. Itong federalism was a brainchild of Kanoy, Senator Pimentel, the father, and Lito Osmeña, the governor of Cebu. Sila yung mga early exponents niyan. Pumunta sila sa akin, sabi nila, Rod, ikaw may yung pinakabata dito sa atin. Sabi niya, 50 ka lang siguro eh. Sabi ko, yes sir. 50 years old. Sabi niya, you carry the torch of federalism. Alam mo kung bakit ko tinanggap yan. Before Congress actually studied on it, when it was submitted to them, sa mga members, nabasa ko na yung draft. At nakita ko na yung problema. Way ahead. Given the bigotry of some people, the utter bias against our Muslim brothers. And of course, the intricacies plus the constitutional provisions there. I said, this will have a hard time to pass to Congress. Kaya kinuha ko na kaagad yung baraha. So I was going around every city. I could not go to Congress because sila ang matatamaan ng federalism. You'll just have to do away with the unitary type. You go federal, they will lose their jobs, power and money. So I went around cities promoting federalism sa local officials. Yun ang ano ko. At may nakita itong iba dito, sa harap ko, yung iba nandoon, sinakyan na lang na for president. Sinabi ko, ayaw ko.
So, Mayor, marami pa po. There's one over here.
I'm Cynthia Carrion from the Philippine Olympic Committee and former Undersecretary for the Department of Tourism and Philippine Sports Commission. And I just wanted to know that all of us here, all I know, are clamoring for you to be the president to announce. But I would like to have the job of convincing your wives to please allow you to be president. Most Filipinos have that. So don't worry about the one vice that you have. So we want you to be president. Please, sir.
Alam mo na, sa totoo lang, if I may just, you will allow me, hindi ko na talaga panahon. And I would just cite the Bible, Ecclesiastes 3. There is a time for everything. To be great and to be small. Time for plenty and a time for want. A time for sorrow and a time for joy. live time to die. Ako, yung opportunity to be president is a window that's very, very small. Sabihin ko na lang sa inyo, hindi ko na talaga panahon. It's no longer my time. Give it to somebody else na yung may gusto. Mahirap yung nandiyan ka na ayaw mo. Magtamad-tamaran ka. When I was mayor early on, I worked until midnight just going around the city killing mosquitoes that were bothering and rats all over.
Yes, sir, please.
I'm Sebastian Castro. I am not here representing a company, I'm just representing myself. A lot of economists believe that one of the most efficient ways to tackle poverty, to really have more structural change, is land reform. When it comes down to it, the agriculture sector still is the biggest sector of our economy. At least it employs the most people, right? You have tens of millions of people or poor farmers who do not own the land they work on. And that's been the way it has been for so long, which is just a mirror of the overall picture that we still live in a country where power and money and wealth is still in the hands of a very select few. So my main question is, will you do anything about land reform, meaningful land reform?
I will try to figure out if it's still needed an extension. It has expired, the law on land reform. If ever I would reinstate it, I would not go for a thing just like giving them 2 hectares. Because most of the lands given to the beneficiaries, would you believe it? About 85% of those given to the farmers, tenants, are back in the hands of the landlords. The land reform was really a faulty one. Unless you supply the farm implements, give them the fertilizers, the seedlings, and even assure them of the market. Because a competition of importation would really kill them. Even at great prices na lang, even at that, just figure out how much you can buy from them to be sure that the produce are sold. You know, with the coming of the Asian economic, I don't know how much tariff now. It's a very, very low 3. Maybe the time will come, it will be 0. It's a free trade actually for all. But that kind of a system is only good for the highly industrialized countries. Now remember that the Philippines is an agricultural country. Economy natin based on agriculture. We'll have to do some protective measures. Not even safety nets. You have to just say to them, you know, guys, you'd kill my countrymen. And I can only accept so much. Eh, kung mag-i-import ka, tapos mas murang-mura, patay yung Pilipino. We can talk of something else, about the China problem. But then again, this is not really to, you know, the Americans, with due respect. That problem in the South. Let me rumble on because very important for you. Ano yung China Sea? We cannot fight the Chinese. America will not die for us. I am very sure of that. As a matter of fact, they're already talking somewhere about closer ties. But the posturings in the South China Sea is something which has irritated the Chinese. Eh kasi yung mga maneuver military, and they would ask, to whom are you directing your maneuvers? To Vietnam? Which is just in front of us in the West. Obviously, it's against the Americans. But the Americans they have a broken spirit right now. The class hatred, the color, has emerged again, rear its ugly head. And this is something which cannot be done publicly doon sa kanila. But we know that the problems of America are multiple. 2 of them prominently is there's a class, a race hatred now. It's growing. The Confederates of the South are really adamant about the freedom of what? To talk, to fly the flag. And America is deathly afraid of terrorism. The last thing that really would do is to go into a quarrel. And even in the Europe, it's losing its grip. About the Ukraine, nothing except criticism. Now Greece is being paneled by EU. withholding aid, and Merkel of Germany seems to be standing hard. And the problem ganito, with the coming of Russia, who offered to give them gas, fuel, and the 10 trillion of the Chinese, and he would just say, I'll buy your debt, then you can grow and I'll give you the space of maybe 10 years to pay us. There's a growing hegemony in Europe and in Africa in favor of the Chinese and Russians. That's how it is. That's how I see it. Itong Greece na to, pag talagang sipa nila, pupunta yan China. And China would say, good. How much? 32 billion? I'll pay it. I'll give you 15 years to repay. So that is how dangerous the world is today. Russia is bristling with weapons, and they have, I feel that they have reached the parity in arms. Kaya takot ng Amerika eh. Alam mo kasi, if the Americans really wanted the influence in Southeast Asia, they could have destroyed right at the beginning the airport and the islands now that are being built around. Noon pa sana inupakan, takot talaga ang Amerika. But that's to assure the Filipino spirit and the rest of the ASEAN, they go into maneuvering business.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Patrick. I'm a student from Dahil University, and I'm also interning at the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. I'm tired of the atrophy in our government, and my question is, how will you inspire public servants on a national level to bring the best kind of service or top quality service to our Filipino people and bring back trust in our government?
You know, earlier on sa pagka-mayor ko, in my inaugural speech, the first sentence is, I hold it an article of faith that no progress and development in this city will come if we have do not law and order. Sabi ko, we have to have peace to enable the money from the pockets of the investors to come in. Pag wala talang patayan tayo, you kidnap the bank manager, sabi ko, patay. Kaya the best antidote kasi dyan is really to create an environment where the human being with so much talent can function. There has to be law and order to inspire people to even to join politics. Marami kasing Filipino talented, but they disdain public service because of corruption.
There's another one here. Yes, sir, please.
Pepe Galvez, private citizen. Mayor, I believe you have a sincere and caring heart, because otherwise you would not have been able to do the kind of change and improvement you did in Davao. In fact, I believe that your sincere and caring heart goes beyond the loud wishes and the whims of your spouse and your other women or whatever. So what is it really that would trigger you to run and be willing to serve our country and our people?
You mentioned about my women. Ikaw, ilang iyo? Okay, kung isa lang, kawawa ka naman. Ay, kawawa ka kung gano'n. I pity you. I cannot survive with one. Pag inaway mo yan, tablag ka na yung araw na yan. Alam mo talaga, ako it's too cavalier fashion ako kasi hindi ako interesado eh. That's why I can really mouth whatever I want to say. You know, kagaya noon sa nila, pinapatay ko tapos human rights. Sabi ko, so be it. If you have the goods on me, file the case. But I have a job to do and I will do it, whatever it is.
Yes, sir. Please state your
Good
name.
afternoon. I am Jay Season from Sambeta before your time.
Yes, sir.
This is a problem that I know you are concerned because up to now, your city has not received its rightful share of the IRA, which is provided under the Constitution to be given to local governments automatically. Now, will it take you to be president to be able to give all the local governments autonomy in the sense that they receive their 40% share of all internal revenue taxes collected by government.
That's the reason why we should go to federalism. Because the unitary type of government was created by the Spaniards in 1521. For 400 years, when the Americans came, because we were given this country was just like a chattel, we were passed on to the Americans, they maintained the unitary type until today. You know, if you look down to Australia, it's parliament, federal. If you go still down to the south, there's New Zealand, it's federal parliament. You go up to Singapore, it's federal parliament. You look at Malaysia, it's federal parliament. You go to Japan, Dahil, it's a parliament. And you go to South Korea, bigger parliament. I said if a shift to federal would greatly improve things, because then you do not need to wait for us to receive. In federal, you retain the proceeds of your resources. Then you contribute to the national federal government. Ito ang Pilipinas eh. Let's limit ito. President, mayor, the powers are. It's not inclusive. The residual powers not found in that document's autonomy law goes back to the DILG. In a federal system, the president, the prime minister, yan, kung wala dyan, bababa yan doon sa automatically devolved down to the local governments. Yan ang maganda. It's about time. We're the only ones who are hanging on to. It's really for control. That's the reason why you want to build a railway and everything. You have to go to NEDA. Ang NEDA, sino pong taga NEDA dito? Dukduk yung ulo nyo. Tagal ninyong mag-process. You sit on the paper. You know, in Davao, you have 72 hours. Baski anong klaseng opisina, you want a clearance, you want a certificate or what? 72 hours. After 72 hours, you cannot release the papers anymore. You have to forward it to me. Why, with the explanation, why it took you more than 72 hours, 4 days to process the papers.
Thank you. That's the reason why we need an enforcer president, which translates to Mr. Duterte. Thank you.
Okay.
Hindi kasi ninyo alam, he's my relative, that's why he talks that way.
Magkamukha nga.
Always there is.
Okay, we have one there, sir.
Hi, Mayor. I'm Francis Romero from Jonestown, Lasal, Philippines. My question is, sir, aside from the nationwide government privileges and benefits granted to developers and investors like the BOI, the PESA, have Davao City, during your leadership, implemented special benefits or laws or ordinances that is aimed to further attract developers to develop in Davao or investors to invest in the city?
Ang isang problema lang is the NPA. If you are into agricultural venture, agricultural farming, you have to deal sometimes with the NPAs. And that is a reality which we cannot really deny everywhere. But the NPAs are very strong, or maybe the strongest sa Region 11. What I do there is I talk to them. I am a son of a poor man. Though my father became governor 1957-67, kinakausap ko lang. Yung taxation nila, hindi mo madala sa takot eh. Hindi talaga kaya. I mean, they are there everywhere. So I talk to them and to stop or to at least mitigate the travails of taxation. Pagkabago kasi sinasabi ko lang, Andre, pagbigyan mo ng panahon. Do not tax them to death at this early. Malulugi yan. Most of them bananas. Hindi banana industry. Kakao. Pero kung dito sa teritoryo ko, sa Davao City, I can guarantee you there will be no violence, even if you do not pay. Sinasabi ko, huwag ninyong patayin yung tao just for money. Prangka-prangka mo rin ako doon sa NPA. But I know the lingo, the talkative, because galing ako sa baba. It was a long and winding road of sacrifice, so that I really know ang problema sa baba. That's why I can talk to them. Pero yung mga business ventures, you let me know in advance so that I can talk to the NPAs. And maybe sabihin ko, give them a moratorium. Wala ka ng resibo dyan, ikaw pang apurado. But I take care of business sa Davao. And I must know. Ang rule talaga sa Davao, let me know kung ano ang problema mo. Kaya if I see yung mga kidnapper dyan, tapos sabihin ng pulis, sir, may nag-iikot-ikot dyan. Yung pa naman yung nag-kidnap sa Bulacan. Are you sure? Very sure. Didikidnapin mo. Tabla-tabla lang. Tapos sabihin ng pulis, sir, nandito na sa amin. Sabi mo, hingan mo ng pera. Maraming pera yan kasi mga kinidnap. Sir, wala raw. Di ko patayin mo. Maraming istorya. Naman si Dilima. Maya marinig ang Dilima yan. Wala na daughter. It is only in this country you take an oath to tell the truth. Sa Congress, I was summoned to testify against Bangayan because of the rice smuggling. So I was, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. At one time, sabi ni Enrile, can you identify Bangayan? Yes, it's the one. Tapos tanong Senator Enrile, Mayor Duterte, what will you do if you find Bangayan smuggling rice? Sabi ko, I will gladly kill him. Maya, itong si Jinggoy, sabi, ano, sabi mo, ano? Sabi ko, I'll give you an answer which you want to hear. Pag uwi ko doon sa hotel, nakahiga ako because I flew in overnight kasi magte-test pa ako sa umaga. Yung crawler ng, hindi pala, nakaganon ako, sir. Ba ako lang. Kalagay doon, Duterte to be sued for threatening. Bakit mo ako i-threaten? Masina, you tell the truth, yes. Anong gusto mo? Gusto kong patayin yan. Ay, bakit mo ako ngayon kukulong na...
Yes, please. My name is Terry Felix. I'm from HSBC, and my question is, Mayor, if let's say you get elected into the presidency and you're successful in the office, as everyone in the room would seem to want, can you pick 5 people within the cabinet that you would want to remain in the same post for the next 6 years to continue their good work?
Ma'am, sa totoo niyan, sabihin ko na lang, mag-resign na ako bukas, inyo na yung gobyerno. Kailangan, I mean, at this age, I said, I have enough accolades in my life to make me happy. Kaya yung pinipikit ko yung mata ko, I think about the presidency, Mayor, halos pareho lang eh. Except that I govern a bit of the territory in Mindanao. Para sa akin, okay na ako. Mga anak ko, tapos na. Nanununtok na nga yung gagang Inday na yun. Inday Sara.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Mayor, I'm representing from the Business Mirror. No? It has been said that the country has that unfortunate fate not to elect the good president. No? And you happen to be one of the good ones. How do you propose to overcome the tendency to elect only famous people like those in showbiz? No?
Ang ABCDE, itong D lower para DE, because of poverty and maybe the only luxury is really the shows, yung mga sine. And they identify themselves with the character that they see there. It's part of the psyche, the community psyche. Hindi mo talaga maano yan. Kasi kapag artista na, tatalon-talon na sila gano'n. It's because lack of education. We cannot hope to bring this country to the next century if we cannot educate. If you cannot educate your children. That is why I said, if I become president, I propose to stop infrastructure projects. Complete those that are being done, but no new. I will use the money for mitigation sa mga kapwa-tao natin. Education really is very important.
Yes, please. State your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Josephine Reyes, Legal Broadcasting Corporation, EWIC, and Home Radio. Sir, the recent schedule I have in Davao to visit our radio station there, I asked our staff, if you run for president, will they vote for you? They said no. because they don't want you to leave them. And then, if you do run for vice president, who will you run with? Or if you do consider presidency, who will be your vice president?
Babae talaga yan, ma'am. Actually, ganito yan eh. I think that what, pardon me if I'm too presumptuous about it, but I think that most of you came here just to listen and maybe to know whether I am in the hustings already for the president. Sabihin ko sa iyo, wala talaga. I am sorry, but talagang wala sa, wala na sa, sabi ko nga, hindi ko na panahon. I never aspired for any national position, but he's still alive. After alunan, gusto ni Presidente Ramos, ako yung DILG. I said, sir, hindi ko type talaga yung national. Actually, I do not like Manila. Ano dito eh. Gulo, tapos traffic. Then, kay ERAP, sabi niya minsan, DILG, or sabi niya, ikaw na lang yung customs commissioner ko na. Sos Mario Joseph, sir. Bigay mo yan sa iba, hindi ko type yung customs. Mamamatay ako dyan. Sigurado, papatay ako talaga dyan. Then, kay Ma'am Gloria, the last offer was Secretary of Defense. Nandyan si Colonel Esperon, General Esperon. Gusto ni Presidente Arroyo nung I'll take over from Norberto Gonzales. Ayaw kasi ng mga military si Norberto. I don't know, but he's a good man. And itong Pinoy, to the day that he took his out of office, there was really no secretary for local governments. And I said he will just hang on himself to the position. So at that time, Ochoa was calling me if I could. Dahil, sabi ko, ayaw ko. Vice President, wala akong ganawa. Kung ako ang Vice President, I will cabal with some military men. Patayin ko na yung Presidente. Bakit pa ako maghintay na? 6 years in the waiting. Hindi mo naman sigurado kung ikaw ang susunod.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mayor, if indeed you're not running for president, what do you think of Vice President Binay, Senator Grace Poe, and the ILG Secretary Maron? I think they're all presidentiables, and sooner or later they'll be proclaiming their candidacies for the top post.
They're all good officials. They are in the national scene. Pwede silang lahat. And of course, Binay has may burden lang sa dyan. Sabi niya, false accusations. Well, let us see. Po naman can survive the presidency by getting the best of the Filipinos, the best and the best and the brightest. All of them. Mar, ganun rin. Kaya nga, sabi ko, I cannot endorse any one of them because they're all my friends. I want them to smile to me when we meet in the future na walang sama ng loob sa'yo. If I retire, kung magbalik yung anak ko, if you'll consider running again for mayor, I will retire from public life. I'm done. Because alam mo, ganito yan eh. When I am spent politically and I grow old with so much medical issues, to whom shall I go for refuge? To the people in Malacanang, and who would feed you and buy your medicines? It's your family. Yan ang takbuhan mo at the end of the day, pamilya talaga. Kaya everywhere I go, sabi talaga nila na ano. And you know, when I say that I'll be running, I will have a rebellion in my own backyard. So what am I supposed to do? Alam mo kasi, isa rin yan is, I have not tasted defeat in politics. I have behind me 8 elections. Mayor, congressman, mahirap naman na maghanap ka pa at this age. Maghanap ka pa ng disappointment. You know, I said, I will be old. But can I overcome the stress of defeat? You want to retire comfortable mind and kung makatikim ka ng talo, mahirap yan. Sabihin lang na tao na, ito, si ano, corrupt, itong ano, ganon. Ay tabi so niya, bakit mo akong gawin excuse? The butt of the matter nila, kanila yun. But do not make me an excuse just because they are not qualified by your standards. I am really very sorry, but I have to be very frank. I cannot go on with this false pretense na papatindig ako dato so that people will see me and maybe consider me as. I really do not need it. I'm sorry.
Ayaw ko talaga. Kasi sinabi nila pag nilagay destiny is God. O ngayon kung nilagay ako ni God dyan, sabi ko unang iiyak, si God talaga. Sinabi ko sa iyo, God, give that destiny to others who need it, who badly needs it.
So we have time for one last question. You have the microphone. Go ahead. Please state your name, sir.
Hi, Marco De Padua from Jonestown. Good afternoon, Mayor. You have continued to dispel rumors of your possible presidential bid. There's a saying that goes, the only way for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. If after the outcome of the 2016 elections, and the elected president fails to succeed in uplifting our country, would you have any regrets in not pursuing the presidency?
No, I would not. I would just say, I'm very sorry. But I could not be excuse of, you just look at the national scene. They're all here. And you can have, your time to examine them, their competence. Huwag na lang ako. Kasi, madugo rin yan. Sinabi ko na sa inyo, hindi ako upo dyan. Nasabi ko, after 6 years, I did my best, but my best was not good enough. I would not waste 6 years. Kung ako maging presidente, after 6 years, there will be a new government and there will be at least the standard. Sipain mo talaga lang dyan. Ang delikado kasi sa akin, I might go extreme. If I cannot get the reforms 6 months to 1 year, I will declare a revolutionary. Tapos yun, all in government are casuals. You hold it, hang on there until you are advised to go. Tapusin na natin, I'll have the last piece. You know, I am Rodrigo Duterte. I am a Filipino. I love the Philippines because it is the land of my birth. It is the home of my people. Tapos na ako, ginawa ko na ang kahit kaungan ko sa Davao. But there was a price for that. It does not, peace and prosperity does not come easy. May bayad yan. At huwag muna ninyo akong tanongin unless you want me to go to prison. And if you want, you get the evidence from sources, not from my mouth. That would be bad. I mean, I'm no disciplinarian, pero huwag mong gawin ang susunod mo. Hindi kita po palusutin ng gano'n, especially criminals. Total, sabi ko na, leave the city. Because if you don't, maybe one day, you'll just have to go, might be a horizontal position for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the things that I have said. I hope you'd understand it. Ganon talaga ako. I ask for your forgiveness. Maraming salamat.
Please give Mayor a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor to present the first Bedan President of the Republic of the Philippines, Bedan Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly sit down. Thank you for your courtesy. Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia is also a Bedan. Commission on Higher Education Officer in Charge, Prospero de Vera, the third, and the other members of the Commission. Very Reverend Father Aloysius Maranan, Rector of the San Beda University President, Benedictine monks, Board of Trustees, and the distinguished members of the Academy, the proud parents, and graduates to whom this moment rightfully belongs. Other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 pages actually, and I could read it in about maybe a minute and a half. Kakahiya, no? I'd like to, with the permission and of course my apologies to the holy fathers and brothers of the Benedictine community. I was here, forgot the exact place. Maybe it was on that side when I took my oath of office as a member of the bar. Alam mo, my mother was not here and nobody was with me. Kamatay lang ng tatay ko. But still, I remember that I wept a little sa banyo. And thank God for the privilege of having been a graduate of the San Beda College of Law. I'd like to share with you the vignettes of my kukunting ano sa buhay ko. Actually, naiinggit ako sa inyo. Kasi hindi ako pinayagan ng mga brothers pati pare mag-graduate. I was not allowed to take part in the graduation exercises because on the last days of for the year, mag-graduate na, we're practicing yung ensayo na kung paano mag-ano ng diploma, to take a bow. And then suddenly, there was this happening inside the school. Huwag na natin pag-usapan yon. Kasi magagalit yung pare, pati. So I got expelled. So I was not allowed to join the graduation. So ako naman, umuwi na lang sa Davao because at that time, expelled ako. Anong nanay ko nagtanong, sabi niya, Rodrigo, kailan ba ako pupunta ng Maynila? But I kept assuring her that graduation was coming and, as a mother, excited as I was, she was in a hurry. Sabi niya, noon kasi tawagan lang sa probinsya, you call PAL and place a reservation. Na pagdating mo sa airport, bayad lang. That was the time and that was the environment. So, sabi niya, mukhang may graduation ata, nabasa ko sa newspaper. Sabi ko, ma, sabi kasi ng pare, magulo. Magulo talaga ang Mindiola noon. We were the martial law lawyers. We took the bar under immense pressure. Every 300 meters, andoon yung Metrocom. At lahat yung matataas na buhok, ginupitan. Those were the times, so it was not really good for anything except maybe to go home and relax. Sabi ko, masabi ng pare kasi magulo ang Mindiola. And may mga pillbox kung saan-saan naglipad. Nagmisa lang kami sa Abbey Chapel at binigyan kami ng diploma na wala naman laman. para sabihin lang na graduate, definitely the graduation will take place. But maybe during a more somber time. So, naniwala naman ang nanay ko. So, finally, on review, the faculty sa law, San Beda, decided to pardon me and allowed me to take the bar. Kasi kung hindi na ako certify, paano makakuha that I have graduated in the course of the College of Law? So I was allowed to take the bar. I was certified as a graduate. So nakakuha ako ng bar sa awa ng Diyos. Pasa naman kami. 73, I became a lawyer. Kaya diyan ako nag-oath noon. Many years after, I don't know if they're still around, may crush kasi ako ng isang istorya lang man ito. She was that lady na makita mo doon sa St. Alsem's building. If you go up, yung babae na, I don't know if she's still around, yung babae doon nakaupo, na may lunal dito. Kasi kung nandito pa siya, pakasalan kita ma'am pag nabiyuda ka na. Talagang crush kita. And every time that mag-akyat ako, tinitignan ko siya, alam niya na may gusto ako sa kanya. Ang problema, hindi ko alam kung may gusto siya sa akin. From a distance. But she knew that I was her admirer. So yung pag-akyat mo, mayroon doong window, parang, I don't know if it's the cashier, pero doon sa left side, paakyat. Ma'am, if you are still around, can I just maybe shake your hand? I don't know, teacher. So, many years after, wala man tayo after my speech, nobody talked. Oh, so would you rather that we go home? Pwede mag-chismis muna tayo dito. Istorya man lang itong graduation kasi. Many years after, pumunta sila sa Church of Transfiguration. You guys from San Beda, if you have time, you travel to Bukidnon. There's a church there called the Transfiguration Church. And every afternoon, yung mga monks natin kumakanta. At every time that I passed by, in the years that I was mayor of Davao, dumadaan talaga ako, makinig lang ako sa kanta nila. And how they can sing. So, pumunta doon ang mga teachers, they called it immersion, I do. But the late Father Lacson was with them. Tapos usap sila na, yung sa Davao was just a few more kilometers, Davao ka na. So sabi nila, punta tayo ng Davao. Kasi yan si Mayor Bedan. But at that time, I was in Taiwan. Ang problema, pagdating doon, there's a small community of Bedans. Walang, most of them are graduates of inferior schools. One in Diliman, the other one is in Padre Paura. Kukunti lang kami taga San Beda, but two of them was the Aquino family. Quite rich until now. So siya nag-blow out. So lahat ng Bedan niyaya. Nagsiputan doon lahat. Sabi na wala man si Mayor, we will invite the mother. Ang mama ko pumunta noon. Nung nakausap, pinakila, Father Lacson, ito yung nanay ni Mayor Duterte. Sabi ng nanay ko, Father, yung graduation nila Rodrigo, Put. Sa graduation nila niya, natuloy ba yun? Sabi ni Father Lacson, sabi ng mga nandun, oo, natuloy. Bakit? Kasi hindi man ako napunta, there was no proper notice or anything. Sabi, why? Did your son told you the truth? Sabi ng nanay ko, ano pala ang totoo? Sabi niya na-expelled dyan kasi may binaril na tao doon sa loob sa San Luida. Nung pagdating ko, I was confronted by my mother. Alam ko kasi yung style ng nanay ko. Pag sinabi, sabihin mo kay Rodrigo, dito siya kumain kasi magpaluto siya ng inununan. Inununan. So, inununan sa Tagalog? Paksiw. Paksiw. Inununan. Mga sundalo. So, paksiw. Pagka ganon, okay yan. Pero pag ang message is, papuntahin ka ng nanay mo, ngayon, delikado na yan. So pagdating ko, sabi niya, bakit hindi mo sinabi sa akin ang totoo? So, lumuhod ako. Talagang lumuhod. Literally, I knelt down in front of her and said, pasaylo ako. Pasaylo, patawarin mo ako. Ayaw ko lang kasi kayong ipahamak. You would have to worry. But at that time, when I went home early, I was expelled. Though I was reconsidered. So and eventually, naging 73 kami, release ng baro. Maya-maya, the first offer of award, Achievers Award. So ako, si Pitoy Moreno, and I think, marami, 5 kami noon. Nung sinabi sa akin, sabi ko, yung punta dyan, expelled kayo. Ngayon, award, anong klase ito? So, hindi ako pumunta. Tapos, second time, kita-kita kami nila, Fred Lim. So, bakit di ka sumipot doon? Pinatawad ka na nga, ikaw pa yung suplado. So, the next time I was given this award, sumipot ako. Tapos, this is my first time with you actually. But, ng previous alumni, kita-kita kami, I was awarded, karami kong, you know what, hindi ko kayo niluloko sa pag-aral ko ni Tansan, walang nagbigay sa akin. Ngayon, yung San Beda, may ito yung trophy. Tapos ngayon, now, introducing the Hall of Fame, Rodrigo Duterte. So may medalya, kalaki, pati plaque. Sabi ko, sino pa ang nasa Hall of Fame? Sabi niya, wala, ikaw lang mag-isa. Well, anyway, I would like to thank the Benedictine community for such a wonderful show of mercy. Ika nga, ano yung sabi ni Shakespeare? The act of mercy is never strained, something strained. Yung hinahasa. And I got back being an awardee. Pero sa scholastic, patay. Kung hindi nyo sirain yung Mindiola Bridge, yung sa kanto, saan ang College of Law? Sos Mariusep. Walang ginawa yan kung galing slavery. Yan yung Mindiola, yung bridge. Pagbaba mo, Ligarda. Yung kanto, nandyan pa? Chilled beer.
Yang ilaw na yan, naging judge. Puro. Clavicelia he used to be the judge of Naga. Doon kami sa kaya sayang ito sila di dumaan kay Solidom. May ako dyan. To si Rene, ang may-ari nito, beda niyan. Where are you, Rene? The president of the Pwede pa ba ako magsalita? Wala. Wala man akong iyabang. Walang medalya, wala lahat. So, ito na lang yung kasi late tag rin ako eh. Noon is Veronica. By the way, Sebastian, yung youngest son ko, beda niya. Walang ginawa kung hindi maghabol ng babae hanggang ngayon. Kagaya na trabaho na tatay niya noon. For this one is worse. Paragi kaming may dynamics yan kasi may mga anak eh. So, well anyway, itong sa, well, I was forgiven. Yun ang platform ko. I was proud to be called the Bedan. Itong anak ko, gusto na rin mag-aral dito. Gusto niya magtira dyan. Sabi ko, you're better off with your mother sa Davao. Sabi niya, pa, yan bang matanda na yan nandyan sa kabinet mo? Sabi ko, sino na? Yan yung matanda na yung Bisaya. So, si Leonor Briones. So, yan. Di ba, Bisaya yan? Sabi ko, sabihin na, ano man nakain niya? Bakit hinabaan niya itong kurso namin K-12? Sabi ko, nak, wala man tayong problema dyan. If it's just a matter of suggesting, I can. But, sabi ko, I would have to go into incongruity. Kaya bakit? Alam mo na, ang original K-12 talaga, tatay mo. It took me 7 years to finish high school. Kaya matanda na ako sa kanila. I'm 73. Ito sila rin yung mga 70 lang yan. Kasi well, including the scholarship of Soroy, and Soroy is Lakwatsa, took 7 years actually to... Mayroon akong isang Vinets, sabi ko sa may professor kami, kilala professor ni Abian. He's the youngest to talk the bar, pass it at the age of 20. He could not take his oath of office because wala pa siya sa edad. He had to wait for 1 year to record holder. He's the youngest to top the bar. Sabi. Pero dumaan ka sir kay Solidom? Ha? Itong Solidom na ito, galing ito Kapis. To Justice. Ang boses nito, may mga taga-law school, ang boses nito, yung boses, shrill. That's what, shrill. And he could only pronounce the last syllable. Bate! Tindig rin ako. Laurente, pati ako, tumindig. So, grouchy na, pero lahat dumaan kay Solidom. Ang remedial, una kaming natapos. Tapos tumindig kami, sabi niya, oh, God damn it, I did not call you! Sit down!
sit down. Why you stand up? Sir, I did not. I did not hear my name, sir. Called. Because you are always talking at the back. God damn it, come here in front. Ganon kami sa college. Ayaw siguro ngayon, mga bata. Pagdating ko sa, pinaupo ako dyan sa front. Sabi niya, okay, Lunti, sit down. You recite. Tindig ako, sabi ko. Sabi niya, what? Sabi ko, sir, there is no question yet, sir. Utang na galit. Sabi ba ng matanda, kaya gano'n ako yan, God damn it, Duterte, do not scratch your head and scatter your dandruff in this room. Keep it on your head, that is the only one you have. Dumakip kay Puno, Solidom, Jack Jacinto. He's still around, sir. Jack Jacinto. Patay na. Tayo na ang sunod, Bong. And that was class 72. But tatlo sa amin ang pumasok sa ano. That's a record. San Beda naman, 1 or 2, but every year, mayroon talaga yan, 2, 3. Sa amin, 3 ang pumasok ng top 10. Star-studded yung klase namin. So, may I now read the piece that was prepared by Diyan lang yan, the PMS, yung Presidential Management Staff. Kasi pag hindi, nagsasabi yung kagod ng puto. Hindi mo lang rin pala pagbasa, papagawa pa lang. So, in fairness, I congratulate our graduates for reaching this remarkable milestone in their academic journey. Today, we do not celebrate their hard work, determination, and triumph, but also wish them all the best as they begin their journey towards the realization of their dreams. I also laud San Beda for the successful culmination of its first batch of graduates as a university. This accomplishment serves not only as a testament to the school's commitment to academic excellence and innovation, but also as an inspiration to contribute further for the long-term progress of higher education in the country. Let this milestone remind us of the indispensable role of education in charting the course of our youth's future, in harnessing their potential to become outstanding individuals. Indeed, the graduates have done a great job in channeling their passion into endeavors that enrich their respective vocations. May they continue to contribute to our nation's progress as they join our country's workforce and become productive members of society. As the university marks another chapter in its long history, I trust that you will become more invigorated to demonstrate the Benedictine principles that have guided you and us, kami, in your respective pursuits. Serve as examples of servant leadership among your peers, and let your enthusiasm and humility propel you towards further success as you build your respective careers. This remarkable success of our fellow veteran alumni in various fields and professions is truly a positive indication of our contributions to our country's continuing path to sustainable progress. With your determination to cultivate your talent and skills, I am confident that you can contribute further to the betterment of your respective communities and industries. As one veteran community, let us work together in forging a stronger citizenry who proactively respond to the call of the service of our country and people. As you leave the halls of your alma mater, I ask you to join me in our shared task of uplifting the well-being of our people and looking after the welfare of the poor and the marginalized. Hand in hand, let us march towards a more peaceful and progressive Philippines. Again, congratulations to the class of 2018. Mabuhay kayong lahat at ako'y sumasaludo sa inyo.
Thank you very much, our dear President, for gracing this momentous occasion. We are greatly honored by your presence.
Good afternoon. Nandito ako sa lugar ninyo to commiserate with the family na sundalo, pulis na namatay. I am here to underscore and to really emphasize na itong droga na ito is not just a police matter, police action. It is a war being waged against greed natin. Yung tayo, pati yung mga tao na yung corrosive effect ng droga has entirely placed in jeopardy na matapaalangan ang next generation. Itong mga anak natin, marami ang may tama. At alam naman ninyo, alam ko na alam ninyo, na pag yung isang pamilya may tama na either the husband or the wife or one of the children, it becomes dysfunctional. Hindi na normal at ang problema niyan maghiwalay. Paghiwalay na ang social problem sa mga anak maipasa. Even if the father alone ang addicted, ang problema does not end with the father and the drugs. Pag wala yung tatay, buang na, ang pamilya niyan sira na. So ang mga bata, hindi nakapag-aral, wala nang maghanap buhay. At I said, it places the family in a dysfunctional state. Diyan ako galit. Itong mga human rights, itong mga putang inan to, ang binibilang lang nila ang buhay ng isang kriminal na lumaban. Maraming namatay dahil lumaban kasi papatayin talaga sila ng pulis pagka lumaban. Ngayon, yung hindi pati yung kasali na yung mga patayan na wala naman tayong pakialam. Kagaya niyan binabalot ng plastic, lagay sako. Ibig sabihin yan, may galit yan. Ang pulis walang personal na galit sa mga durugista. Pero ang pulis, ang order nila galing sa akin is to destroy the apparatus. May pasahan yan eh. May magdala dito, pasa doon, tapos mga runner dito. It is an apparatus really which is very hard to crack. Yan ang hindi naintindihan itong mga putang inang bobo na it does not end with the family or the drug or the runner sa drug. Kasi yun, poser yun, no? May problema rin sa pamilya yun. Pag isa-isa nagloko na at hindi ko na-control itong generation ko sa panahon ko, delikado na ang Pilipinas. Magbasa kayo ng mga libro about the countries of South America. How lahat ng bayan tinamaan doon. Doon, Mayor, inauguration niya sa umaga, pagkahapon, patay na. Ganong kalala doon. Kaya wag ninyong, kayong lahat dapat, kayo na mismo ang maghanap at pumatay ang mga durugista na yan. Kaya kung tatay ka talaga, unanay ka, wag kang pumayag na ikaw lang ang mag-suffer dito sa mundong to. Kung ako ang tatay, tapos ang anak ko na buwang, ang anak ko magginastos, di ko nga pinapakagat ng lamok, tapos nung high school, college, pakainin mo ng, pahititin mo ng shabu, tapos mabuang, anong kasalanan tatay pati nanay nila, bakit mo gawin sa kanila yan? Huwag na yung batas-batas, huwag na yung Diyos-Diyos. Simple lang ang tanong ko, who gave you the right to manufacture shabu and to sell it to my children? Sagutin mo nga ako. Kaya sabihin ko sila, dilima, huwag na tayo magpatayan. Give me a good answer. Anong nagawa ng mga tatay pati nanay nito sa iyo? That ikay magmanufacture ng shabu at ipakain mo sa mga anak ko tapos sisirain mo ang buhay nila pati buhay ko. Pag matanda na ako, hindi na ako makabili ng medisina. If I get old and I cannot buy my medicines, and even to spoon fed, muhangot og lugaw sa akong baba. Sana. Ganon tayo eh. Inalagaan tayo ng mga nanay pagtatay natin. Pagtanda nila, alagaan natin. Paano ka mag-alaga ng putang ina kung ganon sisirain mo yung mga bata? Animal kayo, papatayin ko talaga kayo lahat. Tayong na. Ayan, medyo wala, pakialam. Sabi nila, ako daw pinaka-unpopular sa international press. Wala akong pakialam, putang ina ninyo. May problema ako sa bayan ko. I'm sorry, I'm not adept in Tagalog. I'm not that good at kami yung mga taga-Davao, salo kasi kami. We can talk we can understand late na waray. Pareho man kayong lahat. We can understand kasi Davao halo-halo. We can, nakakaintindi kami ng pagsalita ng Tagalog, but not really so fluent, not articulate as so I shift to English. So I cannot express it in neither in waray. Alam ko sa waray, waray kalipay. Waray sapi. Yan ang away ko dyan. Hindi dahil na gusto akong pumatay. O, tignan mo yung pulis, o. Tapos sabi human rights. Eh, paano yan? Hindi mo nila binibilang ang pulis pati sundalo na matay. Cotabato, 8, 2 sundalo, 2 pulis, 8 ang wounded sa drugs. Yung 2 weeks ago, nagpunta ako doon sa Taguig, yung si Mark. Saan yung, hindi ko naman lahat ng pulis na Taytay. Yun, matino rin na tiyaga. Binaril. Kaya, yung pulis, kayong mga pulis, huwag kayong matakot. Basta ito ang order ko.
If elected president, what is the very first thing you will focus on?
I'd like to lay a predicate first. I am running for president. And I never wanted to be one, actually. But if I get elected, then... I was just joking with the lady. Ayaw ko talaga. I do not covet, I've said repeatedly. There was never in any forum that I said I'm running. Sabihin ko na lang ngayon, total, nandito na lang rin lahat. Ayaw ng pamilya ko. Pati yung anak ko nung naging mayor. And she is very vocal about it. And I don't know about my first wife. I have not talked to her. But my second wife, she does not also want me into the loop. The third and fourth, may dalawa pa ako. But if I want to be president, you should know that I have this vice versa. Pero ito, I keep this sort of mysticism, but hindi ito gastos ng gobyerno. I mean, they do not, I do not house them in condominiums, high-rise, or villages naman. Boarding house lang ito silang dalawa. I wasn't able to. Okay, ulit nga. Kalimutan ko.
Mayor, mukhang nadidistract kayo. Medyo maganda ho yung una nagtanong. Pero ang question po niya is, what is the first thing that you will do if
When
you're elected?
I would suggest to the next president, the first thing that I'll do is 25,000 below, no more income tax. But they can go home with their money. Second, as I will increase the salaries of our soldiers and policemen. Kulang yan, we cannot control corruption. Alam mo, diretso na lang natin. Mabuti pa. Let me tell you a story. I am not interested. I posted that declaration 2 years ago in the official website of Davao City Government. Sinabi ko doon, I do not covet the position. It does not appeal to me. I have no need for it, and I don't want it. My stand today stays. Pero kung ako ang nandyan, I will not waste my 6 years to add to the 6 years of the past presidents. I hate to stay there for 6 years with an inutil term. Tapos sabihin ko lang niya, after 6 years, ladies and gentlemen, my beloved countrymen, I did my best. But just the same, like the others, my hands are tied. We have to honor the Constitution, this Congress, and everybody, things like that. Because in that Constitution, may nakita silang wellspring. And that is the appropriation. For as long as the President has to ask money from Congress, specifically from the lower house, wala ka talagang magawa. Every time that you do it, they would say, we will impeach you. What I tell you, I will not sit there for an uneventful term. Either I make something new of our country or I resign immediately.
Yes, please state your name and your organization. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor.
Hi, ma'am.
I'm Peter from Oxford Business Group, and I'd like to ask, how do you replicate the model of Davao to a bigger scale?
I cannot do it on the present circumstances, structure. Wala, masasabit ka talaga. Kaya kung gusto ko, sabihin ko na sa inyo, let us all reform, including me. If I have to do it, I'll just say that we will study 6 months to 1 year. If I could not get even the slightest reform, hihiritan ko talaga kayo. I'll declare a revolutionary government. If Cory did it, why can't I? Then I can start with the cleansing. It has to start with the military, and the police. And I will use the money to increase the salaries of all teachers in the Philippines. Nanay ko kasi maestra. Walang maestra na umuwi ng public school teacher na 18,000. They are eternally tied to the 5-6. Of course, the military. Sabihin ko sa kanila, lalo na yung mga police, sige, I'll increase your salaries. Huwag ka naman hinihingi lang. Barilin kita. Prangka-prangkahan na lang tayo. Huwag na tayong pakurnehan dito. Ang driver ko na police, 3 anak niyang babae. Every enrollment time maghiram siya. So sabihin ko siya, what is your take-home pay? Sabi niya, sir, 1,500 na lang. Gamitan mo lang ng 1+1. Alam mo talaga na magkukurap yan. You have to increase the salaries. I'll give you 50,000 pa 70,000. Marami akong pera eh. Alam mo bakit? Sarado yung Congress. But I will not dismiss the employees. Tumawa pa rin sila.
Mayor, we have one more question.
Yes.
State your name.
Yes, Miss Marisa Dalmar of Buhay OFW TV, and of course, Director of VACC, Volunteers Against Crime and Corruption. Mayor, what is your take dito po sa BBL, sa Bangsamoro?
Kaming taga Mindanao, we are for it. Because it might really spell the difference between existing and dying. I mean, war. Murad at one time said that if there is no BBL for him, he'd go to war. 2 months after, the president himself, in reaction to a question, sabi niya, if you do not give to Murad the BBL law, you might as well start to count body bags. Then, 2 weeks after, Deles, Siging, came out with the statement 14 issues ago sa Inquirer. There will be a bloody confrontation if there is no BBL. I think there will be a bloody confrontation. And that is why, if you allow me, I'll explain why I was going around advancing federalism. Pag wala kasing BBL, which, tanong, if there is one, it would be watered down heavily. So that would not be acceptable to them. So there would still be trouble. Itong federalism was a brainchild of Kanoy, Senator Pimentel, the father, and Lito Osmeña, the governor of Cebu. Sila yung mga early exponents niyan. Pumunta sila sa akin, sabi nila, Rod, ikaw may yung pinakabata dito sa atin. Sabi niya, 50 ka lang siguro eh. Sabi ko, yes sir. 50 years old. Sabi niya, you carry the torch of federalism. Alam mo kung bakit ko tinanggap yan? Before Congress actually studied on it, when it was submitted to them, sa mga members, nabasa ko na yung draft. At nakita ko na yung problema. Way ahead. Given the bigotry of some people, the utter bias against our Muslim brothers. And of course, the intricacies plus the constitutional provisions there. I said, this will have a hard time to pass to Congress. Kaya kinuha ko na kaagad yung baraha. So I was going around every city. I could not go to Congress because sila ang matatamaan ng federalism. You just have to do away with the unitary type. You go federal, they will lose their jobs, power and money. So I went around cities promoting federalism sa local officials. Yun ang ano ko. At may nakita itong iba dito, yan, sa harap ko, yung iba nandoon. Sinakyan na lang na for president. Sinabi ko, ayaw ko.
So, Mayor, marami pa po. There's one over here.
I'm Cynthia Carrion from the Philippine Olympic Committee and former Undersecretary for the Department of Tourism and Philippine Sports Commission. And I just wanted to know that all of us here, all I know, are clamoring for you to be the president to announce. But I would like to have the job of convincing your wives to please allow you to be president. And all that vice that you said, most Filipinos have that. So don't worry about the one vice that you have. So we want you to be president. Please, sir.
Alam mo na, sa totoo lang, if I may just, you would allow me, hindi ko na talaga panahon. And I would just cite the Bible, Ecclesiastes 3. There is a time for everything. To be great and to be small. Time for plenty and a time for want. A time for sorrow and a time for joy. Live time to die. Ako, yung opportunity to be president is a window that's very small. Sabihin ko na lang sa inyo, hindi ko na talaga panahon. It's no longer my time. Give it to somebody else na yung may gusto. Mahirap yung nandiyan ka na ayaw mo. Magtamad-tamaran ka. When I was mayor early on, I worked until midnight just going around the city killing mosquitoes that were bothering and rats all over.
Yes, sir, please.
I'm Sebastian Castro. I am not here representing a company, I'm just representing myself. A lot of economists believe that one of the most efficient ways to tackle poverty, to really have more structural change, is land reform. When it comes down to it, the agriculture sector still is the biggest sector of our economy. At least it employs the most people, right? You have tens of millions of people who are poor farmers who do not own the land they work on. And that's been the way it has been for so long, which is just a mirror of the overall picture that we still live in a country where the power and money and wealth is still in the hands of a very select few. So my main question is, will you do anything about land reform, meaningful land reform?
I will try to figure out if it's still needed an extension. It has expired, the law on land reform. If ever I would reinstate it, I would not go for a thing just like giving them 2 hectares. Because most of the lands given to the beneficiaries, would you believe it? About 85% of those given to the farmers, tenants, are back in the hands of the landlords. The land reform was really a faulty one. Unless you supply the farm implements, give them the fertilizers, the seedlings, and even assure them of the market. Because a competition of importation would really kill them. Even at great prices, na lang, even at that, just figure out how much you can buy from them to be sure that the produce are sold. You know, with the coming of the Asian economic, I don't know how much tariff now. It's a very, very low 3. Maybe the time will come, it will be 0. It's a free trade actually for all. But that kind of a system is only good for the highly industrialized countries. Now remember that the Philippines is an agricultural country. Economy natin based on agriculture. We'll have to do some protective measures, not even safety nets. You'll have to just say to them, you know, guys, you'd kill my countrymen, and I can only accept so much. Eh, kung mag-i-import ka, tapos mas murang-mura, patay yung Pilipino. We can talk of something else, about the China problem. But then again, this is not really to, you know, with the Americans, with due respect. That problem in the South. Let me rumble on because very important for you. Ano yung China Sea? We cannot fight the Chinese. America will not die for us. I am very sure of that. As a matter of fact, they're already talking somewhere about closer ties. But the posturings in the South China Sea is something which has irritated the Chinese. Eh kasi yung mga maneuver military, and they would ask, to whom are you directing your maneuvers? To Vietnam, which is just in front of us in the West. Obviously, it's against the Americans. But the Americans they have a broken spirit right now. The class hatred, the color, has emerged again, rear its ugly head. And this is something which cannot be done publicly doon sa kanila. But we know that the problems of America are multiple. 2 of them prominently is there's a class, a race hatred now. It's growing. The Confederates of the South are really adamant about the freedom of what? To talk, to fly the flag. And America is deathly afraid of terrorism. The last thing that really would do is to go into a quarrel. And even in the Europe, it's losing its grip. About the Ukraine, nothing except criticism. Now Greece is being paneled by EU, withholding aid, and Merkel of Germany seems to be standing hard. And the problem ganito, with the coming of Russia, who offered to give them gas, fuel, and the 10 trillion of the Chinese, and he would just say, I'll buy your debt, then you can grow and I'll give you the space of maybe 10 years to pay us. There's a growing hegemony in Europe and in Africa in favor of the Chinese and Russians. That's how it is. That's how I see it. Itong Greece na to, pag talagang sipa nila, pupunta yan China. And China would say, good. How much? 32 billion? I'll pay it. I'll give you 15 years to repay. So that is how dangerous the world is today. Russia is bristling with weapons. And they have, I feel that they have reached the parity in arms. Kaya takot ng Amerika eh. Alam mo kasi, if the Americans really wanted the influence in Southeast Asia, they could have destroyed right at the beginning the airport and the islands now that are being built around. Noon pa sana inupakan, takot talaga ang Amerika. But that's to assure the Filipino spirit and the rest of the ASEAN, they go into maneuvering business.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Patrick. I'm a student from Dahil University, and I'm also interning at the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. I'm tired of the atrophy in our government, and my question is, how will you inspire public servants on a national level to bring the best kind of service or top quality service to our Filipino people and bring back trust in our government?
You know, earlier on sa pagka-mayor ko, in my inaugural speech, the first sentence is, I hold it an article of faith that no progress and development in this city will come if we have do not law and order. Sabi ko, we have to have peace to enable the money from the pockets of the investors to come in. Pag wala talang patayan tayo, you kidnap the bank manager, sabi ko, patay. Kaya the best antidote kasi dyan is really to create an environment where the human being with so much talent can function. There has to be law and order to inspire people to even to join politics. Marami kasing Filipino talented, but they disdain public service because of corruption.
There's another one here. Yes, sir, please.
Pepe Galvez, private citizen. Mayor, I believe you have a sincere and caring heart, because otherwise you would not have been able to do the kind of change and improvement you did in Davao. In fact, I believe that your sincere and caring heart goes beyond the love, wishes, and the whims of your spouse and your other women or whatever. So what is it really that would trigger you to run and be willing to serve our country and our people?
You mentioned about my women. Ikaw, ilang iyo? Okay, kung isa lang, kawawa ka naman. Ay, kawawa ka kung gano'n. I pity you. I cannot survive with one. Pag inaway mo yan, tablag ka na yung araw na yan. Alam mo talaga, ako it's too cavalier fashion ako kasi hindi ako interesado eh. That's why I can really mouth whatever I want to say. You know, kagaya noon sa sabi nila, pinapatay ko na tapos 5 nights. Sabi ko, so be it. If you have the goods on me, file the case. But I have a job to do and I will do it, whatever it is.
Yes, sir. Please state your
Good
name.
afternoon. I'm Jay Season from Sampeta before your time.
Yes, sir.
This is a problem that I know you are concerned because up to now, your city has not received its rightful share of the IRA, which is provided under the Constitution to be given to local governments automatically. Now, will it take you to be president to be able to give all the local governments autonomy in the sense that they receive their 40% share of all internal revenue taxes collected by government?
That's the reason why we should go to federalism. Because the unitary type of government was created by the Spaniards in 1521 for 400 years. When the Americans came, because we were given this country was just like a chattel, we were passed on to the Americans, they maintained the unitary type until today. You know, if you look down to Australia, it's parliament, federal. If you go still down to the south, there's New Zealand, it's federal parliament. You go up to Singapore, it's federal parliament. You look at Malaysia, it's federal parliament. You go to Japan, Dahil, it's a parliament. And you go to South Korea, bigger parliament. I said if a shift to federal would greatly improve things because then you do not need to wait for us to receive. In federal, you retain the proceeds of your resources. Then you contribute to the national federal government. Ito ang Pilipinas eh. Let's limit ito. President, ito. Mayor, the powers are. It's not inclusive. The residual powers not found in that document's autonomy law goes back to the DILG. In a federal system, the president, the prime minister, yan, kung wala dyan, bababa yan doon sa automatically devolved down to the local governments. Yan ang maganda. It's about time. We're the only ones who are hanging on to. It's really for control. That's the reason why you want to build a railway and everything. You have to go to NEDA. Ang NEDA, sino pong taga NEDA dito? Dukdukin yung ulo nyo. Tagal ninyong mag-process. You sit on the paper. You know, in Davao, you have 72 hours. Baski anong klaseng opisina, you want a clearance, you want a certificate or what? 72 hours. After 72 hours, you cannot release the papers anymore. You have to forward it to me. Why, with the explanation, why it took you more than 72 hours, 4 days to process the papers.
Thank you. That's the reason why we need an enforcer president, which translates to Mr. Duterte. Thank you.
Okay.
Hindi kasi ninyo alam, he's my relative, that's why he talks that way.
Magkamukha nga.
Always there is.
Okay, we have one there, sir.
Hi, Mayor. I'm Francis Romero from Jonestown, South Philippines. My question is, sir, aside from the nationwide government privileges and benefits granted to developers and investors like the BOI, the PESA, have Davao City, during your leadership, implemented special benefits or laws or ordinances that is aimed to further attract developers to develop in Davao or investors to invest in the city?
Ang isang problema lang is the NPA. If you are into agricultural venture, agricultural farming, you have to deal sometimes with the NPAs. And that is a reality which we cannot really deny everywhere. But the NPAs are very strong, or maybe the strongest sa Region 11. What I do there is I talk to them. I am a son of a poor man. Though my father became governor 1957-67, kinakausap ko lang. Yung taxation nila, hindi mo madala sa takot eh. Hindi talaga kaya. I mean, they are there everywhere. So I talk to them and to stop or to at least mitigate the travails of taxation. Pagkabago kasi sinasabi ko lang, Andre, pagbigyan mo ng panahon. Do not tax them to death at this early. Malulugi yan. Most of them bananas. Hindi banana industry. Kakao. Pero kung dito sa teritoryo ko, sa Davao City, I can guarantee you there will be no violence, even if you do not pay. Sinasabi ko, huwag ninyong patayin yung tao just for money. Prangka-prangka mo rin ako doon sa NPA. But I know the lingo, the talkatives, because galing ako sa baba. It was a long and winding road of sacrifice, so that I really know ang problema sa baba. That's why I can talk to them. Pero yung mga business ventures, you let me know in advance so that I can talk to the NPAs. And maybe sabihin ko, give them a moratorium. Wala ka ng resibo dyan, ikaw pang apurado. But I take care of business sa Davao. And I must know. Ang rule talaga sa Davao, let me know kung ano ang problema mo. Kaya if I see yung mga kidnapper dyan, tapos sabihin ng pulis, sir, may nag-iikot-ikot dyan. Yung pa naman yung nag-kidnap sa Bulacan. Are you sure? Very sure. Didikidnapin mo. Tabla-tabla lang. Tapos sabihin ng pulis, sir, nandito na sa amin. Sabi mo, hingan mo ng pera. Maraming pera yan kasi marang kinila. Sir, wala raw. Di ko patayin mo. Maraming istorya. Dawa si Dilima. May marinig ang Dilima yan. Wala na, Luther. It is only in this country you take an oath to tell the truth. Sa Congress, I was summoned to testify against Bangayan because of the rice smuggling. So I was, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. At one time, sabi ni Enrile, can you identify Bangayan? Yes, it's the one. Tapos tanong si Senator Enrile, Mayor Duterte, what will you do if you find Bangayan smuggling rice? Sabi ko, I will gladly kill him. Maya-maya, itong si Jinggoy, sabi, ano, sabi mo, ano? Sabi ko, I'll give you an answer which you want to hear. Pag uwi ko doon sa hotel, nakahiga ako because I flew in overnight kasi magte-test pa ako sa umaga. Yung crawler ng, hindi pala, nakaganon ako, sir. Ba ang pula ako. Kalagay doon, Duterte to be sued for threatening. Bakit mo ako i-threaten? Masina. You tell the truth, yes. Anong gusto mo? Gusto kong patayin yan. Ay, bakit mo ako ngayon kukulong na...
Yes, please. My name is Terry Felix. I'm from HSBC, and my question is, Mayor, if let's say you get elected into the presidency and you're successful in all, as everyone in the room would seem to want, can you pick 5 people within the cabinet that you would want to remain in the same post for the next 6 years to continue their good work?
Ma'am, sa totoo niyan, sabihin ko na lang, mag-resign na ako bukas, inyo na yung gobyerno. Kailangan, I mean, at this age, I said, I have enough accolades in my life to make me happy. Kaya yung pinipikit ko yung mata ko, I think about the presidency, Mayor, halos pareho lang eh. Except that I govern a bit of the territory in Mindanao. Para sa akin, okay na ako. Mga anak ko, tapos na. Nanununtok na nga yung gagang Inday na yun. Inday Sara.
Yes, please. Good afternoon. Mayor, I'm representing from the Business Mirror. No? It has been said that the country has that unfortunate fate not to elect their good president. No? And you happen to be one of the good ones. How do you propose to overcome the tendency to elect only famous people like those in showbiz? No?
Ang ABCDE, itong D lower para DE, because of poverty and maybe the only luxury is really the shows, yung mga sine. And they identify themselves with the character that they see there. It's part of the psyche, the community psyche. Hindi mo talaga maano yan. Kasi kapag artista na, tatalon-talon na sila gano'n. It's because lack of education. We cannot hope to bring this country to the next century if we cannot educate. If you cannot educate your children. That is why I said, if I become president, I propose to stop infrastructure projects. Complete those that are being done, but no new. I will use the money for mitigation sa mga kapwa-tao natin. Education really is very important.
Yes, please. State your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Josephine Reyes, Legal Broadcasting Corporation, DWIC, and Home Radio. Sir, the recent schedule I have in Davao to visit our radio station there, I asked our staff, if you run for president, will they vote for you? They said no, because they don't want you to leave them. And if you do run for vice president, who will you run with? Or if you do consider presidency, who will be your vice president?
Babae talaga yan, ma'am. You know, actually, ganito yan eh. I think that what, pardon me if I'm too presumptuous about it, but I think that most of you came here just to listen and maybe to know whether I am in the hustings already for the president. Sabihin ko sa iyo, wala talaga. I am sorry, but talagang wala sa, wala na sa, sabi ko nga, hindi ko na panahon. I never aspired for any national position, but he's still alive. After alunan, gusto ni Presidente Ramos, ako yung DILG. I said, sir, hindi ko type talaga yung national. Actually, I do not like Manila. Ano dito eh. Ang gulo, tapos traffic. Then, kay ERAP, sabi niya minsan, DILG or sabi niya, ikaw na lang yung customs commissioner ko na. Sos Mario Joseph, sir. Bigay mo yan sa iba, hindi ko type yung customs. Mamamatay ako dyan. Sigurado, papatay ako talaga dyan. Then, kay Ma'am Gloria, the last offer was Secretary of Defense. Nandiyan si Colonel Esperon, General Esperon. Tell you. Gusto ni Presidente Arroyo nung I'll take over from Norberto Gonzales. Ayaw kasi ng mga military si Norberto. I don't know, but he's a good man. And itong Pinoy, to the day that he took his out of office, there was really no secretary for local governments. And I said he will just hang on himself to the position. So at that time, Ochoa was calling me if I could DILG, sabi ko. Ayaw ko. Vice President, wala akong ganawa. Kung ako ang Vice President, I will cabal with some military men. Patayin ko na yung Presidente. Bakit pa ako maghintay na? 6 years in the waiting. Hindi mo naman sigurado kung ikaw ang susunod.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mayor, if indeed you're not running for president, what do you think of Vice President Binay, Senator Grace Poe, and the Iaalay Secretary Maron? I think they're all presidentiables, and sooner or later they'll be proclaiming their candidacies for the top post.
They're all good officials. They are in the national scene. Pwede silang lahat. And of course, Binay has may burden lang sa dyan. Sabi niya, false accusations. Well, let us see. Po naman can survive the presidency by getting the best of the Filipinos, the best and the best and the brightest. All of them. Mar, ganun rin. Kaya nga, sabi ko, I cannot endorse any one of them because they're all my friends. I want them to smile to me when we meet in the future na walang sama ng loob sa'yo. If I retire, kung magbalik yung anak ko, if you'll consider running again for mayor, I will retire from public life. I'm done. Because alam mo, ganito yan eh. When I am spent politically, and I grow old, with so much medical issues, to whom shall I go for refuge? To the people in Malacanang, and who would feed you and buy your medicines? It's your family. Yan ang takbuhan mo at the end of the day, pamilya talaga. Kaya everywhere I go, sabi talaga nila na ano. And you know, when I say that I'll be running, I will have a rebellion in my own backyard. So what am I supposed to do? Alam mo kasi, isa rin yan is, I have not tasted defeat in politics. I have behind you, eight elections. Mayor, congressman, mahirap naman na maghanap ka pa at this age. Maghanap ka pa ng disappointment. You know, I said, I will be old. But can I overcome the stress of defeat? You want to retire comfortable, mind and kung makatikim ka ng talo, mahirap yan. Sabihin lang na tao na, si ano, corrupt, itong ano, ganon. At tapos niya, bakit mo akong gawin excuse? The butt of the matter nila, kanila yun. But do not make me an excuse just because they are not qualified by your standards. I am really very sorry, but I have to be very frank. I cannot go on with this false pretense na patindig ako that thought so that people will see me and maybe consider me as. I really do not need it. I'm sorry.
Ayaw ko talaga. Kasi sinabi nila pag nilagay destiny is God. O ngayon kung nilagay ako ni God dyan, sabi ko unang iiyak, si God talaga. Sinabi ko sa iyo, God, give that destiny to others who need it, who badly needs it.
So we have time for one last question. You have the microphone. Go ahead. Please state your name, sir.
Hi, Marco De Pablo from Jones Ansal. Good afternoon, Mayor. You have continued to dispel rumors of your possible presidential bid. There's a saying that goes, the only way for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. If after the outcome of the 2016 elections, and the elected president fails to succeed in uplifting our country, would you have any regrets in not pursuing the presidency?
No, I would not. I would just say, I'm very sorry. But I could not be excused of, you just look at the national scene. They're all here. And you can have, your time to examine them, their competence. Huwag na lang ako. Kasi, madugo rin yan. Sinabi ko na sa inyo, hindi ako uupo dyan. Nasabi ko, after 6 years, I did my best, but my best was not good enough. I would not waste 6 years. Kung ako maging presidente, after 6 years, there will be a new government and there will be at least the standard. Sipain mo talaga lang dyan. Ang delikado kasi sa akin, I might go extreme. If I cannot get the reforms 6 months to 1 year, I will declare the revolutionary. Tapos yun, all in government are casuals. You hold it, hang on there until you are advised to go. Tapusin na natin, I'll have the last piece. You know, I am Rodrigo Duterte. I am a Filipino. I love the Philippines because it is the land of my birth. It is the home of my people. Tapos na ako, ginawa ko na ang kahit kaungan ko sa Davao. But there was a price for that. It does not, peace and prosperity does not come easy. May bayad yan. At huwag mo na ninyo akong tanongin unless you want me to go to prison. And if you want, you get the evidence from sources, not from my mouth. That would be bad. I mean, ako, I'm no disciplinarian, pero huwag mong gawin ang susunod mo. Hindi kita po malusutin ng gano'n, especially criminals. Total, sabi ko na, leave the city. Because if you don't, maybe one day, you'll just have to go, might be a horizontal position for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the things that I have said. I hope you'd understand it. Ganon talaga ako. I ask for your forgiveness. Maraming salamat.
Please give Mayor a big, big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor to present the first Bedan President of the Republic of the Philippines, Bedan Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly sit down. Thank you for your courtesy. Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia is also a Bedan. Commission on Higher Education Officer in Charge, Prospero de Vera, the third, and the other members of the Commission. Very Reverend Father Aloysius Maranan, Rector of the San Beda University President, Benedictine monks, Board of Trustees, and the distinguished members of the Academy, the proud parents, and graduates to whom this moment rightfully belongs. Other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 pages actually, and I could read it in about maybe a minute and a half. Kakahiya, no? I'd like to, with the permission and of course my apologies to the Holy Fathers and Brothers of the Benedictine community. I was here forgot the exact place. Maybe it was on that side when I took my oath of office as a member of the bar. Alam mo, my mother was not here and nobody was with me. Kamatay lang ng tatay ko. But still, I remember that I wept a little sa banyo. And thank God for the privilege of having been a graduate of the San Beda College of Law. I'd like to share with you the vignettes of my kukunting sa buhay ko. Actually, naiinggit ako sa inyo. Kasi hindi ako pinayagan ng mga brothers, pati pare, mag-graduate. I was not allowed to take part in the graduation exercises because on the last days of for the year, mag-graduate na, we're practicing yung ensayo na kung paano mag-ano ng diploma, to take a bow. And then suddenly, there was this happening inside the school. Huwag na natin pag-usapan yon. Kasi magagalit yung pare, pati. So I got expelled. So I was not allowed to join the graduation. So ako naman umuwi na lang sa Davao because at that time, expelled ako. Anong nanay ko nagtanong, sabi niya, Rodrigo, kailan ba ako pupunta ng Maynila? But I kept assuring her that graduation was coming and, as a mother, excited as I was, she was in a hurry. Sabi niya, noon kasi tawagan lang sa probinsya, you call PAL and place a reservation. Pagdating mo sa airport, bayad ka lang. That was the time and that was the environment. So, sabi niya, mukhang may graduation ata, nabasa ko sa newspaper. Sabi ko, ma, sabi kasi ng pare, magulo. Magulo talaga ang Mindiola noon. We were the martial law lawyers. We took the bar under immense pressure. Every 300 meters, andoon yung Metrocom. At lahat yung matataas na buhok, ginupitan. Those were the times, so it was not really good for anything except maybe to go home and relax. Sabi ko, masabi ng pare kasi magulo ang Mindiola. And may mga pillbox kung saan-saan naglipad. Nagmisa lang kami sa Abbey Chapel at binigyan kami ng diploma na wala naman laman. Para sabihin lang na graduate, definitely the graduation will take place. But maybe during a more somber time. So, naniwala naman ang nanay ko. So, finally, on review, the faculty sa law, San Beda, decided to pardon me and allowed me to take the bar. Kasi kung hindi na ako certify, paano makakuha that I have graduated in the course of the College of Law? So I was allowed to take the bar. I was certified as a graduate. So nakakuha ako ng bar sa awa ng Diyos. Pasa naman kami. 73, I became a lawyer. Kaya diyan ako nag-oath noon. Many years after, I don't know if they're still around, may crush kasi ako ng isang istorya lang man ito. She was that lady na makita mo doon sa St. Alsem's building. If you go up, yung babae na, I don't know if he's still around, yung babae doon nakaupo, na may lunal dito. Kasi kung nandito pa siya, pakasalan kita ma'am, pag nabiyuda ka na. Talagang crush kita. And every time that mag-akyat ako, tinitignan ko siya, alam niya na may gusto ako sa kanya. Ang problema, hindi ko alam kung may gusto siya sa akin. From a distance. But she knew that I was her admirer. So yung pag-akyat mo, mayroon yung window, parang, I don't know if it's the cashier, pero doon sa left side, paakyat. Ma'am, if you are still around, can I just maybe shake your hand? I don't know, teacher. So, many years after, wala man tayo after my speech, nobody talked. So would you rather that we go home? Hindi mag-chismis muna tayo dito. Istorya man lang itong graduation kasi. Many years after, pumunta sila sa Church of Transfiguration. You guys from San Beda, if you have time, you travel to Bukidnon. There's a church there called the Transfiguration Church. And every afternoon, yung mga monks natin kumakanta. At every time that I passed by, in the years that I was mayor of Davao, dumadaan talaga ako, makinig lang ako sa kanta nila. And how they can sing. So, pumunta doon ang mga teachers, they called it immersion, I do. But the late Father Lacson was with them. Tapos usap sila na, yung sa Davao was just a few more kilometers, Davao ka na. So sabi nila, punta tayo ng Davao. Kasi yan si Mayor Bedan. But at that time, I was in Taiwan. Ang problema, pagdating doon, there's a small community of Bedans. Walang, most of them are graduates of inferior schools. One in Diliman, the other one is in Padre Paura. Kukunti lang kami taga San Beda, but all of them was the Aquino family. Quite rich until now. So siya nag-blow out. So lahat ng Bedan niyaya. Magsiputan doon lahat. Sabi na wala man si Mayor, we will invite the mother. Di ang mama ko pumunta noon. Nung nakausap, pinakila, Father Lacson, ito yung nanay ni Mayor Duterte. Sabi ng nanay ko, Father, yung graduation nila Rodrigo. Saan ang graduation nila niya? Natuloy ba yun? Sabi ni Father Lacson, sabi ng mga nandun, natuloy. Bakit? Kasi hindi man ako napunta, there was no proper notice or anything. Sabi, why? Did your son told you the truth? Sabi ng nanay ko, ano pala ang totoo? Sabi niya na-expel dyan kasi may binaril na tao doon sa loob sa San Beda. Nung pagdating ko, I was confronted by my mother. Alam ko kasi yung style ng nanay ko. Pag sinabi, Sabihin mo kay Rodrigo, dito siya kumain kasi magpaluto siya ng inununan. Unun-una. So, inununan sa Tagalog? Paksiw. Paksiw. Inununan. Ngayon, sundalo. So, paksiw. Pagka ganon, okay yan. Pero pag ang message is, papuntahin ka ng nanay mo, ngayon, delikado na yan. So pagdating ko, sabi niya, bakit hindi mo sinabi sa akin ang totoo? So, lumuhod ako. Talagang lumuhod. Literally, I knelt down in front of her and said, mapasaylo ako. Pasaylo, patawarin mo ako. Ayaw ko lang kasi kayong ipahamak. You would have to worry. But at that time, when I went home early, I was expelled. Though I was reconsidered. So and eventually, naging 73 kami, release ng baro. Maya-maya, the first offer of award, Achievers Award. So ako, si Pitoy Moreno, and I think marami, 5 kami noon. Nung sinabi sa akin, sabi ko, yung punta dyan, expelled kayo. Ngayon, award, anong klase ito? So, hindi ako pumunta. Tapos, second time, kita-kita kami, Fred Lim. So, bakit di ka sumipot doon? Pinatawad ka na nga, ikaw pa yung suplado. So the next time I was given this award, sumipot ako. Tapos, this is my first time with you actually. But yung previous alumni, kita-kita kami. I was awarded, karami kong, you know what, hindi ko kayo niluloko Ni sa pag-aral ko ni Tansan, walang nagbigay sa akin. Ngayon, yung San Beda, may ito yung trophy. Tapos ngayon, now, introducing the Hall of Fame, Rodrigo Duterte. So may medalya, kalaki, pati plaque. Sabi ko, sino pa ang nasa Hall of Fame? Sabi niya, wala, ikaw lang mag-isa. Well, anyway, I would like to thank the Benedictine community for such a wonderful show of mercy. Ika nga, ano yung sabi ni Shakespeare? The act of mercy is never strained, something strained. Yung hinahasa. And I got back being an awardee. Pero sa scholastic, patay. Kung hindi nyo sirain yung Mindiola Bridge, yung sa kanto, saan ang College of Law? Sus Mariosep. Walang ginawa yan kung galing slavery. Yan yung Mindiola, yung bridge. Pagbaba mo, Ligarda. Yung kanto, nandyan pa? Chilled beer. Yung ilaw na yan, naging judge. Puro. Clavicilia he used to be the judge of Naga. Doon kami sa kaya sayang ito sila di dumaan kay Solidom. May ako dyan. To si Rene, ang may-ari nito, beda niyan. Where are you, Rene? The president of Pwede pa ba ako magsalita? Wala. Wala man akong iyabang.
walang medalya, wala lahat. So, ito na lang yung yun ay, kasi late tag rin na ako eh. Noon is Veronica. By the way, si Bastian, yung youngest son ko, beda niyan. Walang ginawa kung hindi maghabol ng babae hanggang ngayon. Kagaya na trabaho na tatay niya noon. Oh, this one is worse. Paragi kaming may dynamics yan kasi may mga anak eh. So, well anyway, itong sa, well, I was forgiven. Yun ang platform ko. I was proud to be called the Bedan. Itong anak ko, gusto na rin mag-aral dito. Gusto niya magtira dyan. Sabi ko na, you're better off with your mother sa Davao. Sabi niya, pa, yan bang matanda na yan nandyan sa kabinet mo? Sabi ko, sino na? Yan yung matanda na yung Bisaya. So, si Leonor Briones. So, yan. Di ba, Bisaya yan? Sabi ko, sabihin na, ano man nakain niya? Bakit hinabaan niya itong kurso namin K-12? Sabi ko, nak, wala man tayong problema dyan. If it's just a matter of suggesting, I can. But, sabi ko, I would have to go into incongruity. Ngayon, bakit? Alam mo na, ang original K-12 talaga, tatay mo. It took me 7 years to finish high school. Kaya matanda na ako sa kanila. I'm 73. Ito sila rin mga 70 lang yan. Kasi well, including the scholarship of Soroy and Soroy is Lakwatsa. Took me 7 years actually. Mayroon akong isang binets, sabi ko sa kanila. May professor kami. Kilala Professor ni Abian. He's the youngest to talk the bar, pass it at the age of 20. He could not take his oath of office because wala pa siya sa edad. He had to wait for 1 year to record holder. He's the youngest to top the bar. Sabi. Pero dumaan ka ba, sir, kay Solidom? Ha? Itong Solidom na ito, galing ito Kapis, to Justice. Ang boses nito, may mga taga-law school, ang boses nito, yung boses, shrill. That's what, shrill. And he could only pronounce the last syllable. Bate! Tindig rin ako. Laurente, pati ako, tumindig. So, grouchy na, pero lahat dumaan kay Solidom. Ang remedialo, una kaming natapos. Tapos tumindig kami, sabi niya, oh, God damn it, I did not call you! Sit down! Sit down ako. You stand up. Sir, I did not I did not hear my name, sir, called. Because you are always talking at the back. God damn it, come here in front. Ganon kami sa college. Ayaw siguro ngayon, mga bata. Pagdating ko pinupo ako dyan sa front. Sabi niya, okay, Lunti, sit down. You recite. Tindig ako, sabi ko. Sabi niya, what?
Sabi ko, sir, there is no question yet, sir. Puta na galit. Sabi ba ng matana, kaya gano'n ako, God damn it, Duterte, do not scratch your head and scatter your dundrop in this room. Keep it on your head, that is the only one you have. Dumakip kay Puno, Solidom, Jack Jacinto. Is still around, sir? Jack? Jack Jacinto. Patay na? Kayo na ang sunod, Bong. That was class 72. But tatlo sa amin ang pumasok sa ano. That's a record. San Beda naman, 1 or 2, but every year, mayroon talaga yan, 2, 3, 2, 3. Sa amin, 3 ang pumasok ng top 10. Studied yung klase namin. So, may I now read the piece that was prepared by Diyan lang yan, the PMS, yung Presidential Management Staff. Kasi pag hindi, nagsasabi, kagod ng puto. Hindi mo lang rin pala pagbasa, papagawa pa lang. So, in fairness, I congratulate our graduates for reaching this remarkable milestone in their academic journey. Today, we do not celebrate their hard work, determination, and triumph, but also wish them all the best as they begin their journey towards the realization of their dreams. I also laud San Beda for the successful culmination of its first batch of graduates as a university. This accomplishment serves not only as a testament to the school's commitment to academic excellence and innovation, but also as an inspiration to contribute further for the long-term progress of higher education in the country. Let this milestone remind us of the indispensable role of education in charting the course of our youth's future, in harnessing their potential to become outstanding individuals. Indeed, the graduates have done a great job in channeling their passion into endeavors that enrich their respective vocations. May they continue to contribute to our nation's progress as they join our country's workforce and become productive members of society. As the university marks another chapter in its long history, I trust that you will become more invigorated to demonstrate the Benedictine principles that have guided you and us, kami, in your respective pursuits. Serve as examples of servant leadership among your peers, and let your enthusiasm and humility propel you towards further success as you build your respective careers. This remarkable success of our fellow Bedan alumni in various fields and professions is truly a positive indication of our contributions to our country's continuing path to sustainable progress. With your determination to cultivate your talent and skills, I am confident that you can contribute further to the betterment of your respective communities and industries. As one Bedan community, let us work together in forging a stronger citizenry who proactively respond to the call of the service of our country and people. As you leave the halls of your alma mater,
I ask you to join me in our shared task of uplifting the well-being of our people and looking after the welfare of the poor and the marginalized. Hand in hand, let us march towards a more peaceful and progressive Philippines. Again, congratulations to the class of 2018. Mabuhay kayong lahat at ako'y sumasaludo sa inyo.
Thank you very much, our dear President, for gracing this momentous occasion. We are greatly honored by your presence.
Good afternoon. Nandito ako sa lugar ninyo to commiserate with the family na sundalo, pulis na namatay. I am here to underscore and really emphasize na itong droga na ito is not just a police matter, police action. It is a war being waged against greed natin. Yung tayo, pati yung mga tao na yung corrosive effect ng droga has entirely placed in jeopardy na matapaalangan ang next generation. Itong mga anak natin, marami ang may tama. At alam naman ninyo, alam ko na alam ninyo, na pag yung isang pamilya may tama na either the husband or the wife or one of the children, it becomes dysfunctional. Hindi na normal at ang problema niyan maghiwalay. Paghiwalay na ang social problem sa mga anak maipasa. Even if the father alone ang addicted, ang problema does not end with the father and the drugs. Pag wala yung tatay, buang na, ang pamilya niyan sira na. So ang mga bata, hindi nakapag-aral, wala nang maghanap buhay. At I said, it places the family in a dysfunctional state. Diyan ako galit. Itong mga human rights, itong mga putang inan to, ang binibilang lang nila ang buhay ng isang kriminal na lumaban. Maraming namatay dahil lumaban kasi papatayin talaga sila ng pulis pagka lumaban. Ngayon, yung hindi pati yung kasali na, sinasali na yung mga patayan na wala naman tayong pakialam. Kagaya niyan binabalot ng plastic, lagay sako. Ibig sabihin yan, may galit yan. Ang pulis walang personal na galit sa mga durugista. Pero ang pulis, ang order nila galing sa akin is to destroy the apparatus. May pasahan yan eh. May magdala dito, pasa doon, tapos mga runner dito. It is an apparatus really which is very hard to crack. Yan ang hindi naintindihan itong mga putang inang bobo na it does not end with the family or the drug or the runner sa drug. Kasi yun, poser yun, no? May problema rin sa pamilya yun. Pag isa-isa nagloko na at hindi ko na-control itong generation ko sa panahon ko, delikado na ang Pilipinas. Magbasa kayo ng mga libro about the countries of South America. How lahat ng bayan tinamaan doon. Doon, mayor, inauguration niya sa umaga, pagkahapon, patay na. Ganong kalala doon. Kaya wag ninyong kayong lahat dapat, kayo na mismo ang maghanap at pumatay ang mga durugista na yan. Kaya kung tatay ka talaga, unanay ka, huwag kang pumayag na ikaw lang ang mag-suffer dito sa mundong to. Kung ako ang tatay, tapos ang anak ko nabuwang, ang anak ko magginastos, di ko nga pinapakagat ng lamok, tapos nung high school, college, pakainin mo ng
pahititin mo ng shabu, tapos mabuang, anong kasalanan tatay pati nanay nila, bakit mo gawin sa kanila yan? Huwag na yung batas-batas, huwag na yung Diyos-Diyos. Simple lang ang tanong ko, who gave you the right to manufacture shabu and to sell it to my children? Sagutin mo nga ako. Kaya sabihin ko sila, dilima, huwag na tayo magpatayan. Give me a good answer. Anong nagawa ng mga tatay pati nanay nito sa iyo? That ikay magmanufacture ng shabu at ipakain mo sa mga anak ko tapos sisirain mo ang buhay nila pati buhay ko. Pag batanda na ako, hindi na ako makabili ng medisina. If I get old and I cannot buy my medicines and even to spoon fed, muhangot og lugaw sa akong baba. Sana. Ganon tayo eh. Inalagaan tayo ng mga nanay patatay natin. Pagtanda nila, alagaan natin. Paano ka mag-alaga ng putang ina kung ganon sisirain mo yung mga bata? Animal kayo, papatayin ko talaga kayo lahat. Tayong na lang. Ayan, medya, wala pakialam. Sabi nila, ako daw pinaka-unpopular sa international press. Wala akong pakialam, putang ina ninyo. May problema ako sa bayan ko. I'm sorry, I'm not adept in Tagalog. I'm not there good at kami yung mga taga Davao, salo kasi kami. We can talk we can understand late na waray. Pareho man kayong lahat. We can understand kasi Davao halo-halo. We can, nakakaintindi kami ng pagsalita ng Tagalog, but not really so fluent, not articulate as so I shift to English. So I cannot express it in neither in waray. Alam ko sa waray, waray kalipay, waray sapi. Yan ang away ko dyan. Hindi dahil na gusto akong pumatay. O, tignan mo yung pulis, o. Tapos sabi na human rights. Eh, paano yan? Hindi mo nila binibilang ang pulis pati sundalo na matay. Cotabato, 8, 2 sundalo, 2 pulis, 8 ang wounded sa drugs. Yung 2 weeks ago, nagpunta ako doon sa Tagig, yung si Mark. Saan yung, hindi ko naman lahat ng pulis na Taytay. Yun, matino rin na tiyaga. Binaril. Kaya, yung pulis, kayong mga pulis, huwag kayong matakot. Basta ito ang order ko. Arrest means you overcome the resistance if there is any. Paano mo, the arrest means utosan ka ng judge, may warrant, dalhin kita sa istasyon, itong warrant. Now, you must place the person you are arresting in your custody. So, dapat walang, talaga siya pumalag, hindi siya lumaban. If he is not supposed to fight with you, you have to place him at within your control so that you can bring him to court. That is what the warrant says. But if they resist violently, maski hawak niyan tubo lang, pag tumaang ulo man, sasabog yung utak ko, you'll go for it, you really kill them. Wala, suportado ko kayo, walang makulong sa inyo. Sigurado yan, walang makulong sa inyo. Hindi ako papayag. Ngayon, kung 3 asawa mo, dagdagan mo ng isa, magkaso ka, ikaw ang paluin ko ng tubo. Ganun yung pulis. Kasi sige, standby dyan sa mga barbar. Kaya yung mga ganda dyan sa bar, kanila. Maya-maya, asawa na. 2. Para rin kayong mayor ng Davao noon. Noon man yun. Hindi naman ako mayor. Totoo. Yung mga sundalo pa talaga. Trabaho lang kayo. Huwag kayong matakot. Akin yan lahat. At the end of the day, akin yan. Kaya pag yun ng judge, ikaw sabi mo, judge, hindi ako. Duterte yan. Si Mayor, wag ako kasi sinunod lang namin yung utos niya. Bakit pimatay? Lumaban eh. Ano mo naman, Judge? Gusto mo ako ang mamatay? Kaya kayo mga durugista, bilang talaga ang buhay ninyo, ang araw ninyo sa mundo. Maabutan ko rin kayo. Sa karami kong pulis na maipadala dito na sekreto, wag na lang dito kasi kilala ninyo. Pwede kayong umiwas. Magpadala ako ng mga 10 dito, sabihin ko sa inyo, ang yayaman dito, hindi kayo, lalo ng pamilya ng sundalo o pulis. Ang yayaman dito, ang punerarya. Sa totoo lang. Kaya wag ninyo akong bullshitin na human rights, human rights. 3 billion addicts, madala mo ng drama yan, plus 600,000 all over the country. And you think that number is a joking thing? Madala mo pa yan sa araw-araw na aresto tapos dali mo sa korte. Basta may hawak ka ng shabu. Pag inaresto ka, magpakamatay ka na lang. So, kayo nga iwan dyan, nakikinig. Talagang mamatay kayo. So, yan ang kapalit dyan. Yan ang kapalit. Kaya maski anong sabihin nilang human rights, I will not allow the Philippine society to deteriorate under my watch. Kasi kung hindi ko kaya to, wala ng tao ngayon makita mo sa politika, sa stage ngayon, tingnan mo kung sino. Kung hindi ko ito matapos, walang makakatapos nito. O kawawa talaga mga bata niyan. Ang apo ninyo ang kawawa. So, baski yan na lang, kontrabida ako, talagang kontrabida naman ako eh. Kaya ang tatay ko noon, sabi niya, hanggang pantalan ka lang. Tapos sabi ng nanay ko, nung pinaluhod ako, narinig mo tatay mo? Ano sinabi siya? Pantalan lang ako. Di ikaw, pantalan. Okay mo lang, basta bayaran ako sa kinarga ko. Ganon, bantay kayo, kaya ang utak ko, utak pantalan. Baka sabihin niyo, buti ang formal, lalo na kung may pare. Ayan, medyo, Kaya ko ito pinili, alam mo bakit? Marami nito eh. Ano to? Anong brand itong yawa na ito? Kasi sa eskwelahan namin to ang logo. Hindi, Giordano. Yan ang niya, kinakaw niya yung logo. Ito man ang logo namin, San Beda. Wala yun. Kaya kayong mga kakainin ko, kayong mga putang ina, kayong kuminto nga kayo dyan. Kaya ko sa inyo, talagang wala kang at the end of the day, pagkatapos ng araw at sunset, hindi tayo magkaintindihan dito, patay ka. Kaya ako nandito to impress upon you yung importance ng drive ko. Tsaka, it pains me deeply to see a person dying in the fulfillment of his duty. May kwento ako ngayong araw ng kagitingan ngayon eh. Sabi ko, ang unang sinabi ko, nung maliit pa ako, lambas ng istorya. I did not read today's newspaper, but sa aeroplano binasa ko. Nandyan yung kay Justice Abad Santos. He was the Chief Justice of the Philippines Supreme Court when the Japanese came. Tapos pinapili siya to swear allegiance to the Japanese flag or he will be beheaded. Tapos sabi ni Abad Santos, okay lang. I will not. Kaya anak niya umiyak. Sige na pa, wala naman tao dito. Dinala sa malabang lanaw. Sabi ni Abad Santos, sa anak niya. Umiiyak yung anak niya. Sabi ni Abad Santos, bakit ka umiiyak? Bakit ako patayin? Bakit lahat naman tao mamatay? Maski saan ka pumunta? But you know, not every Filipino is given the chance to die for his country. Your husband, Gary, died for his country. Hero yan siya. Hindi lahat pwede. Di ba tayo lahat pulis magipaglaban sa mga masasama? Army. Yan sila mga pinakamalapit maging hero. Hero talaga. Ako, mga hero, tigmura mo lang ako. Yan lang maabot ko, putang ina. Pero galit ako. Kaya destroy the apparatus of kung hindi kakainin yung anak natin, pati yung next generation. Hindi ako papayag na ganun ang laro. I will not allow it to happen, said during my presidency. Yan ang deal natin dyan sa either you stop or you die. Period. Kaya yung mga ninja, tawag na yung mga polis na scalawags, hanggang ngayon hindi nag-surrender, pinapatungan ko yung ulo nila 2 million each. So kayong mga kapwa polis, walang ano yan, diretso bigay ko sa iyo. Yung mga polis na tumatago dahil ng mga ninja, unahin ninyo yan. And you will have 2 million plus bagong baril. May pang-honeymoon ka na. Total, pinili natin yan. I know that paski sa akin, sweldo ng presidente, 130,000. Kung lang alam ko lang, hindi ako tumakbo. Putang ina. Gawin ko lang clerk. But since I have to go back now because I'll be spending the night with the soldiers na yung tinamaan, paa, inaayos pa na, nakakast. Any question from the media, Action 5?
Sir, good
Mia.
afternoon. Sir, about the Odicta couple, sir, is it true that...
Odicta?
Yes, sir.
Yun ang pinaka
They were just
drug lord.
shot this morning, sir, and...
Patay?
Yes, sir. Is it true that they were supposed to surrender and go to Kurame to give a matrix for those people involved in drugs, sir?
That is not my problem. He is wanted and is the #1 drug lord. Talagang drug lord ito. And I just was informed early this morning that yung Odicta couple, mag-asawa patay. Sa pantalan ata inabutan. Wow. So, I cannot say anything. Good or bad, wala ako kasi yan ang pinili niya eh. He was corrupting everybody, lahat, pati yung mga governors. May isang gobernador dito sa Visayas na I named him before. Kung you do not believe me, go to Cebu and try to get a time to talk to him. Wala kang pati ang salita niya umiikot sa he's already dysfunctional. Yang Odicta was really being hunted sa Iloilo. Siya yan ay #1. Inabot talaga siya ng malas. Sinong gustong sumunod dito kay Odicta? Bakante ngayon. Patay na raw.
Sir, follow up on Secretary De Lima. She recently mentioned that the matrix you've shown to the public was a basura, and she reiterated that she is 100% innocent, sir. Thank you.
Ang driver niya nandoon sa Matrix. The secret of it all is yung driver niya. Kaya yung driver niya ang may koneksyon sa loob. That is why sa loob, saan ka makakita dito na preso na may nightclub, may banda, makabili ka ng babae, pwede, papasukin lahat. Kung ako ang preso, bakit pa ako lalabas? Nandiyan na eh. Explain to me yung behavior. So mag-explain ka muna sa behavior mo, sa pagkababae mo. Is senator? Ayan, tingnan ninyo sa ano. Nandiyan, may lumabas na naman. Uy, sino ka, ma'am?
Sir, good afternoon. I'm Rida Reyes po from GMA.
Sa Maynila?
Yes, sir.
Kalawaray ka.
Sir, tanong ko lang po, following yung kaninang statement ninyo or kanina po in-address nyo mismo si Chinese ambassador para ipakiusap yung Chinese fishermen. Sabi po niya, sumagot na siya kanina, sabi niya po he's open for discussions daw in letting Filipino fishermen sa Panatag Shoal.
Well, they're having discussions backdoor channeling with President Ramos. I really do not know what's the deal or what is being talked about. It would be either presumptuous of me to say anything that I have not read with the President Ramos. He might have a lot of the wherewithals, pero ako wala, hindi pa kami nakita. So, they're still talking. Akin, diniritso ko to lang, nandoon na eh. Sabi ko, nandiyan ka na lang rin, Ambassador. Wala man tayong away, bakit hindi mo payagan? You have heard andoon ka pala? Kanina?
No sir, I was monitoring po dito sa summer. Sir, another topic lang. Following yung release ng publication ng MASA, can we expect also to hear your voice regularly sa meron daw pong nationwide naman radio program to be hosted by you?
I used to do that when I was mayor. More than almost 20 years with ABS-CBN. But of course, wala na ngayon kasi yung presidente na marami kasi akong trabaho talaga, totoo lang. Sa trabaho ng presidente. Para kang clerk. Yan talaga, clerk. Pag-solve ka ng problema ganito, yan lang. Papel, tapos hindi ka makalabas. Hindi ka makalabas ng Malacanang. You go out and you create a huge traffic problem for everybody. Nahiya ako kasi mga 20 minutes before magdaan ako, clear na yan, pati yung kanto sarado na. So, the traffic piles up at the back. Once you zoom in, pagdaan mo, pass by, they begin to mingle again and sometimes marami tuloy magbabanggaan. It wreaks havoc to the day's mobility. Bago ka lang, ma'am, sa GMA?
Hindi sir.
Hindi nakita, baka nagsuot ka lang dyan.
Hindi sir, may mga assigned kasi po na reporters eh. Thank you sir.
May sinakyan kayo? Chopper? Hay naman mo. Sumama ka lang sa amin. Kaibigan ko yun. Nagluloko lang ako. I'm fun to do that, but you think that flirting, no? That's myself, actually. I do that even to my teachers. Any more questions? Do I hear somebody from the other network? Yeah. Kindly. Ano ka man?
Sir, magandang tanghali po sa inyo. Ako po si Reggie Marina po from 90.1 Star Radio Catbalogan. Local announcer lang po. Sir, matanong ko lamang po yung reaksyon ninyo sa naging pahayag kamakailan ni Senator Laila de Lima hinggil dun sa panawagan ni Speaker Alvarez na hindi po siya interesado at hindi po siya haharap sa gagawing pagdinig ng Kongreso. Ano po ang reaksyon niyo dun, sir?
You cannot compel anybody, not a senator actually. If she refuses, you can cite her for contempt. But the problem is just the immunity for the time being, that she is a senator and Congress is in session. But nobody can force anybody just to be there to bear witness to what's going on. Parang ganon, no? Pero with the kind of pati ako kung ako siya, I'm not being anong tawag dito. But if I were her, look at the, nadagdag na naman doon ngayon. Pero wala kaming pakialam niya na. That's not our work. That is their work. Sinadya niya, nagkumpiyansa sa yan. It's all over town. Yes, wala na. Kayo, wala na. Kalika, yo. Kalika. Magsalita ka.
Iningat problema, dedicated iningat presidente naton. Ang ginyakan na aton presidente, birigod, maupay igod, ang iya pagyakan. Kay pagproteher niyan nga tanan nga mga magraot, naging bubuhat ang Pilipinas. Sanglit ako biliba kay presidente naton. Amo pala ini presidente nga nagbisitan mga patay. Dila ito kay Intermes. Nagkinurukan to ka Manila, Hirakusoy, bata-bata ako, Hiratolentino. Ang vice ni Binay, Himanahan, kami ito. Dito, isusumat ko iyo, ang mga senador, mga sangkay ako, daradara kanito ng mga restaurant. Ibalite, Abrigo, yan siya. Nangingilala ka mo ito, mga congressman. Ito, nga aton mayor, nakilanan nakit sa Manila. Maupayan serbisyo ito, oray trampa. Sanglit, pinadaog. Pinadaog ito. Bastan tao, oray trampa. Maupayan administrasyon niya pagi.
I don't have the list now. I lost it along the way.
Oy, susumat ko iyo. Ita edad yan na 95 na.
Wala.
5 more to 100. Say that?
Sige.
Dito veterans.
Hindi, may announce ako sa kanila. Saan yung papel? It was handed to me earlier this morning. May inaprubahan kami na almost 4 billion, ang 3 billion is yung mga veterano, pati kanina ko lang binasa. I love you man itong sinabi niya dito. Ito. Tama, sinabi niya, she was there, the sons and daughters of the veterans of World War. Pinaprocess, baka sabihin niya, it's 4.6 billion lahat. Kayong mga retirees, 6 point i-follow up lang ninyo. Hindi, wag na kayo mag-follow up. Para magbiyahe-biyahe pa kaluoy. Well, I'll task the DILG. Ikaw na lang, sabihin ko kay Jok, idiretso na kay Sueno, para kayo na lang kayo ang grassroots. Kayo ang grassroots nga, andyan, mayroong gobernador, just in-approve namin last week yung 4.6 billion. Yung arrears na hindi nila nakuha, makukuha ninyo yun dito sa kung mga veterano, tapos yung mga byuda na. Yes sir, malaki ang respeto ko sa iyo. I said, you're the heroes of our country. Yung mga byuda, tingnan mo ang tao na nagmamahal ng bayan niya. Talagang galit. Ako, bayan, pati yung mga magaganda sa bayan natin. Sana yun? Kaya siguro I have to pass by, I don't know, I have to pass by Tacloban. Why? Yung wounded. So I have to pass by, bigyan ko rin tulong, same, but less, it's about 150 ata. Sa opisina ko. Wala yan sa, iba yung sa polis. Yung akin lang, just to, gumagastos talaga ako para tulungan yung mga taong na sagasaan sa kampanya to. Pero huwag kayong matakot. Kung ano lang ang problema ng police, sabi mo kaso sa'yo. Hindi sa panahon ko, hindi ako papayag. Pero kung magkapayag man, tiisin lang ninyo, tapos ako na ang bahala. Basta dito sa kampanya to, kailangan tapusin ko ito. Maniwala kayo, kasi wala akong nakita dyan ngayon sa mga politiko na kaya nilang. Sino man? Turo kayo ng pagiging presidente dyan na lalaban ng sapakan dito sa mga turugi. Pati Abu Sayyaf, yung grupo, kayong mga komunista nakikinig, sino NPA dito? Marami man talaga samar. Hands up. Wala na mo ako. Labon pagtalikod, sundalog, pulis, makibaka. Puro yung pangitag baka, di ila-ila. So we're having peace talks. I hope that you honor the ceasefire. As we are, wala ka nun. But I do not believe in that na may teritoryo hindi makapasok ang... I do not believe in the theory that just because there is ceasefire, that there is an area where the soldiers or the police cannot enter. That is not, I do not say you. Government has every right to put the police and the military in any area of the Republic of the Philippines. Buti ang klaro tayo. Huwag lang tayo magpatayan, basta pag magkita tayo, sigaw ka agad. NPA ako. Ay bakit ikaw lang ba, pati ako? Well, I am sad that we have lost Gary. But I am happy also that I met you, and maybe you can relay this message to all. Masakit talagang may mamatay sa pamilya. Totoo yan. It's not easy. So better, nandyan na yung delikadong lugar. Meron naman dito tama pati mali na daan. Kayo. Kung gusto mo ng mali, disgrasya ka talaga. Bakit hindi ka madisgrasya? Karaming pulis pati military. Patay. Buti kung NPA ka makatakbo-takbo ka sa bukid. Pagdating doon, patayin ka rin ng NPA. Galit rin yun doon sa droga. So, ma'am, I leave, I share your grief, but rest assured that I would say an assuring word, did you? Care is the word. We take care of yung mga kapatid ng asawa mo. Salamat po sa inyong lahat. Yeah.
Of Congress of the Philippines, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly sit down. Thank you. Allow me a little bit of informality at the outset. You would realize that the three guys in the elevated portion of Congress are from Mindanao. So wala na talaga kaming masabi. Senate President Aquilino Pimentel III, members of the Senate, Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, and the members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, President Fidel V. Ramos, President Joseph Estrada, President Arroyo, Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Serrano, and the justices of Sereno, rather, I'm sorry, justices of the Supreme Court, His Excellency, Papa Nuncio, and members of the Diplomatic Corps. We cannot, well, of course, I have also to greet the Executive Secretary, Salvador Medjaldia, the members of the Cabinet, fellow workers in government, my countrymen. We cannot move forward if we allow the past to pull us back. Finger pointing is not the way. That is why I will not waste precious time dwelling on the sins of the past or blaming those who are perceived to be responsible for the mess that we are in and suffering from, except maybe to extract a lesson or two from its errors. We will not tarry because it is the present that we are concerned with and the future that we should be prepared for. Lest I be misunderstood, let me say clearly that those who betrayed the people's trust shall not go unpunished, and they will have their day in court. And if the evidence warrants, they will have their day of reckoning too. When I decided to seek the presidency of this republic, I knew what the ills of our country were. I knew their causes, and I was briefed on those who caused the causes. I heard the people on the streets complain that justice had become illusory, that equity and fairness and speedy disposition of cases had deteriorated into hollow concepts fit only for muscular dissertations. It was and still is very sad indeed. As a former prosecutor, I know there are always ways of knowing how fast or how slow cases go. What I did was to look into the number of postponements and the time difference between each postponement and the next setting. It was simple as that. I will appreciate deeply if we all in government attend to this urgent need. I was determined then, as I am now determined and better positioned, to wage war against those who make a mockery of our laws, including those who make life for us all miserable. I wish to assure everyone, though, that vindictiveness is not in my system, just like you and I, all equal treatment and equal protection are what I ask for our people. But we must have the courage to fight for what we believe in, undeterred by the fear of failing or losing. Indeed, courage knows no limits. Cowardice does. At this point, there are concerns few I wish to convey to all, to the end that as I perorate on facts, figures, plans, programs, and solutions, these concerns will not dissipate or get lost along our way. Thus, to our religious bishops, leaders, priests, pastors, preachers, imam, let me assure you that while I am a stickler for the principle of separation between church and state, I believe quite strongly that there should never be a separation between God and state. During my inauguration last 2016, I said that the fight against criminality and illegal drugs and corruption will be relentless and sustained. I reiterate that commitment today, and that is why I call on the Philippine National Police, the barangay chairman, the mayors and governors, are all those occupying seats of power and authority not to lower their guard. There will be no let-up in this campaign. Double your efforts, triple them if need be. We will not stop until the last drug lord, the last financier, and the last pusher have surrendered or put behind bars. Or below the ground, if they so wish. To our police officers and other officials, do your job, and you will have the unwavering support of the Office of the President. I will be with you all the way. Abuse your authority, and there will be a hell to pay. For you will have become worse than criminality itself. I order the National Police Commission to hasten the conduct of investigation and adjudication of administrative cases against police officers involved in criminal activity and illegal activities, and prescribe policies on lifestyle checks for PNP members. In this quest, I will put at stake my honor, my life, and the presidency itself. The DLG is also directed to strictly monitor how LGUs perform their supervision functions over the police, and those found that performing will be sanctioned, including the loss of police deputation from the NAPOLCOM. Let me repeat my warning to all. I repeat to all. Do not do drugs. Because you will be the solution to the drug crisis that has engulfed malawak the nation. We will create an interagency committee on illegal drugs that will integrate efforts and strengthen the partnerships of all stakeholders. The reservists will be mobilized for information campaign against drug use and dissemination of information regarding drug rehabilitation program being offered by the government. Let us also strengthen our ROTC program to instill love of country and good citizenship. We will also prioritize the rehabilitation of drug users. We will increase the number of residential treatment and rehabilitation facilities in all regions of the country. The armed forces of the Philippines will facilitate the preparation for the use of military camps and facilities for drug rehabilitation. There can never be real, tangible, and felt development without making our people feel secure. And it is our duty to uplift the people's welfare. With this, my administration shall be sensitive to the state's obligation to promote and protect, fulfill the human rights of our citizens, especially the poor, the marginalized, and the vulnerable, and social justice will be pursued even as the rule of law shall at all times prevail. My administration shall implement a human approach to development and governance as we improve our people's welfare in the areas of health, education, adequate food and housing, environmental preservation, and respect for culture. Human rights must work to uplift human dignity. But human rights cannot be used as a shield or an excuse to destroy the country. Your country, I am my country. Meantime, since our country continues to be confronted with internal security threats aggravated by the existence and activities of the terrorist group Abu Sayyaf, the full force of the AAP will be applied to crush these criminals who operate under the guise of religious fervor. The AAP shall enhance its capability to search and engage these rogue and lawless elements. We have to strengthen our coordination with Indonesia and Malaysia to suppress the kidnapping in the waters of our neighboring countries. We will strengthen our counter-terrorism programs by amending various laws on human terrorism, terrorism financing, and cybercrime. This is our answer to the challenges of the global developments on the non-traditional threats, transnational crimes, and fanatical terrorism. Addressing global warming shall all be our top priority, but upon a fair and equitable equation. It must not stymie our industrialization. We also endeavor to develop and corporate partnership with nations sharing common interests and concerns with the Philippines, maintain and sustain bilateral and multilateral consultations and dialogues. We will continue to expand operation human assistance, disaster response, maritime security, and counterterrorism. We shall deepen security dialogues with other nations to build greater understanding and cooperation. With regard to the West Philippine Sea, otherwise known as China Sea, we strongly affirm and respect the outcome of the case before the Permanent Court of Arbitration as an important contribution to the ongoing efforts to pursue a peaceful resolution and management of our disputes. On the aspect of our peace processes relating to our engagement with the international community, the Philippines shall remain committed to work under international and with industrial partners, achieving lasting peace and progress in the country. We will vigorously address the grievances that have been time and again expressed not only by the Bangsamoro indigenous peoples and other groups for security, development, fair access to decision-making, and acceptance of identities. Enduring peace can only be attained only if we meet these fundamental needs of every man, woman, and child. To our Muslim brothers, the Moro country, and the members of the CPP, NPA, NDF, let me say this. All of us want peace. Not the peace of the dead, but the peace of the living. We express our willingness and readiness to go to the negotiating table. And yet, we load our guns, fix our sights, pull the trigger. It is both ironic and tragic, and it is endless. While we extol the bravery and heroism of our soldiers, kayo, the rebels, do the same for your members and fighters. What I see instead are the widows and the orphans, and I feel their pain and grief, and no amount of cash assistance or the number of medals can compensate the loss of a human life. Sorrow cuts across every stratum of society. It cuts deeply, and the pain lasts forever. That is why I reach out to you, to all of you today, to our Muslim brothers. Let us end the centuries of mistrust and warfare. To the CPP, NPA, NDF, let us end these decades of ambuscades and skirmishes. We are going nowhere, and it is getting bloodier by the day. To immediately stop violence on the ground, restore peace in the communities, and provide enabling environment conducive to the resumption of the peace talks, I am now announcing a unilateral ceasefire with the CPP, NPA, NDF, effective immediately, and call on our Filipinos in the National Democratic Front and its forces to respond accordingly. Let me make this appeal to you. If we cannot as yet love one another, then in God's name, let us not hate each other too much. So it was said, I say the same to you today. We will strive to have a permanent and lasting peace before my term ends. That is my goal. That is my dream. On the macroeconomic management, my administration will continue and maintain current macroeconomic policies and even do better. We will achieve this through prudent fiscal and monetary policies that can help translate high growth into more and better job creation and poverty reduction. By the end of my term, I hope and pray to to hand over an economy that is much stronger, characterized by solid growth, low and stable inflation, dollar reserves, and robust fiscal position. On taxation, my administration will pursue tax reforms towards a simpler and more equitable and more efficient tax system that can foster investment and job creation. We will lower personal and corporate income tax rates and relax the bank secrecy law. Na presidente ako eh. Ayaw ko sanang makialam dito sa mga to. Wala mo na. Well, anyway, may I continue? At the household level, there must be sufficient income for all Filipinos to meet the basic food and non-food needs for their families. We shall continue to track investments that will generate thousands of jobs each year, jobs that are suitable for the poor and less skilled members of the workforce. Reforms to ensure competitiveness and promote ease of doing business will be mandatory. Reacting to these needs, the restrictions on the economy will be needed to make more investments to come and to develop labor-intensive industries such as manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism shall be pursued. We must also invest in human capital and ensure equal access to economic opportunities. The implementation of the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law must be put into full force and effect. So that couples, especially the poor, will have freedom of informed choice on the number and spacing of children they can adequately care and provide for, eventually making them more productive members of the labor force. When employment is not an option, for instance, in extremely rural neighborhoods, entrepreneurship will be advocated. We shall also enhance local business environment by addressing bottlenecks in business registration and processing, in streamlining investment applications and process and integration, the services of various government offices. Government financial institutions shall come up with out-of-the-box financing packages to capacitate our small and medium entrepreneurs. In the field of tourism, we shall construct more access roads and tourism gateways to service centers and tourist sites. Road development projects shall complement with our trust to modern agricultural infrastructural and spending improving the construction and rehabilitation of roads and the irrigation, and establishing modern harvest and post-harvest facilities to minimize losses. We shall also conduct a nationwide soil analysis to determine areas most suitable for rice farming to optimize production, with the use of effective soil rehabilitation and fertilization. We shall strictly enforce fisheries laws, particularly on illegal fishing, and promote aquaculture along riverbanks and in backyards. On the other hand, we will accelerate infrastructure spending, improving national roads and bridges, and implementing the Mindanao Logistics Infrastructure Network and other road network master plans. We shall pursue inter-island linkage projects. We shall be implementing structural mitigation to measure the address of the perennial flooding in Metro Manila and neighboring areas. We shall put up new pumping stations in strategic places. The revival of the operation of the Pasig River Ferry service system is a viable option for the severe traffic congestion in Metro Manila. This serves as an alternative mode of transportation for passengers, particularly those coming from the east side of Metro, to reach specific destinations within the cities of Manila, Mandaluyong, Pasig, Taguig, Marikina, and Quezon City. Our anti-colorum campaign and out-of-line apprehension, including the removal of terminals, will be intensified, and my God, it will be done. Immediately, to address lack of road infrastructure in Metro Manila, usage of existing roads will be maximized. Thus, there is a need to cooperate and coordinate with LGUs to map out secondary routes and to consult various stakeholders, including the public transport operators. Many in government opine realistically that I would have to agree that the worsening traffic situation could be logically addressed if Congress would also accord emergency powers to the agencies concerned. Ayaw mo, okay lang rin. Pero nakita namin, kung gusto ninyong madalian, alam naman talaga ninyo, sagad na lahat. Sagad na. Nasa inyo yan. If you give it, fine. If you don't, we take the longer route, slowly. And tanggapin ko yung pagmumura ninyo. Huwag lang sa malapit. Ganun talaga eh. You done it. It's an urgent and immediate solution. Gusto ninyo, madali, okay. Pag ayaw naman ninyo, because baka sabihin nyo, ang korupsyon naman, hindi okay rin. I assure you. Wala ito sa script. I assure you. This will be a clean government. If that is the only worry that you have, and I can understand your misgivings, wala na ito sa haba. Wala na ito sa script. You know, ako makagarantiya ako. 101%. It will be clean. Problem is, I can only act through agencies and departments. That's why I urge you, na basking kunting mali lang, wala akong ano sa inyo. Wala na akong politika, wala na lang. I'm through after this. I just passed on to you the information that, you know, I act through secretaries and everything. I cannot guarantee their honesty and competence at all times. Cabinet members, yes. Pero yung sa baba, yung procurement, yung bidding dyan. But as far as I can really, it malinis talaga to. At napag-usapan namin sa likod about the federal system. You know, my advice to you is maintain a federal system, a parliament, but be sure to have a president. Wag, hindi na ako niyan. I'm disqualified, and by that time, I would no longer be here. But I can commit today to the Republic of the Philippines and its people. If you hurry up the federal system of government, and you can submit it to the Filipino people by the 4th, 5th year, kasi proseso yan eh. You call for a referendum, and after that, call for a presidential election. I will go. Sibat na ako. But you must have a president. You copy the France system. Huwag mo hiyaan yung puro na parliament, delikado yan. It takes time even for yung kagaya ng England. There was this bomb on the double deck. Took them time really. Because there's no one apparatus for a commander-in-chief down. You can have a president, you can elect. Maybe Tito Soto would be the lucky guy at the time. O limitahan mo lang. Ceremonial powers, power to dissolve, power to accept the resolution or whatever. Mandating you this, do that. Or ceremonial powers, except in times of need. If there's a demand for action, you must have a president. Wala na ako niyan. I said, if you can give me that document, I will urge you to conduct, call for an election the following week. And even if there's still 2 years, 3 years, I will go. Okay na ako. Do not worry about me. I am into that much ambition. Nanalo ko. Hindi ko alam bakit nandito ngayon. Nandoon lang ako. Totoo man. Sino man nagsuporta sa inyo sa akin dito? Wala man. Not a single congressman, except for two provinces governor. Yun lang. Wala akong barangay captain. Wala lahat. Pero ngayon, processing time in issuing permits and licenses shall be reduced to the barest minimum. In my city, it is always 3 days for local governments. That will bind the office of the president down to the last barangay level. 3 days. 3 days. Local government. Business permit, clearances, no follow-ups. Bigyan mo ng stop. Be back next week. Tignan mo yung workload. And I will require every department, yung dito sa etas. They must have a logbook. Wag sa computer kay itong ganito na-erase yan. Gaya mong date, time, I accept the documents of Rodrigo Duterte. Then you go to your computer. You must have an actuarial projection, sir. Look at the workload. Napakabubo mo naman, kinama. Ilan ang workload ninyo? Tapos, bumalik ka dito August 3. 3 o'clock. Yan, 3 o'clock. Ibigay mo. Ngayon, I will be establishing 8888. Only for dedicated to corruption. Pag may marinig ako sa executive department, even a whisper, hiwalay-hiwalay na tayo. Marami dyan sa gallery, marami dyan, walang trabaho, nag-a-apply hanggang ngayon. Hindi naman lahat kasi mayayaman yan. Mga asawa ninyo ata yan. While the issuance and distribution of motor vehicle plates at point of sale o through motor vehicle dealers shall be considered. Wag na sa LTO kaya hanggang ngayon, panahon pa ni Jesucristo yung first plate nila, hanggang ngayon wala. Bayad na yun. Until now, sa awa ng Diyos. For the driver licenses, its effectiveness will be extended from the current 3-year period to 5 years. To reduce queuing time at ticketing stations, tickets sa mga train will be made readily available and easily accessible to the riding public kung bilihin mo yan sa malls, stalls, and stores. Ipinagbibili mo yung diyan mo na ibigay. Accredited. Huwag doon banda sa recto, kasigurado pikihin yan mga ulol. May I address again to the Filipino. Ako po'y nagdodoble ang pagod para sa inyo, para sa kapakanan ng bayan. Seryoso po ako. Kayong mga ganon, tikit-tikit at magkaroon ng gulo, huwag ho ninyong gawain yan. Ito na yung warning ko. Yun na yun, last. Wala nang iba. Hindi ko na gagawin. Huwag ninyong sirain yung mga bagay-bagay na ginagawa namin para sa kapakanan ng tao. Mabuti ang magkaintindihan tayo. Maya yung bantay kayo, kaibigan ko trag. Kaya wag ninyong gawin. Simple lang yan eh. Para walang away sa gobyerno, yung mga bagay na illegal at masama at hindi tama, wag mong gawin. At hindi kami mag-aaway dito. Pati yung pare na, pati si Pau, tinamaan. Okay, let us be clear with each other. I am for the comfort and the welfare of the Filipino. Kayo namang hindi pa bungog dyan, hindi pa pumasok yung mga droga. Kung ayaw ninyong mamatay, ayaw ninyong masaktan, huwag kayong umasa dyan sa mga pare pati human rights, hindi nakakapigil yan ng kamatayan. So huwag ninyong gawin, tapos nandiyan ka, nakabulagtad, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet na parang Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. Ayan yung mga yan eh. Magdadramahan tayo dito. Dito ang nakatingin kasi dito yung public eh. Alam mo, ilang beses ko na sinasabi, sa Davao, wag mong gawin. Kasi magkakaproblema tayo. He who is the cause of the cause is the cause of them all. Ikaw yung nag-umpisa, you swallow. Ulitin ko he who is the cause of the cause is the cause of them all. Kami nagtatrabaho lang. We have a nation to guard. We have millions of people to see that they are healthy. It's a question of drug, it's a question of public interest, public order. Kita mo, lesser crime. Wala na kasing magnanakaw. Wala na nag-hold up. Kasi pare yan. Kita tapos sa bila, maliliit lang yan. Gamitin mo utak mo. If you're able to contaminate, kagaya ng negosyo ng mga Chinese, wholesale yan sila. Kasi kunti-kunti, the whole of Tondo contaminated, pera yan. I'm not saying it's Chinese. The practice of itong wholesale retail. They go for wholesale. Maski na kumita lang ng isang piso dyan sa isang kaso, okay na yan. Kasi paramihan eh. Yan ang ibig kong sabihin. Now, I hope the military and the police will not react on this. It's part of the deep intelligence that we have gathered. I'm forced to come in public kasi pati yung mga pare nagaano. Alam mo, kayong mga media, naghanap kayo ng where's the big fish? Saan yung bilyonaryo na mayaman? Yung may kotse, may mga Mercedes, may... Ma'am, nandoon yan sila sa labas. Wala dito. Magdala ka ng isang batalyon na pulis para hulihin natin doon. kung kaya natin, didirect the traffic of drugs sa kanila. Meron silang ganito, malaki. Real time, nakikinig sila ngayon dito. I am very 101% nakikinig sila. Doon lang, isusuri nila sa tunlo. Oh, itapon mo dyan. Tapos umalis ka, kunin mo daw sa tindahan yung bag o package. Masabi mo nakikita ni media na kayo lang nagbabrand niya na drug lord. Those are not the drug lords. You, mga lieutenant, delivery boy yan. Kumbaga LBC lang yan, pati DHL, federal. Pati yung tawag nilang basura, yun yung street, ano. Huwag kayong maghanap. Gusto niyo, sabihin ko sa inyo, puntahan natin. I'll give you the names. I'll show you the intelligence dito. Pero give me the guarantee na may magawain ka. Just I'll give you the name, I'll give you the country. Kung wala ka rin gagawa, mag-shut up ka. Kaya hindi lang kami na, do not get too personal about our work here. I'm saying that dito, balik na tayo kasi yung hindi nakakaintindi ng Tagalog, ano na yung nila. So, tagal naman itong passenger capacity congestion shall be addressed by increasing the number of running trains from the current 16 trains with a total of 48 cars per hour to 20 trains with a total of 60 car per hour. Now, you increase the train speed from 40 to 60. Ang problema nito, yung mga railway na, di na ito kasali dyan. Huwag mo maniwala dito. 2/3 of these are mine. The other 1/3 is, correct yung grammar ko, yung ano lang nila. 60 km per hour. Problema nito, and you must agree with me, that the rails are quite aged. Most of the rails, maybe, doon pa yan sa panahon ni Marcos, Imelda. Nandiyan pa. Ngayon, sabi ni Tugadi, kaya pagbigay sa akin, sabi ko, 40 to 60 kilometers per hour. Sabi ko, Art, sigurado ka makahold ang rail niya? Baka maputol yan, magdiretso yung train sa Cavite. Diretso sa Cavite, maglipad doon kay Tolentino. Oh, bakit may train dito sa Tagaytay? It's quite fast. Quite fast, 60 kilometers per hour, and you're pulling something that's heavy. When it really moves, mawala ng ano, it moves with the speed at a heavy thing, at a great speed. Mahirap mong sumasadsad kasi mabigat. And reduce headway time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Mahina lang tayo ng plano ni Tugati, mahina lang tayo ng 1 minute. Sa Hong Kong, 2 minutes, kanya 3 minutes. Art, ambisyoso ka. Kaya mo kayo ito. Specifically for the LRT, the operating hours shall be extended from 9:30 to 10:30 p.m. Kasi marami pa mga bata mag-uwi niyan. And to absorb more passengers, delays in the procurement of additional trains shall be addressed soonest. Now, yan ang sinasabi ko. If you want the long way, fine. Wala akong problema. Sabihin ninyo na doon ang we go the normal way if you are able to make purchases. Ang maganda nito, I have signed the executive order sa aming FUI. Naunahan ko kayo. Yung inyo na, nandoon na sa akin. Tapos na ako. Ilabas ko na. It will be out today. Alam mo, sabi ko, unahan ko dating kongreso. Puro mayayabang yung dyan. We grab there's a stealing one's thunder. Kaya unahan na natin. So, we shall also pursue rail projects in Metro Manila at the major key points and the country, including the Mindanao Rail Project. Hindi ako nagyayabang, pero totoo talaga to. Wherein Depende sa federal. But 6 years, lalabas talaga ito, I assure you. Because it's going to materialize. Rail projects, the Davao Transit System, the Cebu Transit System, the North and South Luzon Railways, and the Panay Railways Project. Tama? Panay. Taga saan si ano? Panay. Panay ang bigay natin para sabihin naman Senator Delon, binakbait ka dito. Malagyan daw yung island mo ng train. May tawa pa. Binabakbait ka dito. Sumbong man yan. Tingnan mo yan. Different approaches are also being considered to decongest NAIA, including the possible transfer of general aviation. Na itong, I will, hindi, ang style ko kasi, ganito, hindi naman ako, I'm not steeped into formalities. Itong of general aviation, alam mo kung sino tiyatamaan yan? Kayong mayayaman. Kayong may mga helicopter pati aeroplano, ilipat ko kayo. Alam mo yung general aviation, yung mga Learjets, sa mga kumpanya, ilagay ko kayo sa Batanes para wala masyadong air traffic. No, I'm offering Sangli Point. Kasi kailangan ko isang runway. I can make a new runway there, sabi ng mga aviation experts. But tumbok niyan is the Merville subdivision. Maka isa pa akong runway dito sa Metro Manila. But if not, then it's going to be Clark. But on a condition that we will have a fast rail. Sabi ko kaya, something like 1 hour of travel, sabi ko kay Tugadi, is not acceptable. Make a rail there, bago. Marami na ko pa eh. It's the vow of the day is the bullet train. Ilagay mo yan sa Pilipino na driver, sotoy talaga kayo doon. Maglampas kayo. The Clark Airport can be utilized to shift some operations of our domestic and international airlines. Moreover, a one-stop shop will be established within the civil aviation complex for the benefit of the overseas Filipinos. Ito, mangyari nito. To utilize the Clark Airport, it is necessary to establish yung mga, well, you have a rail to connect. Tapos na yan, itaas mo na kayo, gitagalog ko na. In the area of environment, the military is directed to intensify its makinig kayo kasi gitawa dyan, support role against illegal logging, illegal mining. Diyan pa naman si Gina Lopez. And other destructive practices that aggravate the devastation of our natural resources. I have to protect the country. Many are complaining against the appointment of Gina Lopez. But si Gina, pati ako, we share the same paradigm. The interest of the country must come first. But hindi ko naman sinasabi, there's a law allowing mining. Gina Lopez and I are just telling you, follow government standards. Do not destroy the environment. Follow it to a T. Wala tayong problema. Just pay the correct taxes, follow the standards. Gina Lopez is just doing her job. You know, she is really a crusader. So, that is how I would describe her persona. Crusader. Kaya, sabi ko, tama yan. Kaya, bakit? Nandiyan ba si Ma'am Gina Lopez? Secretary Lopez? Ganito yan. Pumunta siya sa Davao. Gabi na mga 1 o'clock because on the early days of my but I was, hindi pa ako nag-vote. Marami na nagpuntahan. Ito, felicitations, congratulations. Si Ma'am pumunta twice. Every time she shows me the degradation of ito na. Tapos, 2 oras naman, mukhang hindi na matapos, sabi ko, Ma'am. Ma'am, do not be offended. Totoo man, huwag kang magalit kay, it's the truth. So, mag-aalas 3 na, you rudi, this man, tapos, extemporaneous na, parang congressman, ito, Ma'am. Kung Ma'am, mag-aalas 4, Ma'am, ano kaya kung ikaw na lang ang Dina? Bigla rin siya nagsagot ka, totoo ka? Masik ka, sabi ko, hindi yung, siya, I will ask I'll consult my family and ask my, nila. Following day, tawag siya kay may 8 Bong. Sinabong, okay na, tinanggap na. Sabi ng pamilya ko, okay na. Sabi ko, ay, bantay kayo lahat. But I would not be appointing somebody who's alien to my thinking. I would take in somebody who shares my horizons in life. Especially yung degradation ng tama yan, she's a crusader and she will continue. And dito naman lagay is, the DNR is likewise directed to review all permits granted to the mining, logging, and other environmental sensitive activities to ensure compliance with government standards. And if warranted, ito na yung pinakamaganda, amend, suspend, or revoke permits. Go ahead. I'd like to thank God that I had this opportunity, really. I never thought umabot ako dito. I've always had that crank sa isip ko, mahirap itong Kaya itong Laguna Lake, naubos ng wala na ang fisherman. Yun na lang the difference between one big fish pen to the other. Yun na lang ang sa mga tao. Makita mo sa plane every time, I go to Davao, I pass by that lake there. Every time kita ko, talagang wala nang And the fishermen are complaining about the loss. Talagang wala na sila kasi ang maliit na lugar, yun lang ang kanila. So dito, pinadaan ko lang a diplomatic way that the Laguna Lake shall be transformed into a vibrant economy zone showcasing ecotourism by addressing the negative impact of watershed destruction, land conversion, and pollution. Ito yung nilagay ko. Pero this is what I'm telling you. The poor fishermen will have priority in its entitlements. Order to Gina is, ayusin mo, ma'am. Huwag mo namang ipitin, but they have to reduce the areas of occupation. They cannot have their cake and eat ito. Sila na yung may pera, sila na yung, this must stop. So, siya ni tanong sa kung sinong may-ari niyan. Simple lang. Mga general, mga mayor, governor, baka congressman. I mean, this is not personal. This is something which I feel that I must do because it is the right thing to do.
to have adequate disposal facilities for Metro Manila garbage. The final closure and rehabilitation of the Carmona sanitary landfill shall be pursued, while the adoption of appropriate waste-to-energy facilities will be explored. Marami na. The technology is coming in very fast. In the area of governance, there's a need to strengthen our efforts along this line. Taas mo na. Mataas yung paragraph na yan. Ito. Select the best answer dito. Ang taas nito. Huh? Mabubuang ka. To better manage public information, a law should be passed, I'm addressing to Congress, to create the People's Broadcasting Corporation, replacing PTV4, the government-run TV station, which now aims to replicate international government broadcasting networks. Teams from these international news agencies, I'd like to mention that those interested, BBC, are set to visit the country soon to train people from government-run channels to observe, ito ang gusto ko, total pera naman ng tao, to observe editorial independence through innovative programs and intelligence treatment, analysis of reports, as well as the development of national and international significance. The Government's Bureau of Broadcast Services, better known as the Radyo ng Bayan, shall undergo upgrading to make it financially viable and dependable for accurate and independent and enlightening news and commentary. Radyo ng Bayan will be integrated with the PBC. As we are presently setting up a presidential communications satellite office in Davao City, PBC will also put up broadcast hubs in the Visayas and Mindanao. Davao City will also be the first site with the first Muslim channel called as Salam Television and the first Lumad channel. The PCO shall coordinate with the Office of the Executive Secretary and Presidential Legal Counsel in implementing the recently approved EO on Freedom of Information. This is the executive order. It's out. As an example, on the part of our executive branch to make transparency and integrity as yardsticks in government performance, savings, and expenses, while engaging the public to be vigilant and to participate in government programs and projects. The PCO, in coordination with the Executive Secretary, is drafting the administrative order on the Task Force on Media Killings. This government does not condone violence and repression of media. The bona fide media, sometimes they pronounce it bona fide, but whatever the thing is, the bona fide media has always been our partner for change. Hindi medyo klaro yan. Anong gawin mo sa hindi bona fide media? Yan ang problema. To address backlogs, unlock prosecutorial effectiveness and efficiency, the investigation and case management processes shall be streamlined, including those for illegal drugs and heinous crimes. To eradicate the prevalent cultures of fear and silence that they have founded our justice system, I ask Congress, you, to enact the whistleblower protection law, while the present witness protection program shall be strengthened. Hirap maging presidente, maski dito lang. The number of lawyers and support staff and the PAO, that is the Public Assistance Office, regional and districts, shall be increased to provide Indians with more access to counsels. At this stage, I also have directed the DILG to undertake nationwide information and campaign on federalism in partnership with various alliances and with LGOs, civil society, grassroots, and faith-based organization. Hinto muna ako dito, itong federalism. Ayaw ko itong tama ako. Alam mo, itong bayan natin, if I may just repeat, I know that you know, in 1521 or 1526, Magellan landed in Leyte. Tapos, kumari ko man ito, damat Maria. Mindanao was already Islam by 100 years. So, ano ito? It's an imperialism thing. There's a historical injustice committed against the Moro people. We have to correct it. But it is well nigh impossible now. Kaya kayo mga kapatid kong mga Moro, alam naman ninyo, ako ay mixed. Migrant ang tatay ko doon. So, some ay mixed blood ako. Moro, pati Christian. But, you know, intindihin na lang natin ito, that we cannot return to you all yung nangkuha ng mga Amerikano, Espanyol, pati yung mga Pilipino, mga kapitalista, those who exploited Mindanao with that thing, sloganeering, go to Mindanao because it is a land of promise. With the vast entry of so many people, basically coming from the Visayas, karoon tayo ng, we cannot solve it the way you want it to be. We have to understand each other, then we have to live with each other. But we'll try. Ang sinasabi ko nang babalik ako, dahil ako sa federalism, both Ms. Suarez, Sema, and all, at least the political leaders ng Mindanao will agree to it. We do not, remember that ako yung, hindi ko dinidikdik yung masyadong abusayap because it is really connected with the first talks between Ms. Suarez, the president, subsequently to President Marcos, and until now. Until now. The only way they said that we can have is, yung BBL, ibigay na natin. Minus the things that you do not want, yung constitutional issues. Tanggalin muna natin. Ibigay ko yung area. Ay, wala natin, nandyan na yan eh. So, I ask you, pass it minus the constitutional issues that are contentious. Bigay na natin, at when the federal system comes, isali mo na sa package together with Ms. Suarez. That is the solution for Mindanao. Nothing else. Believe me, nothing else will do. Please sleep on it, ponder on it, because that's the only way to proceed. On the clamor of our citizens for timely issuance of Philippine passports, the government shall work towards amendment of the 1996 passport law to lengthen the validity of the passports from the current 5 years to 10 years. Total, kayo naman ang magagawa ng batas. You're the ones who will pass the law. Even if you make it good for 30 years, okay ako. Bahala ka. Basta stretch a little bit because 5 years is just really simply on a regular basis. Matagal pa naman itong passport. Mag-apply ako ng mga 10 days. Alam mo, I'd like to call the attention of Secretary Iaalay. If you go to Davao, look back doon look at the back, likod ng itong mall, yung malaki mall doon. Sige, pangalanan lang natin, SM. Doon, yung mga tao, nandyan sa pavement, natutulog. For the many times, nadaan ako na walang ulan. Doon yan sila. Because first come, first serve. And the only outlet there, the outlet of your department is yung sa SM. So yung mga maawa ko dito sa side sa Cotabato, lahat ng Cotabato doon sa Davao. karamihan niya walang mga bahay. If you're applicant in Davao City, fine. But yun, kung walang mahirap kasi, karamihan dyan mga mura, naghihiga lang dyan sa pavement. Nasasaktan talaga. Masakit. Yung buong gabi, magtayasal hanggang magbukas yung SM kasi first come, first serve. Kasabi ko, well, that is addressing to all of the cabinet members. Make use of the computer. I do not want to see people lining up under the heat of the sun. I do not want people lining up under the rain na mga brado. And I want itong labor, wala na ito sa script. Yung prompter na tutulog na siguro, kapindot-pindot yan. Alam mo, andyan naman yan. Sabi ko, what I want is a journal. When the applicant presents the documents, give him a shopping list. Do not add or get anything away from it. Yun na yan final. And when he complies with that, that is good. Wag mo na siyang pabalikin. Kasi kung magtawag yan ng 888, may God, puntahan ko talaga kayo. Yan ang bisyo ko ng mayor ako. Make in a difference, mayor, presidente. Puntahan talaga kita at hiyain kita sa maraming tao. And I would publicly ask you, what the hell happened to the procedure? Pupuntahan ko talaga kayo. Local, barangay, police, military, lahat. Bigyan mo ng shopping list, huwag mo nang pabalikin. Because pag magtawang ng 888 yan, tapos makita ko na the grievance is valid, bahala ka anong walang panahon, pupuntahan kita sa opisina mo, and I will ask you. Bakit? Bigyan mo ng stub. You have to employ actuarial ability. That's easy. Pero pagtanggap ng tao, I'm addressing myself under me. Journal. Papirmahin mo siya. Lagyan mo doon, tignan mo sa computer. Kung mag-connect ka doon sa actuarial, mo kailangan ng bubo dyan eh. Kasi matatapos siguro yan mga next month. Tapos na. Projections lang naman. Kung balik ka dito, August 15, 3 o'clock. Pagdating, bagay mo. Now, if it goes to Malacanang, I'll open it up. For those who have valid reasons to complain about graft and corruption, the gates of Malacanang will be open. Doon ka. Magsumbong ka. At I will be briefed by my military or aid or yung itong nagbigay ng tubig. Sir, dito marami ka. So, and the reason why I do not go out, I do not accept invitations. Hindi ako tumatanggap because every time I traveled around Manila, it causes a huge congestion. Kasi pag itong pag-uwi ko, they go also by projection. Paglabas ni Presidente, picture taking, ganun. And they start to block yung roads access to the... ganun yan. Every time ang president noon, ganun yan. So paparahin nila yan, sabihin nila, dadaan yan by this time. And in the meantime, sarado yan. Di paglabas ko, kala mo Verde Santo. Walang sasakyan dyan. Ito pala, exponentially, ang traffic, the tail end of the traffic is somewhere 5 km. And it would take about 2 to 3 hours to normalize. Kaya hindi ako tumatanggap ng... And I hate to travel. Kasi talagang lilinis yan eh. Ito namang... Kasi ang taas kasi ng entourage ng Presidente sila. Doon sa dulo may ambulansya. Hindi na entourage, parang cortege na. Sa posibi ko, Sabi ko, 2, 3 tama. Nasa gitna lang ako. Pero ang totoo, mag-taxi lang ako dito sa likod. Sunod lang ako. Takot ba sila na, ano man makuha mo kung patayin mo ako? What for? May ambulansya ako. Dagdagan mo doon na punerarya. I have also ordered DFA to streamline documentary requirements and passport applications and open additional consular offices in strategic places to decongest Metro Manila sites and avoid queues that have caused hardships and suffering to passport applicants. I have also ordered the newly created DICT, Information and Communication Technology, to develop a national broadband plan to accelerate the deployment of fiber optics cables and wireless technologies to improve internet speed. Ito para ito sa alam ko, mahal kong kababayan, maligayahan kayo nito. Pagpaano mo lang yung Tagalog ko kasi kayo hindi kayo marunong magbisaya din. Wi-Fi access shall be provided at no charge in selected public places, including parks, plazas, public libraries, schools, government hospitals, train stations, airports, and seaports. Diba? Happy lahat. All government agencies are instructed to enable their clients to submit applications for coordination, other agencies combined. Taas mo, wala na yan. Ayaw na magsalita. In the national portal, yes, because it's our parang website. Ito, we shall intensify, mainit talaga ako dito. I place it in parity with drugs. We shall intensify our war against human traffickers and illegal recruiters that prey on our migrants. To help ensure that the hard-earned money of the Filipinos overseas are put into productive use, a mandatory financial education for all migrants and their communities will be pursued with intensive courage and entrepreneurship among them. I may now also ask on Congress to consider drawing up bills consolidating and merging agencies and offices having to do the overseas Filipino to have a department that shall focus on and quickly respond to the problems and concerns. Kailangan mo ng isa. And I have asked, I don't know, Secretary Bello is here, Bebot. Wala. Absinero talaga yan. Kasi sa cabinet absinero yan. Gusto ko, he will lease some buildings near for overseas only. At lagyan ko na i-direct all BIR, lahat na BIR, lahat something to do with the clearances of the police in one building, may booth lang. I said, my God, make use of the computer. So doon lang siya mag-ikot sa isang building. Ang Pilipino, di na siya magpunta doon sa statistics, di na siya punta doon sa dyan sa office niya. Gamitin ninyo ang computer and you can get the results right after. Why do he has to travel to Malate, then he has come with the traffic? He can only accomplish one document at one time. In BI clearances, doon na ninyo bigay. Lahat na doon na. At kung dapat, may awa o sibilyo, pakainin niyo yung mga tao doon. Lalo na sa probinsya. Pag tingin ninyo taga-probinsya, finish it right away. Make use of the computer. O pag hindi nyo ginamit, tapon na lang ninyo. Throw away the computers, and I understand that. It would take you years to do it. Do the computers. Taas mo na, wala na. Ito, to help avoid squatter-like conditions in relocation site, we urge utilities like Meralco and electric cooperatives exercise their social corporate responsibility by making direct connections to relocation sites and depressed areas. Alam mo kung bakit? Hindi na nilagyan nila dyan eh. That's why I had to talk to you ganito. Bakit? It's because walang kurente pagka mahirap ka. You do not own the land. The city engineer would not. That is my experience, 23 years as mayor. Hindi magbigay ng direct connection. Kasi hindi ko may-ari ng lupa. But that squatter there has been there for 20 years. So mag-connect sila. Pagka-connect nila, ang gamitin nila yung wire na, yung pinakamura. So it overheats because connect na lang sila kung sino yung minsan magnakaw. You know, we will have to make the adjustments. It is not for these people to make the corrections because they are not in a position to do it. We have to adjust to the needs of our people. Total yan naman yung as a squatter na yan. As long as I sit there as president, there will be no demolitions without relocations. Di talaga payo. Hindi naman aso yan na, just like in Davao. I'd like to make a dialogue with the businessmen. Sir, how much are you investing in this land you have bought with this squatter? So I bought it at about 60 million. Dagdagan mo ng 20 million. So ako na ang bahala. Sabihin ko doon sa mga tao, bili tayo ng relocation site or I will provide. Government will expropriate. I will make use of the expropriation powers. Okay, ako ganun sa Davao eh. I have 20 hectares there. I will expropriate some land there. Yung malapit lang. Then sabihin ko, this 20 million will help your journey to a new land. And I will urge everybody na yung mga bagong mga factories, doon sila magtayo. Magtiis-tiis lang muna kayo. In the meantime, you have to mitigate the hardships of these people. That's the only way to do it. Pero yung sabi of demolition, walang matirahan ng tao. Total, you sat on your rights for many years. Eh, bakit mo ngayon pipilitin mo ako makaproblema ng ganun? May iba kasi hinahayaan nila. For 10, 20 years, they do nothing. And when the time comes na pagbili lang nila, tayo ngayon disturbuhin. O di gumastos ka, para mas madali. Just add a little bit more. And there will be at least peace. Pag hindi, wala yan. Fight na naman yan between government and the tawag nila squatters. Squatters man talaga yan. Masasaktan lang, mamatay for no reason at all. Eh kung mayaman ka, bigyan mo naman ng kunting provide a relocation, and I'd be glad to talk to the people and say, go, it is not yours. I have directed the concerned regulatory agencies to prioritize the issuance of required permits for power development. Okay yan sa akin. Ang problema, sandali na to. Para ka dyan. Yung mga environmentalist, meron tayong kasi marang yung coal, pati itong energy emissions. Wala man akong problema dyan. But do not tell me na if you ambassador ka tapos sabihin mo sa akin na medyo hanggang lang dyan kayo kasi kami hanggang dito lang kami. Kayo umabot dyan, you are now in the apex of your industrial might. But along the way, you were the first America, China, Europe. Kayong bumabog ka. Until now, we contribute only something 0.0. So if you put so much restrictions doon sa treaty na yan, the treaty which we are trying to, it's still here in the Senate. Let us be very clear on this. We need to industrialize. We need the power. And therefore, the emissions would also be considered. I just can say if I establish 5 economic zones here, and you start to say that you're spewing so much, carbon footprints, mahirap yan. I mean, it's hard. I cannot just agree on anything that will delay. I'm only good for 6 years. And then to do something during my term. Now, I'm sure that the heavy machineries would come in, and even the power. Cheapest is coal. So ito naman, locally, you get in trouble with Gina. So we'll just talk sa cabinet na lang. Si Gina naman is a very fine lady. Huwag ka na magsimangot sa harapan yan. Bigyan ka niya permit, baski 5. Magsimangot ka 0. All that she is to do is just be gracious to her. That's all. It's a matter of talking and explaining to them. But if it is you're using the state-of-the-art technology, and I've seen it several times in the other power plants in this country, if it is really a good one, then we will consider. I said, because we need the energy to power our industrialization. To strengthen delivery of social services, the government will intensify its protection programs so it can use its resources and expertise to make a dent in the country's poverty levels. What we want is genuinely to reduce the vulnerabilities of our people, build resiliency, and empower individuals and families and communities. The beneficiaries of our peace shall be made to become independent and self-reliant after they have graduated from the program. But as it is, we aim to present them with other forms of assistance so that they can stand on their own 2 feet. But now, I have decided to direct the DSWD to provide the rice subsidies to the poorest of the families, at least para makakain lang, every month. Sako na ano. We are planning to increase spending on basic education and incorporate mandatory education about the evils of drugs. We will also intensify and expand alternative learning system programs. The government will also provide universal health insurance for all Filipinos. Benefits. Sali na lang natin sa PhilHealth. The professional competence and operational capabilities of government hospitals and health facilities will be strengthened. Consistent with our international obligations in keeping with national mandates, this administration vows to protect women's rights and human rights abuses against our women because it is unacceptable to me. Bugbog ka ng babae. As I order all agencies and oversight bodies and local government units down to the barangay level to fully implement the Magna Carta for women. By doing so, we will ensure that man and woman will be partners in the pursuit of country's economic, social, and cultural and political developments. To our Lumad brothers, and they are here outside, maybe outside. I mean, they're outside, I'm sure. I told the secretary just to let them come. They want, kanila man to. To our brothers, I have this to say. The government has issued you the ancestral certificates to win. Title, covering vast tracts of land, especially in the island of Mindanao. You have the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act and the National Commission of Indigenous Peoples to protect you and to assist you. Government has given you the tool, the legal tool to improve yourself financially, economically, and socially. Make use of your ancestral domain. Do not let it remain idle. While the government is always ready to help you, you must first help yourself. We cannot legislate financial and economic progress for you. It is you and you alone who can do that. You can chart your fate, but do it within constitutional and legal means. After being devastated by natural and man-made calamities these past few years, we are still to recover emotionally from the loss of our loved ones and materially from the loss of our homes and our income sources. There are many among us whose emotional wounds are still fresh and painful to the touch. We cannot erase the images of death and destruction from our minds. We cannot wash away the stench of rotting flesh from our noses. And there are many of us who are still waiting for the help that was promised. The enormity of the problem of drug addiction has been made manifest by the number of surrenderies which grows by the hundred each day that passes. Since July 1, we have already made 3,600 related drug arrests. 120 drug dependents have already surrendered, and 70,000 of them are pushers. You think this is just a it would take the entire resources of this government to fight this war. I have nothing but the interest of my country. But in its wake, because the PDEA says that that was a statement made by the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. 2 years ago, PDEA came out with a statement that there are 3 million drug addicts in this country. That was 2 or 3 years ago. How do you think would be the number incrementally if we count now? Give it a liberal addition, maybe, lagyan mo na 7,000. So 3,700,000. The number is quite staggering and scary. The drug lords that you desperately want to strangle are not here. Wala mga bilyonaryo dito. The ones that you catch running after are just the lieutenants. They do it by technology. They're cooking it in the international waters. Tinatapo nila yung bulto by the drums. Dikitan nila ng GPS. So makikita ka. We are hard put sa intelligence because they've invented this direct satellite. Hindi na magdadaan niya ng... All we have to do is to triangulate where the pag-ikot niya. And there are so many... And they're in codes. If we do not help from our friends here in Asia and America and Europe, this sheer number and problem, believe me, will drown us as a republic. Kaya tingnan niyo po. How can I solve the problem now by arresting? Hinahanap ko, tagal na akong presidente. Gusto kong patayin. Ang problema, pupunta pa ako doon, then I'll ask the permission from this country that I will go on because I have to slaughter these idiots who are destroying my country. Ganon yun eh. Hindi lang kasi naintindihan, ayaw pa naman bitawan kasi ayaw naman kasi ng military pati police. But you know, I said, I'll be talking in front of the Republic to its representatives, to the people. So I have to tell you, how do we solve this problem? Tell me. Ako naman okay lang eh. Make it public, fine. Make it confidential. If you go to me or go to you, to your house, okay. But that is really the enormity of the problem. It's so enormous that you are intimidated even just to make the move. Because you know you cannot stop it anyway. Mabunggo mo isa ditong hinulog sa dagat, marami naman nagluluto doon. It's a free-for-all enterprise for the criminals at this time. Kung ako, if I had just the plan, I couldn't type. Sabi ko sa military, pag nakita ninyo, pasabugin mo na. Baski nag-surrender niya na may white flag. Panggira lang yan, hindi yan pang-kriminal. Pasabugin mo. Show no mercy to them because they are not doing any mercy to us anyway. Bakit ako Yan ang problema. But we should not despair. Like someone wrote, it is when the night is darkness that dawn breaks. We are imbued with resiliency that has been tested and proven. More difficult times as in the past. We have a band to act together. We have to help each other, for then and only then can we truly prevail. And the Filipino, disciplined, informed, involved, shall rise from the rubbles of sorrow and pain, so that all the mirrors in the world will reflect the face of a passion that will change this land. Daghang salamat.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is adjourned. On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned. Guwapo. Oh, may cocktail dito. Pag-ilis na ako mag-basa. Thank you, sir.
You, sir? Storya naman yan.
Ito tayo, sir. Mr. President. Mr. President.
na Panginoon. Salamat po sa nakalipas na taon, sa lahat ng biyaya at aral na natanggap namin. Sa pagpasok ng bagong taon, gabayan mo po kami sa aming paglalakbay. Bigyan mo po kami ng lakas ng loob upang harapin ang mga hamon na darating. Patnubayan mo po kami sa aming mga desisyon at tulungan mo po kaming mamuhay ng may layunin. Ibigay mo po sa amin ang karunungan at kaalaman upang magamit namin ang aming mga talento para sa ikabubuti ng aming sarili at ng iba. Patnubayan mo po kami sa landas ng kapayapaan at pag-ibig. Sa ngalan ni Jesus, aming Panginoon. Amen.
Ang perlas ng Pilipinas. Walang pahinga sa pagtulong ng mga mahal nating mamamayan. Siya lang ang nag-ikot sa buong Pilipinas para iparamdam ang totoong pagmamahal ng bayan. Kahit binawasan ang budget ng OVP, patuloy pa rin ang serbisyo sa mahal nating mga kapatid. Ang totoong pagmamahal sa Diyos ay makikita kung paano magmahal sa kapwa. Ang totoong serbisyo ay hindi dapat ipagmamayabang, kundi ito'y iparamdam. Ang perlas ng Pilipinas. Walang pahinga sa pagtulong ng mga mahal nating mamamayan. Siya lang ang nag-ikot sa buong Pilipinas para iparamdam ang totoong pagmamahal ng bayan. Kahit binawasan ang budget ng OVP, patuloy pa rin ang serbisyo sa mahal nating mga kapatid. Ang totoong pagmamahal sa Diyos ay makikita kung paano magmahal sa kapwa. Ang totoong serbisyo ay hindi dapat ipagmamayabang, kundi ito'y iparamdam. Ang totoong leader hindi napapagod dahil mayroong Diyos sa puso. Inday Sara, maraming salamat po. Dahil ikaw ay naiiba dahil sa puso mong ubod ng ganda.
Greet ko sa imo, Ma'am Inday Sara, na happy birthday. Ug salamat yun kayo sa ibong hatag sa amo diri na building. Nga di namin mainitan, nga nanami suga, pinmanente. Ug daghang kayong salamat sa imo ha. Ug manghinaot ko, nga makaya nimo ang imong mga problema karon nga ning abot sa imong pagka Vice President, pero kaya nimo na, kaya jud nimo na.
Gusto nako i-greet ang ato ang Vice President, Ma'am Sara. Wish you all the best. I hope na mas mulambot pag yun ang Pilipinas. I love you.
Napaka-special na araw, birthday ng ating pinakamamahal na Vice President. Gusto ko lang i-greet, Madam, happy birthday. Wish you all the best, wish you all the luck, and bigyan ka sana ng ni God
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is called to order. On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Ms. Mona Lisa Mangilin.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati at pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the nation's prayer.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Dakilang Panginoon aming Ama, kayo ay aming pinapupurihan at pinasasalamatan sa inyong naging patnubay at mga pagpapala. Dalangin po namin ang inyong gabay at karunungan sa harap ng mga ibayong pagsubok na aming hinaharap, upang magkaroon ng bagong lakas na nagmumula sa katiyakan ng iyong naisin.
Ya Allah, Ya Malikal Mulk, itinataas namin sa inyo ang pamunuan ng aming pamahalaan, ang aming mga mambabatas, mga miyembro ng hudikatura, at mga kumakatawan sa aming serbisyo sibil. Pag-isahin ninyo ang kanilang kaisipan at damdamin sa pagsulong ng interes ng aming pamayanan tungo sa higit na kaunlaran ng aming bayan.
Basbasan po ninyo ang aming hukbong sandatahan at ang hanay ng aming mga kapulisan. Inyong katarungan kanilang maging pamantayan. Ang inyong pagmamahal kanilang dagdag na sandata. Patuloy nilang mapangalagaan ang kaisahan ng aming bansa, lubusang mapagtagumpayan ang krimen at mga salot sa lipunan.
Ya Allah, Ya Azza wa Jal, mamayani sa aming mga kababayan sa lungsod ng Marawi at Mindanao, ang diwa ng inyong malasakit at pagkakaisa. At sa puso ng bawat Pilipino, ang kamalayang kami ay isang lipi. Nagbibigay halaga sa aming mga karapatan, higit lalo sa aming tungkulin at responsibilidad, nakalingain ng isa't isa bilang isang sambayanang Pilipino.
Mapagmahal naming Ama, turuan ninyo kaming mapangalagaan ang aming kapaligiran. Ilayo kami sa anumang sakuna, likas man o likha ng tao. Matuto kaming tumalima sa inyong kalooban, nang ang inyong itinakdang kaligtasan at kaluwalhatian ay mapasa aming lahat. Siya nawa.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Congress of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Kindly sit down. Thank you for your courtesy. when I was a member of Congress, my seat was over there, near the seat of the lady with the violent, not violent, but rather violet dress, is seated. But I was always absent, together with the Speaker and Tony Boy Florendo, who is still absent until today. And that started, nandiyan ba? Sorry. But his propensity started almost 17 years ago when we were members of the 11th Congress. Senate President Aquilino Pimentel III and the members of the Senate, Pantaleon Alvarez, the Speaker and the members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former President Fidel Ramos, Joseph Estrada, and former President Gloria Arroyo, Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno of the Supreme Court, and the members, of course, Archbishop Pinto, and the distinguished guests of the Diplomatic Corps, Secretary Salvador Medaldia, and the members of the Cabinet, my fellow workers in government, my countrymen. When I took my oath of office a year or so ago, I knew that our country was reeling from a multitude of problems. That day there was euphoria in the air resulting from a successful campaign, and the thought that dominated my being was to make good on my promise to the people to bring change about. Change in government, not a change that is passing, but a change that can survive the test of time. Although I still had to know the magnitude and gravity of the problems, my feeling then was that equipped with the political will embraced by a concerned citizenry, those problems would eventually be bested by us. It was only a matter of determination and collective action. It was only a question of time. For as I saw it then, as I see it now, there is no problem in the world which can stop the march of a people with unflinching and tenacious determination. That was how euphoric it has been. Early on, I felt that if change was to be meaningful, it had to start with those occupying the highest position in government, because change that comes from below is more transitory than permanent. I was aiming for peace on permanence. Let change trickle down from the bottom. It has to be change that is not confined merely to the replacement of people by people, but a change in the people's attitude, disposition, and work ethic. Sadly, although we knew years ago that what was needed or ought to do, we did not do because our idea of government was parochial and we could not rise above family, ethnic, and clan loyalties, as well as loyalty to friends and co-workers. No one wanted to be snitched. That is why we are one in saying that genuine change is what this country truly needs. I believe then, as I believe still, that progress and development will sputter if criminals, illegal drugs, illegal users of drugs are allowed to roam on the streets freely, victimizing seemingly with impunity the innocent, the helpless. Worse yet, there were times when in the past when the protectors of the people were themselves the perpetrators of the very crimes they were tasked to prevent or suppress. It is ironic as it is madness. I have learned that the economy surges only when there is peace and order prevailing in places where investors can pour their capital and expertise. I have learned from experience in Davao City that investor confidence bolstered and fortified only if a potent force and mechanism for protection of local and foreign investments are in place. That is why I have resolved that no matter how long it takes, the fight against illegal drugs will continue because that is the root cause of so much evil and so much suffering that weakens the social fabric and deters foreign investments from pouring in. The fight will be unremitting as it will be unrelenting. Despite international and local pressures, the fight will not stop until those who deal in it understand that they have to cease, they have to stop, because the alternative are either jail or hell. And I will make sure, very sure, that they will not have the luxury of enjoying the benefits of their greed and madness. I do not intend to loosen the leash in the campaign or lose the fight against illegal drugs. Neither do I intend to preside over the destruction of the Filipino youth by being timid and tentative in my decisions and actions. To the critics against the fight, your efforts will be better spent if you use the influence, moral authority, and ascendancy of your organizations over your respective sectors to educate the people on the evil of illegal drugs, instead of condemning the authorities unjustly, blaming for every killing that bloodies this country. But don't get me wrong, I value human life the way I value mine. Each life that is snuffed out translates into future generations' loss. It is like cracking the corn from which an oak tree grows, which in turn produces the seeds to complete the complete cycle of perpetuity. There is a jungle out there. There are beasts and vultures preying on the helpless, the innocent, the unsuspecting. I will not allow the ruin of the youth, the disintegration of families, and the retrogression of communities forced by criminals whose greed for money is as insatiable as it is devoid of moral purpose. Neither will I be mobilized into inaction by the fear that I will commit an act that will expose me to public condemnation or legal prosecution. You harm the children in whose hands the future of this republic is entrusted, and I will hound you to the very gates of hell. That is why I ask you to join me in this fight against illegal drugs and all forms of criminality. The government equipped with legal authority and you, the moral ascendancy over the sector you represent, can do so much and hopefully eradicate the social scourge that plagues us to no end. Look beyond your biases, your prejudices, your ambition, your political agenda. The search for change will begin and end only when we look into ourselves and find it within. Today, a multitude of problems confronts us. No sooner is one problem solved, another surges forth in its place. But we will not be disheartened. We will not be cowed. We will not be overwhelmed. It is during trying times and troubled events that the resilience, perseverance, and determination of the people are tested. The Filipino is no stranger or new fight to situations like the one we face today. We can and we will overcome, as we did countless of times in the past, only if together towards a common goal. Sad to say, despite all efforts, peace, especially in the island of Mindanao, continues to elude us. But of course, it is not the peace of the dead, but the peace of the living that we seek. Peace flits away like a butterfly when you try to snatch it by the wings. And our pursuit of peace continues. The Red Insurgency has been with us for decades, the Muslim issue for centuries. So much time has lapsed, so many lives have been lost, and so much destruction has been wrought. But peace eludes us still. Sometimes, I am almost tempted to conclude that peace might not be able to come during our lifetime. But believe me, it will not be for want of trying. And I will persist in our goal of attaining peace to the last day of this administration and maybe even beyond, although in a different capacity. There is rebellion in Mindanao. The extremists have declared it their purpose to establish a caliphate within Philippine territory along the teachings and beliefs of an Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or otherwise known as ISIS. The Battle of Marawi has dealt a terrible blow to our quest for peace, especially now that an alien ideology and a radical shift in purpose have been injected into the local setting. I declared martial law in Mindanao because I believe that that was the fastest way to quell the rebellion at the least cost of lives and properties. At the same time, the government would be adequately equipped with the constitutional tool not only to prevent the escape of rebels who can easily mingle and pretend to be civilian evacuees only to regroup in another place to fight another day, but also to prevent them from spreading the gospel of hate and violence in the rest of Mindanao. Martial law and the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus enable the military to arrest, detain, and question suspected members and sympathizers of rebellion, similar to what happened to the parents of the Maote brothers. As President, I am reiterating my unwavering support and commitment to the soldiers of our armed forces and members of the police force. Those who are on the ground and in the battlefields, and those who are risking their lives for our country and our democracy, I have your backs. To those who oppose and think that all these are efforts that are out of order, I hold myself, me and me alone, should be responsible. The people of Marawi need help. Caught in the crossfire between government troops and Muslim extremists, they have been through hell, and we need to help them rise and move forward. If we cannot provide for the poor and the needy, who are many, then we will not be able to keep from harm the rich, who are few. And the vanguard of our struggle for peace and order are our armed forces and police. They are the silent heroes who risk their lives every day for our country's security. And in recognition of their valor, we have crafted a program to provide them comprehensive social assistance, including financial, should they meet harm in the performance of their duty. For the family left behind by those who fell or are rendered totally disabled in the line of duty, we shall provide shelter, health, care assistance, education, and employment. That is my way of telling our troops, never fear, do your duty, I stand behind you. So does this government and all its agencies. To decisively address insurgency and terrorism, we are working doubly hard towards a stronger and more credible national defense system for the country. We continue to strengthen the defense capability of the AFP as a deterrence against terrorist, lawless elements, and other threats. My fellow citizens, what I have said so far about events in Marawi and its neighboring environs is only a part of the looming problem, which will cut across all classes and all sectors of society and eventually affect the entire country, from north to south, from east to west. Given the fact that Mindanao supplies a great deal part of our country's requirements, food requirements, I refer to climate change, which could bring drought, long dry spells, affecting food production in Mindanao. Given the fact that Mindanao is unusually warming, I ask all agencies involved in food production to look into this and act accordingly. Also, I am appealing to all our legislators to immediately pass the National Land Use Act, or NALUA, to ensure the rational and sustainable use of our land and our physical resources, given the competing needs of food, security, housing, business, and environmental conservation. Ours is a rich country. Wealth that this country is almost endowed with a gift from God to be utilized for the welfare and the common good. I do not believe that this gift was given to us to be merely viewed or appreciated, but to be extracted from the earth and utilized to make life worth living. That is why I say that it is not enough that we mine this wealth. What is more important is that we convert the raw material thereof into finished products for international and local purposes. That way, it will not only be the few who are the rich, but also the poor who are many who will benefit therefrom. Therefore, I call on our industries, investors, commercial barons, to put up factories and manufacturing establishments right here in the Philippines to process our raw materials into finished products. At this point in my administration, if possible, we shall put to a stop the extraction and exportation of our mineral resources to foreign nations for processing abroad and importing them back to the Philippines in a form of consumer goods at prices twice or thrice the value of the original raw materials which foreign corporations pay for them. However, in the extraction and utilization of these resources, extreme care must be exercised, that we do not recklessly and needlessly harm the environment. Responsible and regulated and sustainable development is what we advocate and require. The protection of the environment must be made a priority ahead of mining and all other activities that adversely affect one way or the other, and this policy is non-negotiable. I sternly am warning all mining operations and contractors to refrain from the unbridled and irresponsible destruction of our watersheds, forests, and aquatic resources. You have gained much from mining. You only get about 70 billion a year. But you have considerably neglected your responsibility to protect and preserve. And even the tax is about 5%. Environment for posterity. I am holding all mining companies and its officials responsible for the full and quick cleanup, restoration, rehabilitation, all areas damaged by mining activities, and the extension of all necessary support to the communities that have suffered mining disastrous effects of their health, livelihood, environment, among others. Ganito yan eh. Medyo alis muna ako dyan sa sakit ang mata ko dyan sa yawa niya. Alam mo, you have a mining. I have to grant you a mining because you have complied with all the requirements of the law. And I cannot I'd be subject to imandamos if everything is perfect. And you have every right to mine. But in doing so, you destroy the rivers. You destroy the streams from which the poor people fish. Halwan or mudfish, and that is protein for them. Ngayon, makita mo naman, not only Gina Lopez gave you a clear picture of what was happening horrendously. Nakita mo kay Ted Fallion. Yung kay Ted Fallion, talagang nanood ako. 2 beses. And I realized that I have to do something about it as a Filipino. Alam mo, Okay na yung mining. Subsidiary ka lang ng isang another giant corporation. Or you are a sister company of a telecommunication. Hindi kayo magugutom. But look at the picture shown to you. For once, they behave correctly, ang ABS-CBN. Tignan mo yung pelikula ni Ted Filon. I salute him for coming with it. You see, the palayan, ang palayan tumuyo at ang soil nag-crack. So the farmers cannot eat anymore. They are reduced to the garbage of what you can get there, salvage anything and sell it to the scrap. Ganun ang nangyari sa Pilipinos. Hindi ko kayo kalaban. As a matter of fact, you give government almost 70 billion. Pero actually, maliit lang yan. Ngayon, nakikita ninyo itong mga palayan na tumutuyo. And the rivers, wala ng isda. The only source of protein. Hindi ka naman pwede maghunting. May makita kang eagle dyan, barilin mo, priso ka, pakainin mo yung... So, saan mo try to go out. Sumama tayo, kayo sa akin. And try to see how hard it is for them to survive. Ito ang gusto mo, ganito ang pangyari. Total, sobra-sobra naman yung pera ninyo, address. Totoo lang. Mayor ako, I can look at your corporate earnings, your sister company, I can pierce the corporate identity, kayo rin pala. Iniibig niya sa mga newspaper. When you are not supposed to, pag in newspaper ka, you are supposed to be 100% Filipino. And yet, when you start to pierce their identity, it is pala wholly owned by Americans. Gano'n ang nangyari. Just a matter of piercing the... So, wala masyado ako. ABS, Rappler, kayo ba yan? Have you tried to pierce your identity and it would lead you to America? Do you know that? And yet the Constitution requires you to be 100% media Filipino. Rappler try to pierce the identity and you will end up American ownerships. So kaya kung mga mayaman na kayo, may mining company, ito ang deal ko sa inyo. Either I will raise the taxes. Ang kumikita niyan, i-reserve ko to compensate for those who are suffering and in agony. You have to come up with an agony. You have to come up with a substitute, either spent to restore the virginity of their source, or I will tax you to death. Kasi yung taxes makuha ko, talagang ibubuhos ko. Ngayon, if you can make an arrangements, an inventory of yung nasira, yung mga tao na gutom, but yung river nila, wala nang makuha because it's green. You know guys, may mga taga-Davao, we are new to it. We are not new to it. You want to see horror in your lifetime? Akong bahala. NPA, wag muna kayong pag-gara-gara dyan, away-away kayo, magpunta kami. Samahin ko sila. You stop your... puro hambog lang kayo dyan. Punta tayo doon sa Diwalwal. Doon sa ball mills, and I will show you the river. Up there at the source, it's so pristine. But doon sa, right at the start to the boundary where the millings are started, the water there is not clear. It is not brown. It is black. Your 1 peso will win 1 million from me if I am lying. O gusto mo, isamo ko kayo bukas doon. Ngayon, pag tinarget na yung mga gagong NPA na yan, problema natin na lahat. Sabay-sabay na lang tayo. Bakante ang presidency, bakante ang senado, pati ang congressman. Pero totoo yan. You should visit them. Even the first spade full of earth that you extract and throw it away of no use, tabi mo lang yan dyan because it's an open pit. You dig and dig and dig. Is already the first spader is de-decreation of Mother Earth. Ano ang isa pang galit sa mining? Si Speaker. He comes from a mining town but he hates mining. Ako naman, kasi mga kaibigan ko yung iba, yung mga classmate ko, mga vice president ng mining, punta sila dito, but I use this, it reduces into something, the damage that you have caused. It's not about our friendship. It's not about years of being in the same room. It's not being fraternity brothers. But it is something that gunon yan eh. Alam mo yung martial law, I'm not so much endeavor. Sabihin ninyo na hindi nyo ibigay, okay lang. Wala akong problema dyan. Baski sabihin nyo na tama na, then I will still fight. The way I will fight the war. If it is not acceptable to the normal of civilian conduct, then I am sorry. Because I am not fighting a civilian war. I am stopping violence and rebellion. Hindi talaga ako. Ibigay man ninyo, hindi bali sa akin, wala. Because ako, I do not intend to go beyond my term. Si matter of fact, mas gusto ko barilin ako doon sa likod. Dito. Hindi masyado ako itong bilib itong trabaho ito. Akala ko, bilib ako. Pagdating ko, alitse. Sakit ng ulo. Totoo. Na kayong kuha, nakikinig kayo. Wala akong pinirmahan ni isa. Putang ina nga. Na pagparap, pagkain. Hindi pagkain kung kayo sa opisina. Bayaran ninyo yan. Maglabas ako. I do not collect anything. I do not remember. I do not sign anything there until now. Wala akong allowance, wala akong tinatanggap lahat except my salary. Tapos 2 pamilya pa ang maghati. Ano mo sama niyan? Sige pa yung pakpakpag dyan. Lahat naman tayo. I can count by not even the 2 hands. 1 hand lang na exempted sa rule na yan. 2, 3, 4, 5. Lukuhin ninyo ako. Ba tayo pa ba maglukuhan? Just because this is Congress, it's supposed to be a secret. Wala kayo itong mga to. Pareho kami lahat yan. Ayaw pa tumawa. Kunwari. So, I will increase the taxes. Then I will think of something that will compensate or make up for the damage, or at least the income restored. Yeah, otherwise, I'll have to stop mining. I will ask you to stop it. It's not good. We are a small group of islands. Hindi naman marami. The coastal, marami yan kasi maraming paikot-ikot. But if you put in a contiguous territory, maliit lang tayo. And yet, you must remember that there are so many billions of the future generations waiting in the stratosphere. Ang gusto ninyo para hindi na kayo magdamay, huminto na kayo ng ano. Then let us go to, because this is not end here. How about the billions and billions and billions of Filipinos that will come after us? Kawawa naman. They'll have to scratch Mother Earth to eat. By this time, kung walang upheaval, no regeneration will occur. We are almost like talagang ginagano natin maliit na lang ang makuha nila. Ba't maawa naman kayo? Makikita mo yung apo mo kung ganun mo na lang. Kung ganun mo na lang yung embrace mo yung apo mo sa pangalawang asawa. Yung isang ganun rin. Di ba? Di ba, sir? Suntukin kita dyan ngayon, liar ka. Finally, let me make this appeal to those directly engaged in mining. Declare your correct income, pay your correct taxes. Believe me, your failure to do so will be your undoing and eventual ruin. Hindi na ako makatakbo, matanda na ako. I don't think I'd even survive the 5 years. Pero pagka sinabi ko, upakan talaga kita. To our employees and officials, the LGUs tasked with monitoring these mining operations within their territorial jurisdictions, do your job without fear or favor. Absolutely responsible you for any misdeed or failure in the mining entities that do not comply or comply with the guidelines, rules, and regulations governing mining operations and activities within your area of responsibility. I mean it. Do not try to test my resolve. Absolutely, I have nothing to lose except my life. While we can control the acts of man, no one can control to stop and the fury and the rampage of weather gone wild. When nature fights back, it does so with a vengeance. We have seen that the terrible toll that the super typhoon Yolanda and the succeeding typhoons exacted in terms of human life and property. And we still have to recover from the beating that we got both during and in the aftermath of those mega typhoons. Aside from droughts, tempests, and other problems, taking ship, which according to the OST Philbox, it is no longer just a distant possibility, but a probability earthquakes. The series of damaging quakes in Leyte, Surigao, and nearby provinces and islands attest to this. We were told that it is no longer a question of if, but a matter of when. Thus, we need to act decisively and fast because the threat is huge, real, and imminent. Come to think of it, really. Is there, they say that there is no perfect instrument or human acumen can really predict earthquakes. I hope it will not come. Kasi kung magdating, sabi dito lang yung big one, I hope it could be just in the mountains and in the rural areas. Because if it's right, sabihin nila, tinatakot nila ang kasi dito in this speech, I reviewed it last night. I am calling both houses of Congress to expeditiously draft a law establishing a new authority or department that is responsive to the prevailing 21st century conditions and empower to best deliver the enhanced disaster resiliency and quick disaster response. While the law is crafted with extreme urgency, we need to undertake immediate action to ensure disaster resiliency and effective response in the Greater Manila area, which is our country's seat of governance, center of business, commerce, and academe. Disaster resiliency of Metro Manila and the surrounding provinces is a matter of urgent concern. Yan, nandito, yan tinatakot nila dito because of the high-rise buildings and ilang tao nakatira dyan. Kung paya ka ito sa isang sinkhole, I mean, if it cracks and it goes down, can we still manage to go up? God, wag ngayon ha, kaya nandito ako. Hintayin mo lang sila dito nag-aaway. I am directing the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change and Adaptation and Disaster Risk Management to immediately work hand in hand with the concerned LGUs, the private sector, and the affected communities themselves in undertaking disaster measures, antidotes. We will need to act and fast. With the foregoing said, what then is the state of the nation today? I will mince no words, and neither will I window dress the situation. We are in. Let me answer into brief sentences. We are in for trouble because we live in troubled and uncertain times. And I feel that things might get worse before they become better. But like I said, I hope we will cope. We hope and pray. The West Philippine Sea issue and federalism are matters that we have to tackle sooner or later. On the other hand, despite the recent gains in improving the peace and order situation in the country, there is still so much to be desired. And if we are to completely eradicate the menace of illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption, we must do it. I therefore ask Congress to act on all pending legislations to reimpose death penalty on the heinous crimes, especially in the trafficking of illegal drugs. There is a There is a short clip of CNN about people in Massachusetts. Was it there? Yung clip nila nga pinakita. Tinignan, pakitingin na, it's repeated for almost every week ata yung mga short clip. Tingnan mo yung mga tao doon na hinayaan nilang They are there, they live under the bridge. They're getting thin, they're doing nothing. Pag gano'n lang sila, tapos pupos na And there are plenty there. They do not work, wala. Tapos sabi ng UN, is he here? Are you there, yung UN representative? Na sinabi mo na sabok will not affect the brain. Are you here? Raise your right hand if you're here. Do not worry. I will just do not the word delude us into yung mga ano ninyo na but we know every day that one family rape, dalawa, all are dead. Then you trivialize it with human rights and due process. Okay ako niyan. When you go into an anger, you burst with rage, okay yan. But with so many killings as brutal and as cruel as what happened, if you add human rights and due process, you stink and your mouth smells. If you want to criticize, condemn the act, stop there. But do not give the excuse or do not make it trivial by saying human rights at least must be protected. Yan ang pinakabugok magawa ng isang tao. When you criticize, stick on one topic. Then you find an event where you can talk about human rights and due process. But do not talk about it at the same time when there is a carnage and you begin to blabber, talk about human rights. Lalong nagagalit ang tao. May namatay na dyan, nakalak mo sino man. What have you done in the name of human rights? 77, you have the records. You can summon the police. 77 before I became president. All drug-related, 77,000. And you trivialize that with a conference. At saka pumunta dito, ang tatanungin yung nasa prisuhan. Na pinriso dahil just imagine, I challenge you. You want a debate in public? Okay, we'll have it. I will challenge you how also you trivialize the thing by binibigyan ng importansya si Dilima. You will all hear, you conducted the investigation. You heard the witnesses. You saw the videos. Is she a credible woman? Can she be a moral person? Hirap. Puro kayo drama dyan sa... When you talk about an incident, talk about it, then condemn the police. But do not connect it with due process and human rights. Magbuka kang gago sa harap ng Pilipino. You know why I got this rating? I could not be brighter than you. And my work is not more important, or your vocation is not less than mine. But when you talk in public, carry the proper message. Kaya mag-itito kayo, binibombahan kasi ako ninyo ng ganon. Sabihin ng mga tao, tama yan. Tama yan si Duterte. Kasi nangyayari. Kayo parang fruit samp, pag ganon-ganon. Pag na may namatay dyan na marami massacre, na rape mga bata, hindi kayo umiimik. Maya-maya pagdating ng mga... Pagdating nitong mga Western expert ko, no, you give them so much premium and importance. Saan ba ang utak ninyo? Bakit kayo believe dyan sa puti? Tingnan mo ang puti. Panahon ni Obama. Una yung spokesman ng State Department. Kala mo sino? Kala na mas bright pa sila sa akin. Then the staff of the President, then Obama. Would like to remind Secretary that the policy of the Senate. Yari ako. Pagdating ni Trump, oh yes, Mr. President, I've been expecting your call. You're doing it all right. I'm doing the date and this goddamn... Uwi na ako. So, that's the value of the country that you value. Ambivalent. Parang electric fan. Okay dito, hindi na okay. It's vacillating. Tapos kayong mga Indians, believe kayo. Hindi ko talaga maintindihan Pilipino. It takes for an American to say that I'm a son of a bitch. And it takes an American to say, oh, you're great, you're a hero in your country. O saan ako pumunta nito ngayon? It is time for us to fulfill our mandate to protect our people from these crimes that have victimized. Wag ninyo akong takot-takotin yung preso yung International Court of Justice. Shit, I'm willing to go to prison for the rest of my life. Ang importante sa akin, ginawa ko yung gusto ko. Alam mo kasi, in this country, it is a rule of majority. I did it for the 50 plus 1. Because in a vote of 100, I get 51. 50 plus 1. 50 is 1 up. 1, that is majority of 1. I win. Yung 49, yun yung mga, I do not have to make them happy. But when the time comes, kung malasin ako, pupunta ako sa prison, do not worry about me. I can take it. Nung maliit pa ako, labas rin pasok ako sa... Wala pa yung ni Pangilinan, labas-pasok na ako sa prisuhan. Kunin yung record ninyo sa police doon sa Davao. Takutin. He will be prosecuted. Hoy, abogado ako. Well, because I will insist. Sabi ko nga, everybody is entitled to come here and question me. But I have to question you also. At para magaling, let us make it official. We go to court. We tell the judge that we are hearing by a international body. Can we have it judicially recorded? And now we place them under oath. Mahuli ko matalaga yan sila. May pinatay ako, tama yan. When I was mayor, a little over, for 23 years ako mayor ng Davao. Makita mo ang Davao ngayon. We have been LGUs before. What city is now hitting 9 growth %? Nandoon pa kami sa Mindanao, binubumba pa kami sa Davao. Davao is 9 growth. Tapos sabihin nyo, ngayon, paano i-9 mo, palabas mo itong 9 ng you're about to hit 6 or sabi nila. Pero pakayaan mo lang ako, mag-abot ito ng 21. The highest in the world. Kayo lang tigapigil eh. It is time for us to fulfill our money to protect. Tapos na yan. Kindly, for so long we have to act decisively on this contentious issue. Capital punishment is not only about deterrence, it is also about retribution. Make no mistake about that. Iba kasi ako eh. Let us understand each other, including the international community. Our criminal system uses the revised penal code. That is a law that was given to us by the Spaniards. The original revised penal code, though it was translated into English. And those in those about 3 books, that are the definition of crimes and the penalties and everything. And the thrust of that revised penal code, ladies and gentlemen, is the essence of retribution. That is why you have penalty. There is also the word positivist theory, that you can nurture a criminal into goodness, provided he goes to prison for 2 years, 3 years. He's released, he's a sex offender. When he goes out, he rapes again, kidnaps another girl, and makes her a hostage for so many years. Ganon kayo eh. Admit it, ganon kayo. You are so too lenient about this son of a bitch, a human being that has a virulent brain, and his enemy is society. And many a times, there were sex offenders in America released, only to rape and kidnap again and kill in just a few months after release. In the Philippines, it is really an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You took a life, then you must pay it with life. That is the only way to even. You cannot place a premium on the human mind that he will go straight. Nobody can. Not even your best scientist. No one has ever fathomed how a person would react, especially in committing crimes. That's the only way to do it, to instill fear, that if you do it, you will die. That's the advantage of criminals and rebels and terrorists, because they think that you are afraid to die. That's why when I went to Marawi, I was asked by the media, why are you here? I am here because my soldiers are here, and I came here to die also. Because in a battle, in a fierce encounter, you have to be of equal equanimity. Gusto siyang mamatay, gusto ko rin mamatay. Ano sa atin? They say that they use the name of God. In the Christians, we have the same thing. I read Ecclesiastes 3. What does it say? Even during elections, there is a time to be great and a time for defeat. A time to be in the skies, emblazoned there, and a time to be known as somebody. A time to have money, a time to be hard up. A time to just walk so many kilometers to school, and a time for graduation and being a lawyer. A time to be, I don't know what I am now, but there's always a time. Ganon yan eh. So I will match you. Pag sinabi mo, gusto kong mamatay, anak ka ng dalawa tayo. That's why this bully, I had dinner with them sa bayan. Na itong NDF, because I used to be friends really with the NDF. I was crossing the by ideological borders before. Ako yung nakakapasok sa teritoryo. We were friends really. But times have changed because God placed me here. And I take up a republic, take care of a republic. Ganon. Sabi na doon, bully daw ako. Tarantado pa lang kayo. Talagang bully ako. Utang ina. Talagang bully ako, especially to the enemies of the state. Talagang bully ako. Ito pa, sabi ko sa mga sundalo, yung mga human rights na you're flying everywhere, anywhere yung utak ninyo. I said, take no prisoners, which is kill them. Which is correct. But you don't listen to my speech. This media, lalo na itong mga EBS, kunin lang yung kill them. Yan ang problema ninyo, kaya minura ko kayo. Walang presidente na pinutang ina kayo because you are not behaving. Now you're asking me for talk. when you publish in the newspaper or quote us in media, itong mga reporters would only quote, kill them. I said, kill them. In a fight, if you have to shoot them at the heart or the head. Sabi ko, why? Because they will be detained here in Marawi. Wala tayong prisuhan. Ngayon, and the courts will always insist that they will be, that's the law, that they will be tried and detained in the place where they committed the crime. Kaya huwag kayong patayin talaga ninyo kasi ilagay natin yan dyan sa barracks natin dyan sa ating mechanized division. Pag iskapo niyan, dalhin yung kanyo natin, ipaputok pa sa atin. Marami. How many jailbreaks in Mindanao and Cotabato alone? 6. Cotabato City, 4. Ang jail doon nire-rate tapos pinapalabas. Alam ba ninyo yan? Because you do not publish. Or ito mga tagamay nila, hindi kayo, mga bright kayo, i-believe ako. Mga gonggong. Sabi na, why? What happened last April in Davao? It was bombed. How many were killed? 27. Few years ago, the church was bombed twice. How many died? 59. The airport, just as the people were coming out of the departure arrival, it was bombed. How many died? 32. In the wharf, three nuns were lining up there. I have to scoop the brain of the nun to put it in a can because the face was shattered. Zamboanga. And you say that the violation is only in Marawi. Torpid. Talaga kayo nagboto. Mag-usap tayo ngayon. Dalhin po kayo doon sa mga biyuda. Kailan lang yun? Kung sabihin na it's only in Marawi, rebellion has been going on in Mindanao. Walang pinasanto doon. Hindi lang nyo binabasa ng gusto. Kasi it's very porous. Kung separate islands yan, baby. Kung separate yan, very porous, they can go. And Mindanao, this is not to, the Moro has nothing to do, pareho tayo. Pareho tayo maranaw. So, just shut up. Huwag kayong, ito ang totoo. Maraming Muslim sa Mindanao, lahat sa Abra mayroon. In this fight, why do you think the Moro would side? Kung patayan, they will side with government? Kung ako ngayon, kung nakatira ako, hindi kami umalis di ako dinalang nanay ko sa labas. I will be a resident of Marawi. What do you think will be my sentiment? Solo, Davao, puro Muslim ang clubs yan. There are clubs. Parang baryo-baryo. Pag nagsentimento ang putukan, magputok yan sabay-sabay. Another thing I'll talk it about in the conference. Sumobra itong left. Magawa ka ng bahay, nakawin. Sabi ko ng sundalo, do not force this. I will just build yours. Bigay mo na lang. And may project ngayon, gusto na naman nilang kumatin. Do not commit that mistake. Here and I will tell you, including the Congress of the Republic of the Philippines. You do anarchy, I will order the soldiers and the police to shoot. Even if I have to bury 1,000 Filipinos. Huwag ninyo akong ganunin. Either let us understand this beginning today. Either we have laws in this country or we do not. We enforce the laws against the minors and the rich, but I will also enforce laws against anarchy, disturbance, and create trouble. Kayo rin, natatakot ninyo. Takutin ninyo ako na occupy the streets. Anak ng waiting. You stay there, you ask for 2 days, I will give you 6 months. Huwag kayong umalis dyan. Kainin ninyo pati yung dumi ninyo dyan. Magtakot-takutin mo ang gobyerno. I'm sorry, I've exceeded my time, but kailangan ko sabihin para maintindihan rin na total na nandito na lang rin ako sa media, nakikinig pati lahat. Kayong mga left, I will not talk to you. Why should I? Wag mo na akong pilitin na magpatayo kayo mga pro-por, shut up. Wait for 2 years because I have, this is my proposal. I may be totally wrong and I will accept it, but this is mine. From now on, I will save money for the armed forces of the Philippines. We have lost so much soldiers. And there are thousands already incapacitated to fight. Pati yung pulis ko, araw-araw ninyong inaambot. Pati ang convoy ko, kasi doon ako magsakay, inambos nila. Pati ako ang gagom, pati ako patay na, sabagay, malayo ako doon. Pero convoy ko kasi yun Hindi lang ako doon sa Alam mo, ginamitan nyo ng machine gun. Kaya lang armorized. Kaya kayo mga congressman, senador na ayaw ninyong baka may kalaban kayo. Asawa ba ninyo yung katira ninyo ngayon? O inagaw ninyo? Pa-armorize ninyo. Totoo, proven M60. Alright. Si Todrilon, M60 sir. Hindi talaga tumaanas. Pati binara na nila. Nasira na lang yung barang. Hindi talaga nila. And the soldiers inside will order all the time. Minamasinggan na. Hindi tatalab. Kaya gago pati yung convoy ko. May ambusin. Hindi nila alam na nakasibat na ako. Kung gusto niya ako mag-usap kayo na, sumubra kayo, ikaw season, mag-inom ka ng yung orange. Matanda ka na, kayong Pilipinas na kinig, buong Pilipinas, kayong mga bata, kayong mga lumad natives. Ito matatanda na ito, season is sick. May colon cancer. Ang gastos ng Norway, sumurrender na siya. Kasi naging issue sa politika. This government who sponsored those, who provided the good offices, matatalo sa eleksyon dahil sa issue dyan. Kasi pabalik-balik ang mga buang kala mo, mga turista. Wala na ang pinag-usapan. Pagdating dito, gusto ng ganito, gusto ng ganito. Lulo mo. Huwag mong sabihin yung meaning doon sa mga bisita. Pura na ko ba? Talagang ako, sir? Masyadong demanding. Hindi naman kayo nanalo ng eleksyon si minsan. You cannot even hang out to a barangay. And you keep on killing people. Hindi lang yung mga pulis, pati yung mga civilians na ayaw magsali sa kanila. Kaya sabi ko talaga, buang ka. Ang sinabi ko talaga, pardon po siya, pinutang ina ko talaga siya. The other day sa Davao. Sino tinatakot ninyo? Katanda-tanda na ninyo At lahat tayo mamatay. Kayong mga na iwan dyan sa karsada, mabuti pa umuwi kayo. Wala kayong makuha dyan sa komunista. Do you think that if the ISIS prevails in this country, that you will have a place in their society, you must be openly stupid as stupid. Wala kayong makuha. Lahat ay damay. Thank you for allowing the exhaust dito. In our sustained effort to achieve just and lasting peace, class, be courteous. So do not make a noise. The visitors are listening. Just and lasting peace. For United Nations, we are pursuing an inclusive peace process in promoting the participation of all stakeholders, including those conflict-affected areas. We took steps to promote inclusiveness in the Bangsamoro Transmission Commission by expanding its membership to Executive Order Number 8, which I signed in November last year, by giving representation to indigenous peoples, women, children, and sultanates, and key stakeholders in the drafting of the Bangsa Basic Law. We ensure a Bangsamoro government that truly reflects the aspirations of our Muslim brothers and sisters as well as our indigenous brethren. We have embarked on various initiatives to advance our national interests in the global community. We pursue good relations with all nations anchored on an independent foreign policy and the basic tenets of sovereign equality, mutual respect, and non-interference. ASEAN independent nation will uphold and promote our national interests in the international community. We will strengthen and seek partnership with those who share our values. We will engage nations with full respect for the rule of law, sovereign equality, and again, non-interference. These are the principles that we are upholding as we advance towards this year for the meeting as the chair of the ASEAN. We have cultivated warmer relations with China through bilateral dialogues and other mechanisms, leading to easing of tensions between the two countries and improved negotiating environment on the West Philippine Sea. At this point, allow me to take a step back in time in 1901. In 1901, there was known as Balingiga, and that is Eastern Samar. It was the time for Philippine-American War, a combined group of Filipino villagers and guerrillas in an effort to defend Samar Island from the alien invaders, attacked and overwhelmed a U.S. United States infantry garrison. 48 American officers and men were slain in the attack. On the Filipino side, the casualty count was 28 killed and 22 wounded. In retaliation, U.S. gunboats and patrols were sent to Balingiga, Samar, with the order to make a desert of Balingiga and to reduce Samar Island into an island of howling wilderness, where every male citizen from the age of 10 and above and capable of bearing arms would be put to death. The church bells of Balingiga were seized by the Americans as spoils of war. Those bells are reminders of the gallantry and heroism of our forebears, who resisted the American colonizers and sacrificed their lives in the process. Krag against Bolo. Krag was the standard rifle issue to the American troops. And that is how the historians describe. Nauna ka, pababa mo. Di, baba mo, tapataas yan. Mahirap talaga itong director ka, ikaw pa ang speech. Ministers describe, sige, the Philippine-American War. That is why I say today, give us back those Balingiga bells. They are ours. They belong to the Philippines. They are part of our national heritage. Isauli naman ninyo, masakit yon sa amin. We not talk about our overseas Filipinos. They are our heroes. They and their families have sacrificed much for the country. We all know how a large part of our economy comes from their remittances. That is why, to ensure that their rights are protected, I ordered the increase of our assistance to the OFW from 400 million to more than 1 billion. We have been hard at work in securing the rights and welfare of our OFW. A year ago, I also learned government officials and employees that I will never tolerate corruption in my administration, not even a whiff of it. Let the dismissal of several higher-ranking officials, whom I myself appointed, serve as a warning to all that I will never back down on my commitment to cleanse this government and corporation. In order to bring government services closer to the people, establish hotlines, government centers that receive public concerns. One of which is the hotline 911, which allowed us to receive and immediately respond to emergencies. We also launched hotline 8888, the Citizens Complaint Hotline. This is a public hotline facility that receives feedbacks or concerns on government services. Since we launched this hotline, we have received numerous complaints from the public on government slow government processing, unclear of changing procedures and requirements, centralized issuances of clearance and permits in Metro Manila, and discourteous government employees, among others. Meron ito eh. Time and again, yung pagtansak ng ordinaryo, the ordinary people who don't track business in government. In the last ASEAN Ministerial Conference, I don't know why Malacan has to, my office has to do some work for all the others, like itong mga barong. It's always that outfit takes care of the attires that will be given to the ministerials, this time to the heads of state. Alam mo, I'd like to address this myself to government. Iyan bang bayaran? Pabalik-balikin ninyo ang tao. I know that because I've been mayor for 22 years. I never allowed it in my city. But dito, alam mo yung mga sastre, dyan sa Paranaque hanggang Cavite, yung mga tailoring dyan, ang negosyo lang yan involved. Boy Scout, teachers uniform, Girl Scouts, naghahabol yan sila ng mga kontrata. And they are just the stores that you find along the way until Cavite. They group together during times of ganito, may ASEAN, and they look for a person to represent them. This is not no offense intended, but usually they look for beautiful women, young, who would do the talking, arrangement, because it's the reality of life. But the beautiful women gets the attention always. Tapos, pag na-deliver na nila, nasukatan na, pabalik-balikin ninyo. And right there in Malacanang, it happened. So I will fire the lady, whoever was connected with it, as I have fired everybody else. A cabinet member for buying an 18 million truck in Austria. That was not our contract. It was contract of the previous administration. 14 of those 18 million were already delivered. This cabinet member was, I was informed about, and I said his legal office to stop it. You know what? You can just right ahead. Travel there, sign something for another tranche of delivery. So right there at right in the cabinet meeting, I said, were you able to read the opinion of your own law office? He said no. But Sunny Dominguez was already passing to me yung sa iPhone. So I was reading it while I was talking to him. So, putang ina mo, you're fired. You're lying. And so I fired him. Go out of this office. I do not want to see your face again. Ganon ako ka-stricto. So the cabinet members, they are here, they're only given noon 1 year, 2 years, 1 month. The directors, makinig kayo sa gobyerno, bantay kayo. Directors, you're only given 15 days. And I do not want directors out of their office. You eat your lunch there. Lahat kayong taga-gobyerno. So that you can resume to work immediately. Now, ito ang deal ko sa public. There is the 8888. I cannot stop corruption and wrongdoings if you do not cooperate. You text me, libre yan, 888. You name the public official. Name his sins in that bulletin, and I will take it from there. Do not be afraid about libel. I will take care of that. Gawin ang gawin ninyo. I have to have your help. Hindi kasi kayo wala yan. Lahat. Police, military, lahat. Pati ako. If you think that may nagawa ako ng masama, sabihin ninyo. Do not be afraid. We are all workers of government. Kayo yung employer namin. We get the money from your pocket to our pockets. Kainan pa niyo, since when have you heard me talk about government and officials? I always address everybody, workers of government. I seldom mention Malacanang Palace. It is not a palace, it is just a house of wood. So why should I call it a palace? Give me something like the European style. Yeah, I just called it office. Palas-palas ka dyan eh. And besides, all the rats of Pasig are there. Just beside Pasig River. So yung lahat ng mga daga dyan kung saan-saan, doon naglalanding. It has a wild field. And they are not killed because they are presidential mouse. Ayun ang sabi ng sundalo. Sir, hindi daw ipagbaril kay presidential mouse. Putang ina, mabuti pag mouse dito kaya hindi pa pinapatay. Yung tao, kinakatay ninyo. The people's patience is wearing thin. So is mine. I am reiterating my directive to all government agencies from frontline services to our people from womb to tomb to further streamline the respective services to make these truly efficient and people-friendly. We want to ensure that our people receive the quality services that they deserve, minus the delays by the bureaucratic red tape. I expect speedy reforms along this line. We will right-size the national government. Let us trim the excess fat and add more muscle through the expeditious passage of the act right-sizing the national government to improve public service and support. I therefore urge Congress to pass this at the soonest. For the government-owned and controlled corporations, isa pa kayo, the implementation of the existing salary standardization law pending review in the compensation and position classification system. It's excessive, extravagant, and unconscionable. Salaries and allowances, incentives, benefits, and bonuses across the government-owned or controlled corporations at this time increases will have to pass by my office. And I am not inclined to increase your allowances, bonuses, and salaries at this time. Wala. You cannot do it on your own. You have to direct it to the Executive Secretary. And I will just tell you, I am not inclined to give increases right now. Maybe 7 years from now, when Drilon makes it to the presidency. I also appeal to the Supreme Court to seriously consider the national interest and our development goals before issuing TROs and injunctions and critical government projects and cases involving government assets. I am just a co-worker also, ladies and gentlemen. May I be allowed to be also just as frank? Total, wala naman akong inaano eh. I do not mean to offend you. But I cite, for example, the Supreme Court TRO that prevents the Department of Health from distributing subdermal implants which cost the West States of $250 million worth of taxpayers' money. I also note that since its issuance 2 years ago, that this TRO has impaired the government's ability to fully implement responsibly planning and family planning and methods in the RH law. It is time that we put an end to the practice of some parties of resorting technicalities in our laws, prevent the government from fulfilling its mandate. Ganito yan, ma'am. Total, this is as good as any other time to talk to you. And may I be understood by you. I am sorry to say this. Really, I am. I do not intend to do it. But if we have to talk about government and our sins, which I am not an exception, or our, delays, lahat naman tayo nagkakamali. Ganito yan. Two things. Wala na talaga akong panahon. I don't know if I can make another SONA again in the future. It's not for me to tell. Itong TRO has been the bane of projects. And even konsonghe yung mga Iaalay nag-aawa yan. Just to make you understand na hindi lang kayo. Tapos yung TRO na yan would delay the projects. Now, God, and I'm asking Congress, find me a law na kung may bidding naman at it was regular, so dapat ang korte or somebody else should not be messing it up. Because it will delay the projects, which has been the case in the provinces. Alam mo, mag-file yan ng kaso, either it is really the truth, well, the COA will find out, or makihati siya. I will withdraw the case and dissolve the TRO, of course. Then you just give me a few, 10%. Ganon ang ugali ng Pilipino. Kaya yung TRO na yan is the bane of our efficiency. And I really do not know whether, I will not attribute anything, ma'am, sa Supreme Court. Maybe I am at fault, so I am sorry if I misquote or I did not have the complete facts. But itong Congress na ito passed the reproduction law. It was already a law na dapat i-implement because we were really going into a family planning. I am not for abortion. I am not for birth control. But certainly I am for the giving of the freedom to a Filipino family the size ng pamilya niya. How many children would be able to support and send to school? Ang nangyari nitong TRO, sir, ma'am, may nag-file doon sa inyo, Supreme Court. Tapos nag-issue kayo ng TRO 2 years ago. In the meantime, ang gobyerno nagbili ng medisina, itong subdermal, pati itong mga pills, worth 360. It was not really a reckless purchase. It was in preparation for the implementation of the law. Because di naman akalain na mag-TRO, and it has been 2 years. The medicines will expire next month. I told Obial, the health secretary, to find out if there is a nation which would allow it, and i-donate na lang rather than go to waste. Yan ho ang nangyari. I do not blame you. You might have been very busy or something. Well, ako, I'm just, I am below you actually. Pero sinasabi ko lang, may isa pa. Huwag na lang itong speech, walang kuha dyan. The bane, isa pa, itong the Congress and tayo sa gobyerno, including the judges and justice, should understand that by this time, yung lowest bid, yun ang nagpo-promote ng graft and corruption sa ating bayan. COA, you are here. At maraman na lang ninyo na may violation ako. Doon sa military, I do not allow them to bid. That's just to buy the weapons from everywhere. Because almost all countries are making arms. The tawag nila small arms industry. We are just fighting a rebellion. True, we do not need the armaments. But dyan sa Marawi, you have to hit hard because they are prepositioned inside building. And until now, we cannot proceed fast because there are 300 hostages. Sabi ko, do not assault. If necessary, we'll just have to wait. Wait it out. But we have to give food. You do not know. I don't care if they are Moro or Christian. But it's not, we do not have that luxury. Kasi pag there's a distinct possibility that we attack, they will just behead everybody. So find a way to do it. If you cannot find a way to do it, then just, I said, wait it out. Diyan ang nakatagal. Baka sabihin hindi marunong itong sundalo. Ako yung nagpipigil. Initially sabi ko ng Bombay, sir, hindi talaga madala, sir. Every window is occupied, yung high-rise. And we were losing because of the snipers. And in the hari, I said, slow down. Hindi ako nagyayabang, when I was in the camp, sa Ranao, well, I was being briefed by the military, and I was giving the instructions. I heard about 16 pumutok, at saka yung bala na, wing, wing, wing. Yung mga reporter na doon sa likod ng stage, kasi semento yun. We will, if this is the way how we should wait, then we will wait. Unless you can find a solution, somebody here with what's the God, even a horse sense to negotiate for the release of. Yan. Yung itong isang, abalik ko yung Louis Bid. Alam mo, ganun yun, Adre. Ang magbabagsak ng Louis Bid, yung walang pera. Ang magbabagsak ng Louis Bid, sasabihin niya doon sa, magbibigay po ako sa inyo. Kung sino-sino yan, mga opisyal. So, Louis Bid, papanaluhin siya. So, with no capital, bibigay siya ng pera. Tapos, lahat bigyan niya. Connected will, lahat. Pagkatapos yan, if it is 100 million project, he has to pay so many guys. Ang naiwan niya 100, out of the 140 million na lang. So that is the cost of the project. So when I was campaigning for the presidency, I was all over the Philippines. My God, I could see the appropriation. Pero ang airport nila, 3 meters long. So ginawa na lang basketball court. And there is a province here. Hindi kayo, Nacho. If you look into the records back in time, na puro na complex ang roads dyan. Talagang daan dito, daan doon. Pero pag pumunta taka, isang daan lang. It's only one highway. That is how corruption destroys the nation. Ngayon, last. I have to say this. Kailangan ko, sir, sabihin, sir. I was elected June 31st. Nag-oath ako. So, July, nagpunta na ako sa AFP Medical Center. Nakwento ko na ba ito sa ito? Hindi pa. Tapos sabi ko, quite familiar kasi I signed a lot of, nung mayor ko. Sabi ko, may MR ba kayo? Sabi niya, wala, sir. Sabi ko, may state-of-the-art ba kayo na x-ray? Sabi niya, wala, sir. Sabi ko, may hyperbaric ba kayo? That's the chamber where you are placed inside. If you suffer events, you are nagdi-deep dive ka. But it is also high pressure that can arrest gangrene, especially those who are extracted from the field of battle about 2 days na. Gangrene sets in, so they are placed there, and it can work miracles for a wounded soldier. So, in one upuan, in one setting, you did this. Then I saw the building when I went inside. Yung drainage nila bumabalik. So I said, I'm really surprised. Military men, why would you allow that kind of thing? The dirt is going back to the... How do you expect the sailors to... the soldiers to get well? Tapos, that's the only building. The oldest. I said, okay, you rehabilitate it. I'll give you a new one in the meantime. But last month, I went to the back of my office, doon sa barracks ng Presidential Guards. So they were groundbreaking for the hospitals of the soldiers. And I asked the soldiers who were there also from Biluna, are you now using the equipments? Alam mo ang sinagot sa akin? sir. Tayo-tayo na lang mag-usap, huwag na lang yan sila. Tayo na wala pa. Hindi pa na-deliver. Nabi ko, if this is the way how you treat our soldiers, and they are dying now, and that machine was ordered a year ago, then a cordita, a mutiny, is not a surprise to me. Kaya sabi ko kay Ubial, hindi niya kasalanan because of the procurement. Pero ganun kahaman. Secretary Villar here, Ubial. Are you here, Secretary? Change the procedure because I will change you. Talaga magkudita ito. Marami lang. We are losing about, by this time, every day, we lose about 10 every day. Sometimes I say it's a useless warrior. But there is a rebellion. Sabi ko, baski kung ako ang sundalo niya. And there is a machine already ordered. It could have saved my leg. Tapos wala ma. Kaya putang ina, magkudita ako. And let us get the machine by ourselves. I will not be surprised if it's already in their mind. I'd only be too willing to step down. But as a long-term solution, I urge Congress to thoroughly review the existing procurement laws and come up with legislation that will ensure prompt delivery of goods and services to the people, especially medicines and hospital equipments. Kasi itong military, ay sabi ko, do not mind COA about, I will answer for that. Since COA is here, I limited to 3 places where the military can buy the equipments. Because I'm sure that they will work and they can kill the enemies and make even our forces stronger or in parity with what they have on the other side. Itong armas, sabi ko, huwag mong sundin yan. I will explain to COA why. Huwag mo akong pababilihin dyan sa mga lugar ng South America, lahat dyan sa mid-European, Eastern European countries are also, there are good ones, but I limited them to especially equipments in listening. Kasi kung magbili ka doon sa iba, nakikinig rin sila, sabay na kayo. 3 na kayo nagkaka-communicate. Tawag sa Bisaya, BRIN. Our laws should support and not impede national development in a speedy and sustainable manner. In our bid to accelerate human capital development, we seek ensure lifelong opportunities by enhancing quality of and access to education and training programs. We have sustained investments in higher education and committed to the full implementation of the K-12 Basic Foundation Program. We have widened the reach of skills training and increased the number of out-of-school children and youth who have availed of the alternative learning system. To ensure that Filipinos are given equitable access to quality and affordable health services, we expanded health insurance coverage and benefits. The destitute and the indigent, or those who just could not afford hospitalization, can now be provided with free services of government-operated and public hospitals as well. We have strengthened the implementation of the no-balance billing policy. Kaya mga Pilipino na kikinig sa akin ngayon, Pagpa-hospital kayo, ako ang magbayad. Total, hindi man nila ako mademanda. Pasok lang kayo doon, occupy the hospital. Sabihin mo lang, totoo. Pasok kayo ng hospital, sabihin ninyo na sabi ni Mayor Duterte, pagamot daw kami, siya daw ang bahala magbayad. Marami tayong tresurero dito, ilaw. Wag na yan, yung iba naman, taas na. I have signed Executive Order number 26, imposing a ban on smoking in public places to mitigate its consequences. We want to minimize access to tobacco products and provide a more supportive environment for those who are attempting to quit tobacco use. Alam mo bakit? Tanamaan ako ng, di ba ito, I've been very frank with you. I have a Barrett and I have a Berger's disease caused by smoking. So, ang problema niyan, in a survey in the Philippines all over the world, why is it that the women workforce in an office and the men have acquired in equal, almost in parity in numbers, sick of cancer? It was found out because the poor girl has also to inhale your smoke. Kaya pinahan ko sa Davao. In Davao, you cannot see a person there walking with a cigarette. Foreigners, they can argue with you. Say that this is my money, not your money. So then, okay, eat your money. All I will shoot your balls at. Investing in the health sector is never a cost to be endured, but an opportunity to be explored. If we have to embrace the vision of a prosperous Philippines, we have to start putting value to our people's well-being, because the success of every Filipino's pursuit in life, liberty, and happiness directly mirrors the fulfillment of our aspiration as a Filipino. I would like to reiterate my personal and this administration commitment to fully implement the Magna Carta of Women to the Barangay level. Tapos na to. To this effect, executive government units institutionalizing gender and development program services. We are targeting to increase government spending on infrastructure from 5% of the GDP in 2017 to 7% of the GDP by 2022, amounting to a total of 8 to 9 trillion pesos, or 160 to 180 billion dollars. Infrastructure projects, we will make a few years the golden age of infrastructure in the Philippines to enhance our mobility and connectivity, and thereby spur development, growth on equitable in the country. In other words, we are going to build and build. To improve our sea connectivity, we launched 15 brand new ro-ro vessels to ply major nautical routes all over the country. We also opened a ASEAN ro-ro shipping route connecting the ports of Davao and General Santos, Philippines to Bitong, Indonesia. To address the congestion of our seaports, we modernized the ports of Iloilo, General Santos, and Cagayan de Oro, and Zamboanga. We shall complete strategic road and bridge projects, and some of the road sections shall be widened and improved to address the worsening traffic. Alam mo, si Ma'am Grace, you are pushing for, when I became president, EDSA was already horrendous, as it was a horror of the other administrations. Now, I brought in Tugade because Tugade is, to me, a bright boy. He's a billionaire. He was my classmate. Nandito siya. He was a valedictorian in the law class. Talagang husay. But we needed money, and we tried to get your help to raise money. Ayaw naman ibigay. Hanggang ngayon, Andiyan pa yung EDSA. Okay lang. At least gumanda lahat. Mag-iwan naman tayo ng pangit. We will not make it all smooth in the Philippines. We live a little alley known as EDSA as the road to perdition. But anyway, since I could not get any funding, I traveled to China and make friends with them. And the ambassador is Ambassador Zhao. Thank you for the help. And as a matter of fact, they're willing. Said, if your Congress has no money, we will give you the money. And China has committed to build 2 bridges to span Pasig River, free of charge, so that you will be comfortable in crossing Pasig. Anyway, all these strategic road and transport projects shall go to naught if we cannot free our streets, which continue to be obstructed by illegally parked vehicles. Young EDSA na yan, traffic obstructions and undisciplined drivers who stop in the middle of the road and unsanctioned barriers in some areas. I am directing the MMDA and the LGUs of Metro Manila as well as the LGUs of Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, and all other regional centers to ensure the flow of traffic and immediately clear our roads and thoroughfares of all unnecessary obstruction, including vehicles parked on the streets barriers. Sanctioned by government and penalize all traffic obstructions regardless of stature. Well, sometimes hindi mo mano dyan because the police, it's a cabinet member. Pero me, I have not authorized my cabinet member to utilize the low plate. So it's not for us to. You just use an ordinary plate. Para walang masabi yung tao. And I do not want you parking there when there's no parking. Please, we move. Airports. We are building new airports. We might get some money also from China, and we'll have new airports in the coming days. And we are now accelerating the implementation of the communications, navigation, surveillance, and air traffic management system projects, which will result in the on-time arrivals and departures, better manage air traffic, reduce flight operational costs, and safer and more convenient travel experience. Revenues are the lifeblood of government, which enables us to provide for the people's needs. Last May 31st, 2017, we achieved the first steps towards more equitable taxes to fund better services for the people. I commend the House of Representatives for heeding my urgent certification to the tax reform by passing the first of the 5 packages of the Comprehensive Tax Reform Program with an overwhelming 246 votes representing almost 9% of the Filipino people. The fate of the tax reform is now in the hands of the Senate. Ano bang gusto ninyong gawin? Magluhod ako niyan? Well, really, I leave it up to you. We're all Filipinos. If you think that's a waste, fine. If you think it's not good, it's okay with me. I can survive. Next. I call on the Senate to support my tax reform in full and to pass it without haste. Ayaw mo nagpakpak. Wala. Pati si ano, wala. They are not clapping, so maybe si Angara ayaw rin mag-clap. Bantay ka lang sa eleksyon, tignan mo. These reforms are designed to be pro-poor, especially when the people understand how the revenues will be spent. The passage of the tax reform law is needed to fund the proposed 218 budget, which I am submitting here and today. The poor and the vulnerable are at the heart of my tax reform. Your support will ensure that the benefits of the tax reform can be felt immediately by them. In the meantime, the Department of Finance and the Bureau of Internal Revenue are strengthening and running after tax evaders. I have directed the Department of Finance and the BIR to accept mighty corporations' offer of 25 billion to settle its tax liabilities. After the settlement, Mighty will no longer engage in tobacco business. This will be the biggest tax settlement on record. It will produce a windfall for government, which is significant since we have to face the unexpected costs of rebuilding Marawi and Ormoc. The acceptance of the tax settlement offer does not preclude other criminal charges against the company that the BIR may decide to file. A settlement will allow government to avoid a long battle that, as we saw in the previous years, could take years to resolve. Let this be a lesson to others. This administration will spare no one found cheating the government of its due. We view information and communications technology, or ICT, as an effective medium to implement positive and meaningful changes in our society. To this end, my cabinet approved the National Broadband Plan of 2017 to begin the work to bringing affordable internet access to every community and improving broadband connectivity in the country. We have installed free Wi-Fi internet in almost 400 public places around the country. We hope that the public will use to access important information and services. The National Government Portal, which we launched recently, will allow faster and easier delivery of public services and reduce the number of visits of the public for government transactions. The Digital Terrestrial Television Broadcasting Migration Plan has also been launched. The switch to digital from analog transmission will not only give a better TV viewing experience, but also provide effective, reliable information to Filipinos in times of calamities. The government-owned Salam Digital TV, the first Muslim TV in the Philippines, is now already on test broadcasting. There are some of the things that we have done for the past 12 months. A more detailed narrative contained in my report to the people will be released soon. Whether or not my first year of administration was a year of gains or a year of setbacks is not for me to say, but for the people to judge. I defer to the people's judgment. My fellow citizens, much remains to be done. Corruption persists like a fishbone stuck in the throat. It pains and it is disconcerting. We need to pry corruption from government corpus, which is deeply embedded. And we also need to put an end to squabbles and bickerings within agencies focused fully on speedy provisions of quality public service to our people. Believe me, it is easier to build from scratch than to dismantle the rotten and rebuild upon its rubbles. Nevertheless, let us work together and lay a new foundation upon which a better Philippines can be reconstructed. Help me build a better tomorrow. Let me end, gusto ninyo, Uwi na tayo. O gusto niyo yung kwento? Marami pa yung kwento sa inyo. Let me end by wishing everyone in the language of the orb. May God keep us forever sheltered in the hollow of His hand. Salamat.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is adjourned. On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned. Budget.
Mr. Senate President, Mr. Speaker, members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, I respectfully endorse and hand to both the Senate and the House of Representatives the budget for the year 2018. Respectfully submitted. Bato ko nga ito sa demonstrators.
Hindi ka naman po kayo din sa back sa room.
Punta ako doon sa...
Diretso ka na yun.
Mga bugiro na mga puta.
Tuwan talaga. Saan tayo? Saan tayo?
Para sa pagbabago, sawa na ang bayan ko sa magnanakaw na tao. Madilim na kahapon, ikaw ang mag-aahon. Sa piling mo, di ko mawawala ang korupsyon. Tayo na, Pilipinas, tayo na magbago. Hawak kamay tayo para sa pag-asenso. Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat kay Rodrigo Duterte, para sa tunay na pagbabago. Masdan mo ang paligid, alamak mga krimen, rape, droga at mga nakawan, dapat nang mapigilan. Tayo na, Pilipinas, tayo na magbago.
because I love my country and I love the people of the Philippines.
Ikaw at ako, tayong lahat kailan.
Ang perlas ng Pilipinas. Walang pahinga sa pagtulong ng mga mahal nating mamamayan. Siya lang ang nag-ikot sa buong Pilipinas para iparamdam ang totoong pagmamahal ng bayan. Kahit binawasan ang budget ng OVP, patuloy pa rin ang serbisyo sa mahal nating mga kapatid. Ang totoong pagmamahal sa Diyos ay makikita kung paano magmahal sa kapwa. Ang totoong serbisyo ay hindi dapat ipagmamayabang, kundi ito'y iparamdam. Ang totoong leader hindi napapagod dahil mayroong Diyos sa puso. Inday Sara, maraming salamat po. Dahil ikaw ay naiiba dahil sa puso mong ubod ng ganda.
Greet ko sa imo, Ma'am Inday Sara, na happy birthday. Ug salamat yun kay sa ibong hatag sa amo diri na building. Nga di namin mainitan, nga nanami suga, pinmaninti. Ug daghang kayong salamat sa imo ha. Ug manghinaot ko, nga makaya nimo ang imong mga problema karon nga ning abot sa imong pagka Vice President, pero kaya nimo na, kaya jud nimo na.
Gusto na ko i-greet ang ato ang Vice President, Ma'am Sara. Wish you all the best. I hope na mas mulambot pag yun ang Pilipinas. I love you.
Napaka-special na araw. Birthday ng ating pinakamamahal na Vice President.
They know the consequences of the criminal acts, especially when caught in flagrante delicto, and they violently resist arrest. They know that illegal drugs waste away lives, dysfunctionalize families.
Ibang relihiyon, na marinig nila ang iyong salita, makilala kayo sa kanilang mga puso, na sa kanilang pagluhod, kami ay dalhin sa trono ng inyong pagpapala. Ipagkaloob ninyo sa inyong mga anak na lubusang nananampalataya at nagtitiwala sa inyo. Kagalakan, kapayapaan, at kapanatagan ng kalooban sa isang bayan na masagana at nagkakaisa. Ang lahat ng ito, samo at dalangin namin sa inyong makapangyarihang pangalan. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Congress of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Kindly. Thank you for your courtesy. Senate President Vicente Soto III, the members of the Senate, House Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, and the members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Fidel V. Ramos, Joseph Hercito Estrada, and Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, His Excellency Gabriel Cacha, and esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia, and the members of the Cabinet, Acting Chief Justice Antonio Carpio, and the Justices of the Supreme Court, my fellow workers in government, mga kababayan. About 2 years ago, I solemnly took my oath as a worker of the national government. I was inspired to institute real changes for the greater good of the Filipino people. As I was greatly overwhelmed then by the daunting challenges that lay ahead. 2 years later, my solid commitment to directly and decisively address our nation's collective challenges remains. It has not wavered. In truth, it has even gotten stronger through adversity and the desire to give the people the most we can within my term in this government. Let me begin by putting it bluntly. The war against illegal drugs is far from over. But before the war resulted in the seizure of illegal drugs worth millions of pesos, today they run billions in peso value. I can only shudder at the harm that those drugs could have caused had they reached the streets of every province, city, municipality, barangay, and community throughout the country. That is why the illegal drugs war will not be sidelined. Instead, it will be as relentless and chilling, if you will, as on the day it began. These drug dealers know fully well that their business is against the law. They know the consequences of their criminal acts, especially when caught in flagrante delicto, and they violently resist arrest. They know that illegal drugs waste away lives, dysfunctionalize families, and ruin relationships. They know that once hooked, addicts will die slowly, slow deaths, and yet they persist in doing what they do, oblivious to the terrible harm that they cause to the people and communities. And when illegal drugs operations turn nasty and bloody, advocates of human rights lash at and pillory our law enforcers and this administration to no end. Sadly, I have yet to hear, really, howls of protest from the human rights advocates and church leaders against drug lordism, drug dealing, and drug pushing as forceful and vociferous as the ones directed against the alleged errant enforcers in the fight against these social scourges. If you think that I can be dissuaded from continuing this fight because of our demonstrations, your protests, which I find the way
misdirected, then you got it all wrong. Your concern is human rights. Mine is human lives. The lives of our youth are being wasted and families are destroyed, and all because of the chemical called shabu, cocaine, cannabis, and heroin. Human rights to me means giving Filipinos, especially those at the society's fringes, a decent and dignified future to the social and physical infrastructures necessary to better their lives and freedoms, and the hard-earned property of every Filipino whose condition we wish to improve shall be protected from criminals, terrorists, corrupt officials, and traffickers and contrabands. You worry about the present. I am concerned both the present and the future. I worry about the future because I know what crimes can do to the youth of this country if not stopped. Crimes can make human cesspools of succeeding generation. I will not allow it to happen. Not during my term. Time and again, I have stressed that corruption must stop. Corruption is like a leech that it bleeds the government of funds, program, infrastructure, and social development projects. It saps the morale of dedicated and honest government workers, and corruption destroys those who succumb to its temptation, and eventually it is the innocent who will suffer and bear its horrible consequences. The love of money is corrosive, and sadly, the desire to make the easy kind of being imaginative and manipulative corrupts absolutely. Stolen wealth does not make the thief respectable. Neither will the trappings of wealth mask or cap the stink that thievery exudes. One day, justice will catch up with those who steal government funds. And when the day comes, it will be the public who will have its retribution. While we run after those who steal the people's money, we are also enhancing the government's delivery of frontline services. I thank Congress for the swift passage of the ease of doing business, which is significant. Fight against corruption and improving service of delivery. We need to sustain our momentum, and I hereby direct all government units, makinig sana kayo, and government agencies to faithfully implement this law and simplify the process. Hinihingi ko yan sa lahat na sa gobyerno under my control and supervision. Wag ho kayong magkamali. I particularly call the attention of the agencies with the number of red tape-related reports from the public. Make your services truly customer-friendly. Our people deserve efficient, effective, and responsive government services. They deserve nothing less. Kayo lang ayaw eh. Gusto ng tao, kayo yung binabayaran, make your living from the pockets of the people, and you have a lousy and corrupt bureaucracy. I have friends and political supporters whom I appointed to public office and then dismissed or caused to resign. I need not mention their names or recount the circumstances surrounding the removal or resignation. Media has more than amply reported that. I value friendship. Make no mistake about it, but it has its limits. This is a lonely place I am hemmed in. Do not make it lonelier by forcing me to end our friendship because you gave me the reason to end it. It pains me to no end the loss of friendships, and that is why I appeal to you to help me in my cause so that our friendship will endure. For as long as I can remember, the bulk of the income generated in Mindanao used to be remitted to what we in Mindanao refer as the Imperial Manila, to fund national projects primarily in the Metro Manila area, leaving a pittance to Mindanao as its share thereof. Mindanao was dubbed as the land of promise, and Mindanaoans say in derision that is so because what it got from government through the years were promises, promises, and more promises. We aim to rectify that derisive observation, and as a matter of fact, we are now in the process of fulfilling that promise through significant increases in the budget for Mindanao. At the end of my term, I hope to see the promise of Mindanao fulfilled, or at least at the very least, approaching fulfillment. Be that as it may, Mindanao pauses at the crossroads of history. One road leads to harmony and peace. The other to war and human suffering. Despite all that has been said or against the Bangsamoro Organic Law by all sectoral groups, I make this solemn commitment that this administration will never deny our Muslim brothers and sisters the basic legal tools to chart their own destiny within the constitutional framework of our country. When the approved version is transmitted and received by my office, the law has been passed actually, and I intend to give me 48 hours to sign it and ratify the law. Babasahin ko pa bago ako pipirmahan. Baka may siningit kayo dyan na hindi maganda para sa ibang tao. We will need loads of understanding and patience to endure and overcome the birth pangs or pains of the new beginning. To me, war is not an option. We have been through the catastrophe in Marawi. We have seen the horror, the devastation, and the human toll, and the displacement of both Christians and Muslims alike. I have made a pledge that ISIS terrorists or groups or its allies will never gain foothold in our country. Yet, when what remained of the decimated Maoti ISIS group in Marawi finally saw the error of their ways and expressed their desire to be reintegrated into society, we welcome them with open arms and embark on a genuine efforts to embrace a peaceful, productive life for them. We owe it to our fallen soldiers and police officers in Marawi and elsewhere to put an end to the bloodshed and seek the path of true peace, a peace that will last beyond this lifetime and whose dividends our children will reap. On international relations, we shall continue to assert and pursue an independent foreign policy. Our long-term national development and national security goals come first. We shall continue to reach out to all nations regardless of their prevailing political persuasions or proximity to or distance from our shore, so long as this nation wish us well. Our stronger bonds with our ASEAN friends have made possible our trilateral border patrols with Indonesia and Malaysia, which has since then put out of business sea pirates, piracy, and other terrorists who used to infest our shared seas. This is a testament to the readiness of our country and our good neighbors to make regional peace and security our shared responsibility. We have successfully hosted the 50th ASEAN anniversary and the 31st ASEAN Summit last November 2017. We have shown the world that we are capable when we work together. The ASEAN events showcased not only the world-renowned Filipino hospitality and organizational capabilities, but also our artistic talent. I would like to commend the National ASEAN Organizing Council, led by no less than my Executive Secretary, Salvador Medialdia. Our re-energized relations with China has also led to an unprecedented level of cooperation between our nations on the war against transitional crimes. Our shared intelligence led to the discovery and dismantling of the clandestine Shabu laboratories and the arrest of Chinese chemists with the Dragon organization called Wu Syndicate. Our improved relationship with China, however, does not mean that we will waver in our commitment to defend our interests in the West Philippine Sea. This is why we engage China through this bilateral and multilateral platform such as the ASEAN-China and the Philippines-China bilateral consultation mechanism. Opening lines of communication and amicably managing differences have led to positive development that include renewed access of Filipino fishermen to the areas in dispute in the Philippines, West Philippine Sea. Participation in the ASEAN-China dialogue has also resulted to the draft framework for the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea, which intends to resolve peaceful disputes by peaceful means. We admire our Filipino migrant workers for their selflessness and courage in enduring the hardships of living away from home to provide for their families. You epitomize the innate resilience of the nation. You have shown your willingness to toil and sacrifice day in and day out for the long-term good of your family, loved ones. You have also contributed greatly to the national economy, even as you help in small and big ways to the economies of our international partners. This is why we strongly condemn the deaths and abuses experienced by Filipino migrant workers in the hands of their foreign employers. I have said this before and I say it again. I am a worker of government, and it is my vow to make sure that your well-being remains our foremost foreign policy concern. It is for this reason that we are continuing to work with the host nations to ensure the welfare of our countrymen. I appeal to all host governments to help us as true and dependable partners in this endeavor. I have always believed that no matter how well-intentioned a leader is, no matter how well-conceived may be his mission, if he lacks the political will to do what needs to be done, they can only end up a failure and a hopeless dreamer. As a worker of government, I promise to do whatever it would take to give all Filipinos a comfortable life, fighting powerful interests and making sacrifices. My obligation is to promote and uphold the greatest good for the greatest number. Our campaign against Endo has resulted in the regularization of the more than 300,000 workers as of early this month. On May 1 of this year, I signed Executive Order 51, which sought to protect the workers' right to security of tenure. Read my lips. I understand that this does not satisfy all sectors. I share their sentiment. I truly do. Much as I would like to do the impossible, that power is not vested upon me by the Constitution, and neither will I make both ends meet, even if I will violate the laws to achieve that purpose. Simply, it is not part of my territory. That is why I add mine to their voices in asking Congress to pass legislation ending the practice of contractualization once and for all. Our farmers, especially our coconut farmers, form a significant part of the basic sectors of society. It is from the toil of their hands that we put food on the table. It is my hope that we finally see this through. I urge you, Congress, to convene the bilateral conference committee and pass at the soonest possible time the bill establishing the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund. I pray that you will do it. My administration remains firm in its resolve to ensure that the country's telecommunications services are reliable, inexpensive, and secure. A draft terms of reference for the entry of a new major industry player is at hand. The terms will be fair, reasonable, and comprehensive. It will be inclusive, so it will be open to all interested private parties, both foreign and local. The only condition is that the chosen entity must provide the best possible services at reasonably accessible prices. However, our efforts to usher in a new major player shall render futile if we do not improve its odds of success in an industry that has long been dominated by a well-entrenched duopoly. We shall therefore lower interconnection rates between all industry players, not only to lessen the cost to the customers, as it will also lower the cost of incoming players to access existing networks. A market environment that is more conducive to competition. This is a policy which is crucial to ensure that our solution to our telecommunication problems will be both meaningful and lasting. In the last 2 years, experience has taught me that lack of consultation or insufficiency of information can at times lead to rash judgments. If and when I am unsure of the most appropriate course of action to take given the problem, its a factual menu, and the desired end, I never fail to consult to discuss options with persons whom I trust and whose advice I value. When I decided to establish malasakit centers in Cebu, Tacloban, and Iloilo, my longtime aide, Bongo, and his team became instrumental in arriving at the right decision through proper consultation. Deliberations with the proper agencies also made me decide to push for and eventually approve both the Tertiary Education Act and the increase in the salary of our men in uniform, our soldiers, and our policemen. Boracay Island, widely regarded as one of our country's treasures and admired worldwide for its natural beauty, has sadly become the representation of governance and government's negligence, including mine. I could not allow this decay to continue. Decisive action has long been overdue, recognizing that we are mere stewards of our natural resources. And I said, enough is enough. We intend to restore its environmental integrity alongside measures to alleviate those whose livelihood were momentarily affected. Environmental protection and ensuring the health of our people cannot be overemphasized. Thus, our actions in Boracay mark the beginning of a new national effort. This is just for the other tourist destinations needing urgent rehabilitation and enforcement of environmental and other laws shall soon follow. I urge local government units to proactively enforce our laws and not wait for us to swoop down on your areas just to do your duty and work. At some other time, I would have to discuss local government units. What has happened to Boracay is just an indication of the long overdue need to rationalize in a holistic, sustainable manner the utilization, management, and development of our lands. I therefore urge the Senate urgently pass the National Land Use Act to put in place a national land use policy that will address our competing land requirements for food, housing, business, and environmental conservation. We need to do this now. To help safeguard the present and future generations, we have to earnestly undertake initiatives to reduce our vulnerabilities to natural hazards and bolster our resilience to the impact of national disasters and climate change. As I have stated last year, we must learn from the experiences from the Super Typhoon Yolanda and other mega disasters, and from global best practices. We need a truly empowered department characterized by a unity of command, science-based approach, and full-time focus on natural hazards and disasters, and the wherewithal to take charge of the disaster risk reduction, preparedness response with better recovery and faster rehabilitation. Hence, we in the Cabinet have approved for immediate endorsement to Congress the passage of a law creating the Department of Disaster Management, an interagency, just like FEMA, we don't know if it's an effective agency in the United States government. An interagency crafted and a high priority measure aimed at genuinely strengthening our country's capacity to reliance on natural disasters. I fervently appeal to Congress to pass this bill with utmost urgency. Our people's safety requirements cannot wait. Ours is a rich and beautiful country. Indeed, add to that a great number of people equipped with technical expertise and professionalism, and you have a country poised to soar and take this place among the world's economic and financial eagles. God willing, inshallah. Nature enjoyed us with its wealth to be taught for the benefit of all generations. My policy in the utilization of these resources is non-negotiable. The protection of the environment must be top priority. And extracted resources must be used for the benefit of the Filipino people, not just a select few. Do not just give me taxes. I can get it from other sources. Give me what needs to be given to my countrymen. To the mining industry, I see this once again and maybe for the last time. Do not destroy the environment or compromise our resources. Repair what you have mismanaged. Try to change management radically, because this time you will have restrictive policies. The prohibition of open pit mining is one. It is destroying my country. It is destroying the environment. It will destroy the world of tomorrow for our children. I again warn responsible miners along with their patrons to stop destroying our watersheds, recharge areas, forests, and aquatic resources. You can no longer fish in our rivers. It's all contaminated. And the color is not even brown or purple or white. It's black. You want to see it? I will invite you. We can go to the Walwal and the other mining areas. And I'm sure you will puke with what is happening to this country. Expect reforms, radical ones. I do not intend to quarrel with anybody who demanded, but for as long as I am here, I said, you will just have to contend with me. Expect you to do your part in ensuring our nation's sustainable development, starting now. Exhort all concerned agencies and local government units to uphold the concept of intergenerational responsibility in exploring and the utilization of our mineral wealth, protection and preservation of our biodiversity, anchored on the right to a balanced and healthy ecology. I applaud Congress for the timely passage of the train law. You have made funds available to build better roads, bridges, and improve health and education, and strengthen our safety and security. Some have incorrectly blamed our effort towards a fairer tax system for all the price increases in the past months, and some irresponsibly suggesting to stop train implementation. We cannot and should not. We need this for sustainable growth that leaves no Filipino left behind. Train is already helping poor families and senior citizens cope up with rising prices. We have distributed unconditional cash transfer to 4 million people and will help 6 million more this year. Following the 1 peso discount per liter in gas stations, we have also started releasing fuel vouchers to public utility, jeeps, and other valid franchises. Further, we have fast-tracked the distribution of energy rice to provide affordable rice for all. Excuse me. This year, we are giving 149 billion pesos worth of subsidies to the poor and vulnerable. Next year, the amount will be increased to 169 billion pesos. But no amount of subsidy can help the poor if some businesses take advantage of their situation to make more money. I ask businesses to cooperate with us in charging a fair price. To help stabilize rice prices, we also need to address the issue of artificial rice shortage. I now ask all the rice hoarders, cartels, and their protectors. You know that I know who you are. Stop messing with the people. I hate to power sometimes is not a good thing, but I hope I would not have to use it against you. Consider yourselves warned, mend your ways now, or the full force of the state shall be brought to bear upon you. I am directing all intelligence agencies to unmask the perpetrators of this economic sabotage and our law enforcement agencies to bring them to justice. We are also working on long-term solutions on top of this agenda to lower the price of rice. We need to switch from the current quota system in importing rice to a tariff system where rice can be imported more freely. This will give us additional resources for our farmers, reduce the price of rice by up to 7 pesos per kilo and lower inflation significantly. I ask Congress to prioritize this crucial reform, which I have certified as urgent today. Alam mo, ako humingi talaga ng tulong. Business is really for profit. I understand that. But Philippines has always been a playground for, scoundrels and those who do it without really considering the plight of the others. It's all conscience. When I run for public office, I promise to do whatever it takes to give all Filipinos a comfortable life, even if it means fighting powerful interests. I am committed to a comprehensive tax reform, and I ask Congress to continue the job. Package 2 will be lower corporate income taxes, especially for our small businesses. Lower taxes mean they will have more money to invest and create more jobs. More than 99% of our businesses are micro, small, or medium enterprises and employ around 65% of our workers. The enactment of the package 2 is what stands between today and the millions of jobs in the near future. Congressman Coa, Gonzales, Abo, and Green, and Botocabi, as well as the Swansing family, filed versions of Package 2 last March 2018. Salamat po. And I support their push to shepherd the bill. I hope the Senate will follow suit. Maybe tomorrow, sir? This matter is urgent. Do not be part of the problem by ignoring it. I hope to sign package 2 before the year ends. I urge Congress to pass it in form that satisfy our goals and serves the interests of the many, not just the wealthy few. By the end of July 2018, all 5 packages of my tax reform would have been submitted to Congress. Apart from train, rice tarification, and package 2, they include the mining, alcohol, and tobacco tax increase, reform in property valuation, reform in capital income and financial taxes, and an amnesty program. I urge Congress to take them seriously and pass them in succession, for there is no chance that we can deliver our promises without an equitable tax system. One of the most important thrusts of this administration, medium-term development plan, is to cover all Filipinos against financial health risks. That is why I have directed concerned agencies to streamline the various sources of financial assistance for the people with health-related needs. We're currently institutionalizing the unified implementation of the no-balance billing policy, through which the government and our private healthcare providers can work out a system that will provide an order of charging of medical expenses. Much needs to be done to improve our healthcare system, which remains highly fragmented, resulting in disparity in health outcomes between the rich and the poor, and in the urban areas and rural. While investments in health have increased over the several years, several policy and operational bottlenecks have constrained universal health care for this country. We shall pool our resources for health services under the Philippines institutionalized primary care as a prerequisite to access higher level of health care and supplement human resource gaps in the LGUs through a national health workforce support system. This will ensure that every Filipino gets the appropriate, affordable, and quality health services in appropriate facilities and will be protected from financial burden due to sickness. To this end, I urge the speedy passage of the Universal Healthcare Bill authored by former Representative Harry Roque. Strong political determination, not political ambition, is the guiding light. I have no illusions of occupying this office one day longer than what the Constitution under which I was elected permits, or under whatever constitution there might be. 4 administrations before me have tried to amend the Constitution to be able to introduce amendments and revisions to the Charter, but none of them was successfully done for one reason or another. I therefore consider it a distinct honor and privilege to have received earlier from the consultative committee that I created a federal constitution that will truly embody the ideal aspirations of all the Filipino people. I thank all the members of the committee, especially those who came out from their retirement, for their valuable services in crafting this draft federal constitution. I would like to extend my particular gratitude to former Chief of Justice Renato Pono and former Senate President Aquilino Pimentel Jr. I am confident that the Filipino people will stand behind us as we introduce this new fundamental law that will not only strengthen our democratic institutions but also create an environment where every Filipino, regardless of his social status, religion, or ideology, will have an equal opportunity to grow and create a future that he or she can proudly bequeath to the succeeding generations. My countrymen, I will not bore you with the litany of this administration's projects completed otherwise in the process. That would be too self-serving. I have instead caused to be prepared a written report on what was and what has been done in the months and probably in the years to come. The report shall be made available within the next few days. I was informed that satellite facilities were set up by the Presidential Communications Operations Office in certain far-flung barangays. So as of today, the residents of these communities can watch the state of the nation and for the first time see you on TV. I hope you'd have enjoyed the experience. In ending, may I quote, I have always quoted, but in my previous talks, one American that I salute, the great Abraham Lincoln. And this has been, I've been in government for the last, if I complete my term, inshallah, God willing, I would have served government for 40 years. And I came across this statement which has been with me since I was a fiscal in the 70s. And he said, if I were to try to read, much less answer all attacks made on me, this shop, the presidency, might as well be closed for any other business. I do the very best I know how, the very best I can, and I mean to keep doing so until the end. If the end brings me out all right, what has been said against me won't amount to anything. But if the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels of God swearing that as I was right would make no difference. Dakang salamat kaninyong tanan.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is adjourned.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned.
Ay hindi ho confidential fund yun. Ano ko po re-resibuhan ang isang intelligence officer na sinuyo ko tingnan ang isang bagay o isang kaso. Ano ho i-resibo ilalagay ko doon? Paano ho ililiquidate sa akin ng intel officer? We have not seen any acts of the Vice President that we should investigate. Well, we do not find anything that is in violation of one, the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, of any of the offenses in the revised penal code that is in relation to the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practice. Advise Joseph Andres to shut up, to stop talking about the case, because one of the powers of the Ombudsman is to take over the investigation of the case of any government investigative agency at any stage of the
Being
proceeding.
investigated for ATA, anti-terror law, and grave threats. Pag ganun pong nature ng investigation, can you take over?
If we find that the grave threats is committed in relation to office.
Pasidungog 2023 Award. Noong Hunyo 2023, ipinakita niya ang isang plaque ng pagpapahalaga sa Pasidungog 2023 na kinikilala ang mga lokal na pinuno at ang kanilang mga kontribusyon sa pag-unlad ng komunidad. Ang mga parangal na ito ay sumasalamin sa kanyang pangako sa serbisyo publiko, pagpapaunlad ng komunidad at epektibong pamamahala. Ang pamumuno ni Rodrigo Duterte mula 2016 na hanggang 2022 ay minarkahan ng ilang makabuluhang tagumpay na humubog sa Pilipinas sa iba't ibang paraan. Narito ang isang komprehensibong pangkalahatang ideya ng ilan sa kanyang mga pangunahing tagumpay. Pagpapaunlad ng infrastruktura. Inilunsad ang programang E-Build, Build, Build na naglalayong mapabuti ang infrastruktura ng bansa. Nakatuon ang inisyatibong ito sa paggawa ng mga kalsada, tulay, at mga pampublikong sistema ng transportasyon na nag-aambag sa paglago ng ekonomiya at paglikha ng trabaho. Reforma sa buwis. Ipinatupad ang Comprehensive Tax Reform Program na naglalayong gawing simple ang sistema ng buwis at pataasin ang kita para sa gobyerno. Nakatulong ang reformang ito na maging isa ang Pilipinas sa pinakamabilis na lumalagong ekonomiya sa Asya sa panahon ng kanyang termino. Mga programang panlipunan. Pinalawak ang Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, 4C, na nagbibigay ng conditional cash transfers sa mga pamilyang may mababang kita. Ang programang ito ay naglalayon na maibsan ang kahirapan at mapabuti ang kalagayan ng pamumuhay ng pinakamahihirap na Pilipino. Kampanya laban sa droga. Naglunsad ng kontrobersyal ngunit agresibong kampanya laban sa iligal na droga, na naglalayong bawasan ang krimen at mapabuti ang kaligtasan ng publiko. Habang ang pamamaraang ito ay nahaharap sa pagpuna para sa mga paglabag sa karapatang pantao, ang mga taga-suporta ay nagtalo na kinakailangan upang matugunan ang problema sa droga. Kapayapaan at kaayusan. Idineklara ang martial law sa Mindanao para labanan ang terorismo at insurhensya, partikular noong Marawi Siege noong 2017. Ang hakbang na ito ay naglalayong ibalik ang kapayapaan at seguridad sa rehiyon. Paglago ng ekonomiya. Sa ilalim ng kanyang administrasyon, ang Pilipinas ay nakaranas ng makabuluhang paglago ng ekonomiya, na ang mga rate ng paglago ng EC ay umabot ng kasing taas ng 6.7% noong 2017 at 2018. Ang paglago na ito ay naiugnay sa paggasta sa infrastruktura at pagtaas ng mga dayuhang pamumuhunan. Pakikipag-ugnayan sa internasyonal. Inilipat ang patakarang panlabas ng bansa tungo sa isang mas malayang paninindigan, pagpapatibay ng mas malapit na ugnayan sa China at iba pang mga bansa na naglalayong makaakit ng mga pamumuhunan at pahusayin ang mga pakikipagsosyo sa ekonomiya. Mga inisyatiba sa kalusugan. Inilunsad ang Universal Healthcare Law na naglalayong bigyan ang lahat ng Pilipino ng access sa mga dekalidad na serbisyong pangkalusugan nang walang kahirapan sa pananalapi.
Require niyo po ang isang ahensya ng gobyerno na may confidential fund na mag-submit ng resibo ay hindi na confidential fund yun. Ano ko po re-resibuhan ang isang intelligence officer na sinuyo po tingnan ang isang bagay o isang kaso? Ano yung resibo ilalagay ko doon? Paano ho ililiquidate sa akin ng intel officer? We have not seen any acts of the Vice President that we should investigate. Well, we do not find anything that is in violation of one, the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, of any of the offenses in the Revised Penal Code that is in relation to the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practice. Advise Joseph Andres to shut up, to stop talking about the case, because one of the powers of the Ombudsman is to take over the investigation of the case of any government investigative agency at any stage of the proceeding.
Being investigated for ATA, anti-terror law, and grave threats. Pag ganun pong nature ng investigation, can you take over?
If we find that the grave threats is committed in relation to office.
Pasidungog 2023 Award. Noong Hunyo 2023, ipinakita niya ang isang plaque ng pagpapahalaga sa Pasidungog 2023 na kinikilala ang mga lokal na pinuno at ang kanilang mga kontribusyon sa pag-unlad ng komunidad. Ang mga parangal na ito ay sumasalamin sa kanyang pangako sa serbisyo publiko, pagpapaunlad ng komunidad at epektibong pamamahala. Ang pamumuno ni Rodrigo Duterte mula 2016 na hanggang 2022 ay minarkahan ng ilang makabuluhang tagumpay na humubog sa Pilipinas sa iba't ibang paraan. Narito ang isang komprehensibong pangkalahatang ideya ng ilan sa kanyang mga pangunahing tagumpay. Pagpapaunlad ng infrastruktura. Inilunsad ang programang Iniibig.
Your Excellencies, members of the House of Congress, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Thank you. Kindly sit down. Kumusta po kayo? Senate President Vicente Soto III and the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, magandang hapon po sa iyong ma'am at kung nasaan ka. Former Presidents Fidel V. Ramos, Joseph Ejercito, Macapagal Arroyo, His Excellency Kacha and esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia, and the other members of the Cabinet, Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin, and the Supreme Court, my fellow workers in government, mga mahal kong kababayan. Let me begin by extending my hand in gratitude to all who kept faith with me in our most trying times. Numbers speak 1,000 words, tell 100 tales, but the landslide victory of the administration candidates, as well as the latest survey result, shows that my disapproval rating is 3%. I hope that the members of Congress, sana hindi kayo included sa 3%, inspires me with determination to pursue relentlessly what we have started at the start of my administration. Few men imbued with the will and the courage to do what he believes is right unjust, and whatever be the opposition in terms of numbers and noise, makes a majority. For it is not the eagle in the fight, but the fight in the eagle that matters. Believe me, I will end my term fighting. It has been 3 years since I took my oath of office, and it pains me to say that we have not learned our lesson. The illegal drug problem persists. Corruption continues and emasculate the courage we need to sustain our moral recovery initiatives. Years ago, we saw the terrible devastation caused by illegal drugs. On May 23, 2017, our law enforcers launched an operation to serve a warrant and to neutralize terrorists. A group of armed men with sophisticated weaponry and aided by local radicalized by extreme dogma and teachings, fought our troops for weeks. During that Marawi siege, tons of shabu worth millions and millions of pesos. Drug money killed 175 and wounded 2,001 of my soldiers and policemen in that 5-month battle. I am aware that we still have a long way to go in our fight against this social menace. Let the reason why I advocate the imposition of the death penalty for crimes related to illegal drugs. Our citizens have begun to do their part in the war against drugs and through the barangay formation of anti-drug councils, and also actually surrendering bricks of cocaine found floating in the sea into our islands. I call this responsibility. However, the drugs will not be crossed unless we continue to eliminate corruption that allows the social monster to survive. I respectfully request Congress to reinstate the death penalty for heinous crimes related to drugs as well as plunder. My countrymen, it is a sad commentary that we cannot distinguish our need from our greed, our principles from our prejudices, the real from the fake, and the truth from a lie. The reason is because that many of us, what matters above all is the self. It is selfishness, it's worse for no purpose other than personal aggrandizement. To borrow the language of F. Chanel, Jose, we have not risen above and beyond the parochial interest. Our warped loyalty to family, friends, and tribal kin continue to exact a heavy toll on our programs designed to uplift the poor and reassure our investors, our foreign investors, local, and the business sector in this country. The recent uncovering of the massive fraud perpetrated against the public health insurance system proves that corruption is pervasive. Huge amount of medical funds were released to cover padded medical claims and imaginary treatment of ghost patients. I am grossly disappointed. The government is conned of millions of pesos which could be used to treat illnesses and possibly save the lives of many. Thus, I ordered the NBI to arrest and cause the prosecution of those liable. I appointed a new PhilHealth president, whom I know is a man of integrity, a military man, a former military officer, and gave him marching orders to prioritize ridding the agency of corruption. By the way, I commend the Bureau of Investigation for its handling of high-profile cases resulting in the arrest and prosecution of criminals. These culprits will have their day of reckoning in court. I hope it happens during the last 3 years of my term. Concerning the unscrupulous persons manning our ports and scalawags in uniform, we have been unyielding in our reforms to weed them out of public service. I have fired or caused the resignation of more than 100 officials and appointees of government without regard to relationship, friendship, and alliance. There is no sacred cow, as the saying goes, in my administration. Institutions that are the stewards of our resources and agents of development have long been a major source of public frustration. Drastic reforms within these agencies have yielded results. Our government-owned and controlled corporations, infamous for high salaries and bonuses being paid for their executives and employees, have started to shape up. As of July 9, 2019, we collected more than 61 billion from GOCCs, or government corporations, 32 of which, or 32% is 16 billion from PAGCOR. This is more than the 36 billion collected in 2017. My salute to Andrea Domingo. Magpasugal ka pa ng marami. Bureau of Customs, though corruption-ridden, managed to collect 585 billion pesos in 2018. Imagine how much more could have been collected had the BOC been clean and less corrupt. May I cut and just magsalita lang ako kung anong sa isip ko. I went to the Bureau of Customs 2 weeks ago and found out that there are about 63 of them facing charges, criminal charges, and 61 of them under investigation. I hope that I can have the cooperation of Congress. If we cannot abolish their position, and if I cannot dismiss them for the reason that there is a security of tenure. I will just allow them to have their plantilla positions, but they have to report to Congress every day to help me in the huge paperwork that we have to do every day. All of them will go out from the premises of the customs area. I do not want them back. We in government talk too much, act too little, and too slow. I recall saying that before the congressional hearing when I was mayor of Davao City. I say that again to emphasize how little we have changed since then. We have long on rhetorics, but short of accomplishments. It's just that you, Congress, or even the executive department, and maybe me. So I am here to rectify my own error. That is why I implore those who occupy positions of power and authority to let your deeds and accomplishments do the talking. Lead by example. Words ring hollow when not followed by positive and prioritized action. Time and again, I have emphasized that, like my fellow workers in government, trabahante lang po ako ng Pilipino. Last year, I signed the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act, a significant piece of legislation to improve service delivery and fight corruption still until now. However, much is to be done in ensuring our responsiveness to the people's needs based on complaints received by this contact center Bayan, that's in my office. The LTO, SSS, BIR, LRA, and Pag-ibig are the top 5 agencies that need to drastically improve their service. I reiterate my directive to the government and instrumentalities, including the LGUs and the government corporations. Simplify. Andito ba kayo? Simplify. Just like the others. You can do it electronically. You do not have to go to the office. I've been asking that from you since 3 years ago. Pag hindi pa din yung nagawa yan ngayon, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Nabubwisit na. Simplify and make your services responsive to client-friendly. Your client is the Filipino, our employer. From where the money in our pockets come from our salaries. Thanks to Executive Secretary Major Dia, we have increased the number of lines from hotline 8888 to make it more responsive to the public. Our ultimate goal is for our people to be freed from using these hotlines because government service and response have markedly improved. Again, ang problema kasi ng Pilipino, I'm addressing now to the Filipino. Kayo rin kasi, sinasabi ko na sa inyo, be assertive. At pag kayo o ikaw hiningian more than the required payment by government at humingi pa sa iyo, I've been telling you, mag-iskandalo kayo sa opisina. make a scene. Sampalin mo yung na yan. Kasi aabot rin sa akin yan. And I have done that. Ako magprangka ako sa inyo. Ako lang ang presidente na hanggang ngayon nagbubugbog talaga ng tao. Yan sa loob ng Malacanang. Pinapakain ko ng pera yung mga yawa na yan. Igalit na ako sa inyo eh. Kindly be assertive. Pagka hiningian ka, sabihin mo, ina mo, sabi ni Duterte, the President told us, that if you extort money from me, I will slap you. At sampalin talaga ninyo. Di na bali magkaaway, I will defend you. At kung maari, and this is what I've been doing all along, there's an 888. Be sure that it is true. Though you are not liable for libel, pero wag naman yang makasakit ka ng kapwa-tao na wala namang kasalanan. 888 then place to President Duterte, abuses by director asking for money. Text mo, lalabas yan dyan. And that is for the public to view. At kung totoo, Malacanang, I said, is open 24 hours. 24 hours, basta corruption. And that is why that fiasco about the frigate ni Trillanes was because yung Koreano na napagbili ng barko to sold the ship to the Philippine government, wala pa hong delivery. And it was there already ready. And that is why that Korean went to Malacanang just to complain, why is it that there is no request for delivery? So I told Bong, ayusin mo yan. He went to Lorenzana, and Lorenzana, nagsulat siya. May nakakuha because sa Malacanang, every administration may tao yan dyan. Every administration leaves some of the men because they are appointed on plantilla position. Kinuha nila, then it was brought here before the Congress. And so Bong was called to testify and said he was assured it will be a closed door. I told Bong, no, ask for an open and public hearing. Sabi ko, sabihin mo sa lahat, wala, you have nothing, just say the truth. Sabi ko, pagkatapos niya testify, sabi ko, Bong, maniwala ka hindi, you will be a senator. Totoo yan. That is the story of how convoluted politics and corruption here in our country works. Equipped with political will, the government ordered the closure of Boracay Island for 6 months to prevent its further deterioration. We cleaned and rehabilitated the island and not allowed it to heal naturally. I am proud to say that it has been restored close to its original pristine state. Boracay Interagency Task Force led by Secretary Simato and fully supported by Secretaries Andio, Romulo Puyat, what's her name? Puro surname ito, Romulo Puyat. What's her name? Berna. Berna, Romulo Puyat, Belo, and Villar, and the TESDA Chief Mamunjong for this huge success. Kudos are also due to the PMS for integrating the 6-month rehabilitation plan and the NEDA for the recently approved Mindanao Term Boracay Action Plan. Boracay Island is just the beginning, and the girls there, the foreigners, are waiting for you gentlemen to visit the place. They are all on the beach sunbathing. you are invited to. I have not been there. Alam mo, nung naayos yan, day before, we were told that there's gonna be an opening tomorrow. So the TV on that day, magandang hapon, showed a lot of bantings and banners, Salamat, Duterte, ano mga pagkatao. So when I saw it, I called the military and the police, remove the bantings. I am not going there. No need to really advertise. I am paid for what I'm doing. Nakukurnihan ako. Too much adulation, bordering pretensions. I can almost smell it a mile away. And I never went there until now. What I did was, I went to the other side of the island and asked the Dar, what is the status of the land behind the beach of Boracay? And they are still categorized as forestal and agriculture. Not, I said, not commercial? No, sir. So I told the agrarian reform, go to the place, have it inspected, because I will declare the whole of the island a land reform program. And I gave the islands piece by piece to the Etas, the natives of the place, para walang masabi. Marami kasi ginawa ko raw para linisan ko, ibigay ko sa mga kaibigan ko. Wala akong kaibigang mayaman. Ayaw kong kaibigan ng mayaman. Because pagka mayaman ka, tatabi lang ka lang sa akin, pati ako napahira na ng kung ano-ano ang hingiin mo sa gobyerno. There are those who violate environmental rules. I am giving due notice to the LGUs and other stakeholders, kayo po, of tourist destinations to take extra steps in the enforcement of our laws and the protection of our environment. On January 27, 2019, we officially started the Manila Bay rehabilitation. Though we have a long way to go, we are encouraged by the test results of the waters near Padre Faura. We will relocate informal settlers. I hope it can happen during my time. Along the waterways and shut down establishments that continue to pollute and poison our waters. Make a choice. I'm going to the... Malaki ba yung building dyan? I'm going to dismantle your building or just simply burn it down so that we can have a new setup of environmental friendly, whatever that means. So the Build program in emerging economic hubs outside Metro Manila, this will swiftly gain ground thanks to the efforts of the economic team led by Secretary Dominguez. Hard at work in the interconnection of our islands and cities by air, land, and sea are Secretaries Tugade and Villar. Alaman naman ninyo, magaganda na ang airport ninyo. Inuna ko nga kayo. Everybody's complaining about the Davao Airport, and I said, Davao will be the lot. Kung hindi na maabutan, sabi ko mga taga-Davao, pasensya na kayo. Para walang masabi ang Congress sa atin, baka nga 3% sila doon sa kabila. We also paved the way for the entry of third telecommunication provider. Do not worry about this. There is no corruption at all. I guarantee you, upon the grave of my father, I do not talk to them. I just say, just do your work. And kung maaari, according to what the specifications are required by this government. I challenge this new player to fulfill its commitment to provide fast and reliable telecommunication services to our people, especially in the underserved areas. DICT Secretary Hunasan will be the lead man in this endeavor. I hope he is here. However, developmental gains will not be felt by our people in the countryside if we cannot maintain law and order. Yung peace and security, we need to enforce the law. After almost 2 decades of peace negotiation, the Bangsamoro Organic Law was finally passed and ratified. For decades, our Muslim brothers in the arm have been mired in poverty. My late Muslim brother, Minda Chair Abdul Ghair Alonto, envisioned a progressive, peaceful, and united Mindanao during our lifetime. It is my hope that the Bangsamoro transition will fast-track the establishment of regional government that will secure and comfortable life for Muslim brothers and sisters and all indigenous communities in the Bangsamoro regions. Additionally, I have taken the helm of the National Task Force to end local communist armed conflict and have assigned a cabinet member to each region to harmonize government efforts in attaining national development security. Through the exceptional leadership of Secretary Briones and the DepEd, I am proud to say that this year more Filipino learners are receiving basic education with over 27 million enrollees from kinder to senior high school. And because we have still a little to spare, the fastest population growth, one of the is the Philippines. We are so industrious that we are producing more people than. I do not want to quarrel with the religious, but more than 823. Sorry, but I see not good. For the, sinusuot ko lang to pag paminsan-minsan eh. Out of school youth and adult learners were able to access non-formal education through the alternative learning system for our national sports development. I support the proposed measure to create the National Academy for Sports for high school students. Almost 86,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises, or the MSMEs, have received over 3 billion worth of loans since 2017, thanks to the efforts of Secretary Lopez and the DTI. Additional benefits for solo parents, the assignment of health workers in all barangays, and the expansion of the malasakit centers are what we also hope to achieve through the bills filed by the original concept of bongo para manalo sa kampanya. Yun ang mantra niya. Tutuhanin mo lambong, mapahiya tayong lahat. I also implore Congress, you have to study this very carefully. Congress has to postpone the May 2020 ang yung barangay Sangguniang Kabataan to October 2022. Because if you read it, to rectify the truncated terms, paiba-iba na eh. The truncated terms of sitting barangays, but also provide them with the ample time to finish the programs and projects. I suggest Congress should also enact the Magna Carta for barangays. This administration's malasakit at Serbisyo program has of course reached the Filipinos who labor in foreign lands. The milestone signing of the bilateral labor agreement with Kuwait in 2018 is a testament of my commitment to stop abuses inflicted on our overseas Filipinos, to ensure their welfare, protection, and their access to government services. The establishment of the Department of Overseas Filipinos will sufficiently address that particular need. Our accomplishments for the past 3 years and the plans for the next 3 are discussed in detail in my midterm report to the people, copies of which shall be made available before the day ends. Let me repeat what I said many times before. Honestly, I have identified the enemy who dumped us into this quagmire we are in. I have met the enemy face to face, and sadly, the enemy is us. We are our own tormentors, addressing the Filipino people. We are our own demons. We are as rapacious predators preying on the helpless, the weak, and the voiceless. We find corruption everywhere in government, when every malefactor watching his cohorts back in blatant disregard of his oath when he assumed public office. Even the language has evolved to soften the wickedness of the criminal act. For the boys, sponsoring an event, or what else have you? No amount of euphemism can trivialize or normalize betrayal of public trust or any other criminal offense. It is an injury laced with insult. It is both a national embarrassment and a national shame. For every transaction, a commission. For every action, extortion. Any request that goes on endlessly and shamelessly. Catharsis is what we individually and collectively need to do today. Not tomorrow, but today. Self-purgation, followed by the resolve to do what is right and proper, is good for the nation's health. Let me ask you, when will corruption end? Kailan ba talaga ito, hanggang kailan? Well, I don't know. I've been with government for almost 35 years now. I am not singling out myself. It's the entire gamut of our system. Corruption exasperates. It frustrates. It is also exasperating that there are times when I think that perhaps it is blood that we need to cleanse and rinse away. The dirt and the muck that stick to the flesh like leeches. Of course, it is only a thought. I am simply thinking aloud to dispel any controversy that my statements in this regard will create something else. Words of Pedro Guerrero, who said, "Sometimes they write what I say, and they write what I say and not what I mean." So yung mga papurga-purga lang yan. I use similes, metaphors, hyperbole, and other figures of speech every now and then to prove or stress a point. I am as human as anybody else. On the matter of the Philippine West Philippine Sea, the avoidance of conflict, armed conflict, and protection of our territorial waters and natural resources compel us to perform a delicate balancing act. A shooting war is grief and misery multiplier. War leaves widows and orphans in its wake. I am not ready or inclined to accept the occurrence of more destruction, more widows, and more orphans should war, even on a limited scale, breaks out. More and better results can be reached in the privacy of a conference room than in the squabble in the public. That is why I will do in the peaceful way, mindful of the fact that it is a national pride and territorial integrity that are at stake. Short of expressly advocating a call to arms, there are those who say that we should stand up and stop those who fish in our economic zone. Of course, we will do in due time. There is, alam mo ganito yan eh. When I became president, and when the M16 rifles were canceled by America upon the prodding of the U.S. Congress, I found myself in a quandary because reports were already very ripe na there was the passing of arms in Marawi. And because of the arms were already mostly in the hands of the police, hands me down from the army, were quite old, and sometimes the bolt that pushes the bullet flies out, and the barrel has really become loose, and there are no more lands and means to push it into a circular trajectory to maintain its accuracy. So I was forced to go to China. Mabutit na lang na masabi ko sa inyo to. Then in China, we had a bilateral. I brought along the military man, Anyo, the chief of staff then, and all of them. Lorenzana, Esperon, National Security. In that meeting, I said, cabinet members were there, I want to go to my territory to dig oil. That's the word, I dig. Because that is ours. Ang sabi ni President Xi, well, you know, there's a conflict there. Do you think, rather than go there and have a confrontation, not necessarily the gray ships, warships, but, you know, a squabble there could lead to something else. So we just became friends, and perhaps we can talk about this, but not an outright precipitate move, because He said it softly. It can mean trouble. If the trouble comes out from the mouth of a president of a republic, anong magawa mo? So, what did I answer? Well, then maybe, sir, we can talk about this at some other time. But definitely, before I go, we must talk about the West Philippine Sea. We cannot, have our cake and eat it too. I cannot go there even to bring the Coast Guard to drive them away. China also claims the property and he is in possession. Yan ang problema. Sila yung in possession and claiming all the resources there as an owner. We are claiming the same, but we are not in the position because of that fiasco. Noong dalawang nag-stand off doon during the time of my predecessor, si Albert Ambassador, if I'm correct, I do not know his real name, tayo ang umatras. Pagsabi na umatras, that was a kind of a compromise. Tayo ang umatras. Nung umatras tayo, pumasok sila. Marami na. That day, we lost the Spratly and the Panganiban. Yan ang totoo. Walang bulahan yan. Ngayon, may arbitrary ruling. I said, I could not even ask for the oil, claiming the entire resources of the Manila. Anong sabihin ko sa kanila? Kaya sinabi ko, let us do this mutually. Of course, when she says, I will fish, who can prevent him? And sabi ko naman, we will fish because we claim it. And sabi ko, please allow, because before that, they were driving away our fishermen. Di ba, inaabog nila? Kaya sabi ko, do not drive them away because the Filipinos are of the belief that they are also claim it. Now, if you deprive the Filipinos of their magkagulo talaga yan. And it could lead to not really war. I said, we have to, sabi ko, so I said, I allowed. That was on the premise that I own the property. Pero hindi tayo in control of the property. Yan, magsabi sila, of course, I will allow you. Kaya pinabalik. Yung disgrasya, yung pagsabi, a mere incident, legal marine incident. Yan ang ginagamit sa batas. A marine incident happened. Hindi naman sinasabi ang marine accident. It was just banggaan, wala naman. So they wanted to talk. Tapos ayaw dito. And so, sige, we will investigate and you investigate. And when we are ready, we should meet and compare notes. And let us determine who pays for what damage. Ganun lang. Ipadala ko yung Marines ko to drive away the Chinese fishermen. I guarantee you, not one of them will come home alive. Kung ipadala ko yung 5, pati yung frigate ko na bago, yung pinagkaguluhan nila ni Trillanes dyan sa that made Buong a senator. Ubos yan. Because there are already guided missiles in that island. And the fastest that they have installed there can reach Manila in 7 minutes. You want war? Alam mo, asaran yan eh. Supladuhan yan. Kung supladuhan lang, mura na po, umalis ka diyan. Kung ganunan lang, bright ako dyan. Hanggang bunganga lang. Pero kung bunutan na ng baril, pwede siguro. Basta dalawa lang. But the problem is, whether we do it in a diplomatic way, there will be heated arguments. Sigurado yan. We do it in a confrontation doon, we try to drive them away, it could lead to a violence. Anyway yan. By the way, the President answered when I said, I will dig my oil the first time I went to China. Nakita ko yung tao. So you can more or less draw a profile of his. Please do not do that because there will be trouble. Ano man magawa ko? I go there as the fisheries and besides, I was invoking yung traditional fishing rights. It is in that arbitrary ruling. Ayaw lang ninyo gustong tignan. It is mentioned there that even before countries were in existence, people around an ocean or a lake had already been fishing there for generations. And that is why fishing rights are allowed in the so many cases between Finland and Germany, decided by UNCLOS. UNCLOS is the international law of the seas. UNCLOS is a product of a treaty. That treaty is also a part of our land because we are a signatory. Dito kung basahin lang ninyo yan ng husto, it is there. You might just say, China and everybody recognizes traditional fishing rights for the natives who were there even before the creation of republics and governments. That law is a human law. So I'm sorry I promised you 40 minutes. God, you want me to start? Oh, we can go home now. I have exceeded there is a time for everything. Do not believe the others because they are not my friends. They are my political enemies. They say, I do not believe in God. Who says? I am a believer of a universal mind. But I do not believe that a God so perfect would create hell for his creation. What kind of God is he? He is not my God. There's a time for everything. A time to negotiate and a time to quarrel. With your enemy, with your political opponents, with your wife. That is why some lives here are and a time to antagonize, and a time to make peace, and a time to go to war, and a time to live, and a time to die. That's Ecclesiastes 3. Our ownership of the West Philippine Sea is internationally recognized. However, both the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the Arbiter Award in the case of Republic of the Philippines versus People's Republic of China recognize instances where another state may utilize the resources found within the coastal states. Exclusive economic zone, the arbitral ruling even states, the one that they are charging me for violating the Constitution. Sino gani yun? Suntukin lang kita dyan, buti pa. Dito
The arbitrary even states that the Philippines may enter into fishing agreements with other states, provided certain conditions and requisites in the UNCLOS are met. So yung aking sabi niya, let's go fish. Sabi ko, you have to, they have been there fishing since time immemorial. I think it was Adam who got the first lapu-lapu there. Let me assure you that national honor and territorial integrity shall be foremost in our mind. And we may take next steps in the smoldering controversy over the lines of arbitral ruling. The West Philippine Sea is ours. There is no ifs and buts. It is ours, but we have been acting along that legal truth and line. But we have to temper it with the times and the realities that we face today. Poverty incidence fell from 27.6% in the first half of 2015 to 21% in the first half of 2018. The most important number, though, is the 6 million Filipinos we need to pull out from poverty. Kindly help me on this. And you know, as I said, corruption is everywhere. You are free to investigate. I don't take offense. If there is anything wrong in my department, the executive, you are free to open the investigation anytime. You do not have to call me. Call the idiots, expose them, and send them to jail. You are helping. Do not be, I am not, I've been a prosecutor. I know how it works. Feel free. Feel free to expose anything that is not in accordance with law. We have pursued tax reforms to fund our poverty reduction programs. I therefore implore Congress to immediately pass Package 2 of the Comprehensive Tax Reform Program, or the Trabajo Bill, which shall gradually lower the corporate income tax and rationalize and improve fiscal incentives. It will energize our MSMEs and encourage them to expand their business and hopefully generate, I'm missing the word hopefully, para sabihin na you're all talk, hopefully 104 million jobs in the coming years. The MSMEs hold the promise of raising a lot of the Filipinos. I therefore believe that it is now time for Congress to approve a new version of the salary standardization law. Ngayon na. And to the teachers, alam mo dito, who toil and work tirelessly to educate our young. Kasali na po dito yung hinihingi ninyo. Hindi naman masyadong malaki, pero it will tide you over during this hard time. A little bit bigger than before. This is intended to increase salaries of national government workers, including teachers and nurses. I am also asking Congress to pass the remaining packages of my administration's tax reform program and the bills that would further raise excise tax on, very good, let us do it, tobacco and alcohol. Sinong naninigarilyo dito? They should be exterminated from the face of the earth. They are the ones, you know, I do not hide what's wrong with me. I acquired Burgess disease because I smoke. But I made it a national policy because, you know, when I was new mayor, I went around to see the discos and nightclubs. I could hardly see the faces of the people inside. You have to wade into a thick smoke to just recognize one. So that was when I decided
But I was still smoking. But I decided, because I knew, I already had it. It's time. So, sabi ko. And in national law, para lahat na, that at 12 o'clock, everything closes. I'm not trying to pull a chair here. Mine was that 2 o'clock noon sa Davao. It was 2, then I reduced it to 1. When that boxing mayor there became mayor, she reduced it to 6. Walang order, no orders in advance. They said, we have ordered already, so you can close, but we have to drink. Itong ngayon, at 12, everything closes down. Nobody works. So, I think that we should adopt it. Most of the states, in many states, in many countries, gano'n ba? Alas 12, sarado na talaga. We have to stop drinking. And jukebox, they're only good up to 8, 9. 8 maganda. It's there in every corner store, blares out noise, and the children will go to school and the working class, and you are there with your store. I have prohibited it in Davao, and at 12, as you see, Davao is quiet because everybody is resting already. Be it in the memorial parks, cemetery, or in the comfort of their homes. The evaluation system has also to be improved. Local government units and rationalize capital income tax. I urge Congress to review and pass the government right-sizing bill to reconfigure the existing Metro Manila-centric bureaucracy, streamline government systems in order to deliver services without delay and within a short timeline. These reforms would be for naught if we cannot avert of a new poor every time a disaster strikes. The Philippine experience has shown that natural disasters are poverty creators. That is why we need to hasten the establishment of the Department of Disaster Resilience so that this department focus on the natural hazards and climate change. I urge Congress to fast-track the passage of the administration of this bill, administration version rather. In 2017, I reminded all of you of the probable consequence of a catastrophic earthquake in Metro Manila and its surrounding provinces. Since then, I have established a project management office for the earthquake resilience and the greater Manila area to implement two-pronged strategy on earthquake resilience and mitigation efforts. I just heard, it's not in my speech, I just heard that from a psychic that the first crack, when the big one hits, will be right here in the center of this. Yan man ang sabi nila. Philippines is so corrupt, it's so lousy, that if you kill all congressmen, senators, and the president, we will have a new day. So I pray that if the earthquake comes, it comes now, this moment. Kompleto na tayo. May madamay pa tayo doon sa harap. We weathered one damaging effect of climate change this year. The El Nino wreaked havoc in the agricultural sector and caused water shortage in the greater Metro Manila area. we need to pass bill creating the Department of Water Resources and Water Regulatory Commission. Alam mo, the agencies and the guys that are handling the entire water work system, you have to change it immediately. You know what? There was this 3-day no water. I was in Davao. So everybody was complaining. And I was even afraid to come here because what if my girlfriend will not be able to take a bath? She will smell like hell. So I said, I'll wait for the water to wash her. Alam mo kung hindi ako nagmura, kung hindi ko sinabi, did we arrive in the morning? There was water. And my girlfriend was fresh. I also call on Congress to pass a law mandating a fire protection modernization program. Diyan tayo nagano. If you go to Davao, you find the best. The best of everything. 911, all the cameras, all the screens. We need that. If we can fund it. Alam mo, sabi ni, Sunny is here? Secretary Dominguez? Sunny. Siya man ang magyayabang. Sabi niya, marami tayong pera. Pero pag tanongin namin siya doon sa cabinet meeting, walang pera, walang pera. Si Jokno, ganun rin. Kaya tapon ko sa Central Bank. Every time sabihin mo, we discuss projects. We plan. And we submit it to Congress. About its final imprimatur. Hindi kami, may pera ba tayo dyan? Wala. Magkano? 4 billion. That is not the property. No money, no money. Saan palang pera natin dito? Sa bulsa ninyo? Maraming koleksyon natin dito. But Sunny says that we can fund. This one we have to answer. Now, I would like to remind, pagbigyan na lang ninyo ako tayo para man ito sa lahat. Alas 6 pa nga, ginugutom na kayo. Hindi pala kayo nagmerienda. Alam mo, ever since na-integrate yan, you would notice in your cities and provinces the deterioration of the service itself. Wala nang mga truck, luma na. Would you believe it in Davao City? I'll show it to you. We have a 1934 Studebaker fire truck. Maganda pa. So we have to do better than this because there are other cities which are utterly without the tools to respond to the challenges of fire. We have to come up with something that is really good. I mean, at this age, it would be a shame if you cannot put up a fire in 2 days, 3 days. My God. We have to set aside. Sunny, you have the money? Oh, yes. O, see? Basta sa maraming tao, mahiya man mag-deny. Yeah, totoo yan. Totoo yan. We have the money, so maybe Sunny can give you a figure that we can set aside. Nakakahiya talaga itong ano natin. Ang Davao meron. Davao has a very good 911. Hindi ako nagyayabang. And we have cameras in every corner, so we can solve crimes immediately. And meron kaming 911. What is your emergency? That's the standard. So it's fire, they call the fire department. Sabi ko, 911, yes. What's your emergency? I seem to have lost my girlfriend since we know you, Mayor. You go back to Manila. There are plenty left there. Go. This will equip the Bureau of Fire Protection with tools to respond to challenges. I further ask Congress to urgently pass the the National Land Use Act or LUA within this year. Pakilang po, so that we can proceed with the new, well, we can meet the demands of the new investors coming in. Ang lupa natin ang problema A science-based national land use plan would serve as basis for the LGUs in crafting respective development plans and help disperse economic activities to the countryside. The dispersion of economic and business activities to Visayas and Mindanao is not just a campaign promise, it is an economic imperative and a key to our country's sustainable and equitable development. We will encourage investment to develop the rural areas and Metro Manila and other mega urban areas. Let me cut here. Total, maliit na lang. I would just like to remind everybody, no offense intended to the mayors and governors, to the local government. Pero yung style ninyo na it takes about 3 days, 4 days for the employees of a certain company, store, or whatever to go back and forth, back and forth. When they go back, you have in your regulation. He gets it, he secures it, then when he goes back, saying, oh, there's still, you have to follow, you have to get this paper. I will tell you now. Hindi ako nagyayabang. In Davao, it's 1 hour. Unless there is a need for ocular inspection. I am directing you publicly. Mayors, I am directing also the DILJ, Secretary Anyo of the local government, to see to it that this is honored. All clearances, permits emanating from your office that would need also your approval must be out at the very least within 3 days. You do not do that. I am directing si Secretary Anyo. Is he here, sir? Nandito ka? Secretary Anyo, the former Chief of Staff, is also a military man. I want 3 days, unless there is an exceptional reason. 3 days, para hindi na magpabalik-balik, kasi dyan ang pirahan. Pagdating doon, meron namang hingin, padodong hingin. Kaya said, Filipinos, if it is done to you, I'm telling you, slap the guy, create a scene, create a scandal, because that incident, however little, will reach me. And if that it does, you can be sure, if I do not call you an idiot, I will go there myself. That is a promise, that is a pledge. Make it a part of my oath of office. Lahat kayo dyan, pati ang easement, well, under Bilyar, okay na. Pero yung easement, $1 billion, billion pesos. Well, if it's a foreign company, it's $1 billion thing. Ganon yan, pabalik-balik at ito'y binabayaran. That's why nagpatong, if all monies and revenues due government are collected in good faith, marami tayong pera. I'm telling you as president, marami tayong pera para extra money to uplift the mass of Filipinos who are suffering. Baski hospital lang. And housing. Jobs, it's the economy that runs it. If the economy is good, more jobs. At the meantime, itong hospitalization, education, the basic things, saka itong relocation. Paawa talaga. Kung makulikta lang natin, hindi makurap ang pera, marami tayong pera. Kaya ako kaya ako nagsabi. That's why I will make it public. I was a denying Filipino. I gave it to a group of people. Tapos, nagpabiding sila. Ang nagbidding nila is to allow a gambling casino to be erected there inside Dinayong Filipino. Kaya ako nagsabi, anong kahulugan ng Nayong Pilipino kung lagyan mo ng sugalan and without a bidding? You know, nandiyan yung mga general, they are there, chief of staff. Kasi paggaling doon, pumunta ako sa command conference. Pagdating ko sa command conference, may pinasa si Isani, ghost delivery sa AFP Hospital. Galing pa ako doon. When I was facing the military and police, sabi ko, look, I thought I had my back covered by you. If I cannot trust you, you better tell me now. Because if you, the commanders of the Air Force, Army, pati Albayalde and the Navy, I will step down now. I am residing. I'll go back to Davao. You do the explaining to the people why. Ginanon ko talaga. And in one of the cabinet meetings, ganun rin. There was this 2-year, pabalik-balik na yung back and forth, for Tibers was sitting on their ass paper. So when they were explaining to me the revised plan, and with so many requirements, clearances from NBI, I stood up with the cabinet members, lahat kami. And the cabinet meeting said, stop. That idiotic matrix is not for me. That is intended for the next, maybe the president after the next. Lumabas ako, sabi ko, inyo na yung gobyerno ninyo. Sabi ko, wala ako I'm tired. I'm tired and talagang gusto ko na rin mag-resign. But I'm not happy anymore. So anytime, the military said, if you want to take over Kudita, go ahead. Do not bring your armors, do not bring your weapons here. Call me and we'll have coffee. I do not believe. I think Marcos and Estrada were correct. That they did not allow kasi yung gwardiya mo, gwardiya dito pareho yan. Lahat sila dadaan yan sa Presidential Command. All of them will be assigned. Nag-iikot yan sila. A taste of everything. Hanggang Mindanao. Kaya kilala ko yan sila lahat. Dumaan ng Mindanao. Sabi ko talaga, inyo na. Ayaw ko na. Sabi ko, sige, sinong gusto? Raise your right hands. I, duly appointed member of the junta, will now make the SONA next month. Bahala kayo dyan. Don't treat them about it. If you think that you can run the country better than the elected one, go ahead. That's not is the problem of the Filipino people. Tala sa cabinet kaya abutan ako ng tupak, magbaba dito ako, may bahala na kayo dyan. I'm going home. One estimate pegs economic losses at 3.5 billion a day due to traffic congestion in Metro Manila. So meantime, I reiterate my directive, my request, my pleading to the MMDA and all concerned local officials in Metro Manila and other cities to undertake immediate action to ensure the speedy and smooth flow of vehicular traffic, reclaim all public roads that are being used for private ends. Marami dyan. And again, I ask Secretary Anyo to see to it that this is enforced. If there is a mayor or a governor or kung ano kang sino kang demonyo ka, i-suspend mo, Sir Anyo. Give him time, and if he cannot, if he is not up to it, then papahingayin mo na lang. Suspend mo na. Wala talagang magawa. They just keep on pleasing their own constituents just because there is a constituent, a leader. Ganun kayo eh. The only way to do it, anyway, me, I have no problem. Me, I am an inutil official. Me, I cannot run anymore. Me, after 6 years, I might lose my head. Wala na ako. No more challenges in politics. No more mountains to climb. I will just do my duty. And most of my cabinet members are actually military men. You know why? Gusto niyo malaman? Do not be embarrassed. Atin-atin na lang ito. Huwag mo na silang pansinin yung mga ano dyan. Parang nag-meeting-meeting lang tayo dito. Yung parang nagpulong-pulong lang. Do not mind them. Kung tingnan kasi ninyo, mahiya kayo. Kasi ganito yan. My penchant for military men. I want to ingratiate myself to them. What? I was elected by the people, not by the military, not by the police. But why do I have this predisposed to? Kasi utusan sila madali. Kasi pag sinabi mong walang korupsyon. Kaya lang, ang military, just like any organization, pag ang top dyan, general o ang commander-in-chief, kukorrupt yan lahat. Pero kung sabihin mo na matino, they will follow. So Boracay, I sent si Mato. Sabi ko, puntahan mo nga doon. Is General si Mato here? Si Roy? Yeah. Ito si Roy, nakilala ko to sa Mindanao. Hindi ko man niya kilala. Mindanao. Na mayor kasi ako 23 years. So all of them passed by Mindanao. Kilala ko. Pag inutusan mo, kaagad. And they know that I will not give illegal orders for them to implement. Alam nila, abogado ako. Sabi ko, sundin lang ako ninyo. Kaya I was surprised when I ordered si Mato to go there, to Boracay. Sir Frank. Alam mong ginawa niya? The next day, lumabas siya doon sa Daily Mirror. Naglalakad siya doon sa beach, naka-t-shirt ng blue, at yung mata niya nandoon sa dalawang Caucasian na kadamit sa Mato. Akala ko ba inutusan kita? Yes, ano? O bakit ka nagpalakad-lakad dyan sa beach? Tingnan mo yung nagkabikini na dalawang puti. Sa napadaan lang ako, sir. Kuya, trabahuin mo yan, ha? And they did it in 6 months' time. Of course, with I like si Mato because he mixes pleasure with work. That is the way how to do it. I give you until the last week of the year, yung September na, to do this. Clean the LGUs. Walang mangyari dito. We shall continue to invest in the countryside through agricultural programs that will increase the productivity and income of the small farmers and fisherfolk. We shall ensure the full implementation of the rice tariffication law including the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. This will safeguard the livelihood of small farmers through provisions of modern farm equipment and machineries, seeds and credit, and extension services. I also have not forgotten my commitment to uplift the lives of coconut farmers and further develop coconut industry until the through the urgent utilization of the Coconut Levy Fund. That is 100 million. Kaya ako very careful until now, wala akong nakuha. Look, it is really hard to look for an honest man. I must admit it. Baka ako hindi ko rin kaya. I do not have that. Itong Coco Fund na ito yung naiwan sa nung kay Marcos na levy fund. This is sacred money. This money was taken out of the pockets of the Filipinos arbitrarily. Wala kang magawa ni Marcelo. Ito na yan. Kaya itong Coco Levy Fund, kung sabihin mo lang, tama ang Supreme Court, hindi mo pwedeng maibigay, sabi mo sino, you can no longer trace the truthful owner of the land. Ang plano ko, kung gusto ninyo, you save the money. You invest the money, mag-abot yan ng mga more than 100 billion. Ilagay na lang ninyo ng trust fund for the government. So, 5 billion. Ayun na lang ang gastusin ninyo to reserve the money. Rather than do it parang sprinkle na ibigay mo sa mga tao, you cannot, sabi ng Supreme Court, tama sila, you can no longer trace the genealogy of the owners, the original owner. And sometimes it would fail. I will not act on that until I find the man. Wala pa akong nakuha. I have yet to look for the man. Hanggang ngayon naghahanap ako, wala akong nakita. Kasi malaki ito. And this will, if you assign a corrupt idiot there. Kaya ang gusto ko, o baka nagustuhan rin ninyo, ideposito ko na lang. Let it remain as a remembrance to the people who lost their at that time. Tapos yung 5 billion, yun yung to improve the improvement sa replanting sa coconut. 5 million, that's a big money. Pero kung ibigay mo, light sprinkler, walang yan. Yung magtigabigay, yung kukuha yan. Yung pupunta. That's why itong land bank na ito, pag hindi ito na, you're called land bank. But you are now the #1 commercial bank in the Philippines. What the heck is happening to you? You are supposed to finance agricultural enterprises and endeavors. Bakit wala? Why can't you just buy a few wagons or whatever, go to the countryside, and ask the people if there are cooperatives, tulungan ninyo to form one. Pag wala, tignan ninyo na maibigay ninyo for replanting of the coconut, to revive the coconut industry. Pahiramin ninyo ng pera plus the money, nung sabi ko, of the coconut levy. That is sacred money. Land banks should go back to land. Why are you mired in so many commercial transactions? Bumalik kayo where you were created for. And that is to help the farmer. Ilang administration na wala. You better decide on that. I will give you until the end of July to give me a plan. Or else, I will ask Congress to reconfigure you whatnot. Wala kayong I'm asking now, Congress, pag wala sila, if there is no viable plan for that, for the farmer, and it is just all commercial transaction, might as well abolish it and give the money to the congressmen for their development funds. O, mas makatulong ba? Diretso eh. Ayaw ninyo? O, ayaw doon nila. Sir Frank, huwag mo na lang galawin. I once again urge both houses of Congress to pass a more responsive version of the bill establishing the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund to ensure the accelerated utilization of the Coco Levy Fund for the well-being and empowerment of the coconut farmer. We recognize the urgent need to ensure the sustainability and availability of resources and the development of alternative ones. In this regard, I trust the Secretary Cosi shall fast-track also the development of renewable energy sources and reduce dependence on the traditional energy sources such as coal. Finally, sustaining our gains entails a national security posture capable of defending the country from external and internal security threats. Defense Secretary Lorenzana, together with the gallant men and women in the armed forces, is at the forefront of this fight. We expect support for the legislative initiatives aimed at strengthening defense-related systems, such as the proposed National Defense Act and the Uniform Personnel Separation Retirement Pension Bill, and the revival of the mandatory ROTC grades 11 and 12. Very important. Alam mo, pag mag-gira-gira, 10 out of 10 hindi marunong hawak ng baril to defend even his father and mother and brothers and sisters. Itong mga bata ngayon, they're bereft of the patriotism and the love of country. Balik sila dito. I think military training would be good for everybody. Wala, sige lang. Shabu. Maya, namatay. Duterte, extrajudicial killing. Report to the ICC. Okay. If you can provide me with a good comfortable cell, heated during winter time, I want to go. And an air condition during hot weather. And a conjugal visits unlimited para we can understand each other. We are aware of the fact that there are times in AFP and PNP personnel, while in the performance of their duties, get unjustly sued, providing them with free legal assistance to help and boost their morale. My fellow citizens, to borrow the words of Churchill, akin to, this is mine. We are now entering a period of consequences. The consequences of what we did and did not do, but should have done during my first half of my term. I assume full responsibility for that. As president, I cannot pass the blame to anybody. So it's on me. Though we cannot change the past, we will not squander the future. I will push harder in the pursuit of programs that we have started, but always within the parameters of the law. I will not merely coast along or while away my time during the remaining years of my administration. It ain't my style, but I will not stop until I reach the finish line. then and only then shall I call it a day. Our goal for the next 3 years is clear. A comfortable life for everybody, all Filipinos. We have made significant strides and accomplishments and signal milestones as a nation in the past 3 years. This momentum must continue with greater fervor in the next 3 years and beyond. I dream of glowing days ahead for every Filipino. I dream of a Philippines better than the one I grew up with. This is my pledge and commitment for just 3 years, if I can. If I cannot, I'm sorry. But I shall continue to comply with my constitutional duty to serve and protect the Filipino until the last day of my term. God bless the Filipino. God bless the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Part of the Senate, the joint session is hereby adjourned.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is hereby adjourned.
Require niyo po ang isang ahensya ng gobyerno na may confidential fund na mag-submit ng resibo ay hindi na ho confidential fund yun. Ano ko po re-resibuhan ang isang intelligence officer na sinuyo ko tingnan ang isang bagay o isang kaso Ano ho i-resibo ilalagay ko doon? Paano ho ililiquidate sa akin ng intel officer? We have not seen any acts of the Vice President that we should investigate. Well, we do not find anything that is in violation of one, the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, of any of the offenses in the revised penal code that is in relation to the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practice. Advise Joseph Andres to shut up, to stop talking about the case, because one of the powers of the Ombudsman is to take over the investigation of the case of any government investigative agency at any stage of the
Being
proceeding.
investigated for ATA, anti-terror law, and grave threats. Pag ganun pong nature ng investigation, can you take over?
If we find that the grave threats is committed in relation to office.
Pasidungog 2023 Award. Noong Hunyo 2023, ipinakita niya ang isang plaque ng pagpapahalaga sa Pasidungog 2023 na kinikilala ang mga lokal na pinuno at ang kanilang mga kontribusyon sa pag-unlad ng komunidad. Ang mga parangal na ito ay sumasalamin sa kanyang pangako sa serbisyo publiko, pagpapaunlad ng komunidad at epektibong pamamahala. Ang pamumuno ni Rodrigo Duterte mula 2016 na hanggang 2022 ay minarkahan ng ilang makabuluhang tagumpay na humubog sa Pilipinas sa iba't ibang paraan. Narito ang isang komprehensibong pangkalahatang ideya ng ilan sa kanyang mga pangunahing tagumpay. Pagpapaunlad ng infrastruktura. Inilunsad ang programang E-Build, Build, Build na naglalayong mapabuti ang infrastruktura ng bansa. Nakatuon ang inisyatibong ito sa paggawa ng mga kalsada, tulay, at mga pampublikong sistema ng transportasyon na nag-aambag sa paglago ng ekonomiya at paglikha ng trabaho. Reforma sa buwis. Ipinatupad ang Comprehensive Tax Reform Program na naglalayong gawing simple ang sistema ng buwis at pataasin ang kita para sa gobyerno. Nakatulong ang reformang ito na maging isa ang Pilipinas sa pinakamabilis na lumalagong ekonomiya sa Asya sa panahon ng kanyang termino. Mga programang panlipunan. Pinalawak ang Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program, 4C, na nagbibigay ng conditional cash transfers sa mga pamilyang may mababang kita. Ang programang ito ay naglalayon na maibsan ang kahirapan at mapabuti ang kalagayan ng pamumuhay ng pinakamahihirap na Pilipino. Kampanya laban sa droga. Naglunsad ng kontrobersyal ngunit agresibong kampanya laban sa iligal na droga na naglalayong bawasan ang krimen at mapabuti.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Congress, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly. Senate President Vicente Soto III and the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, former Presidents Joseph Ejercito Estrada and Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Chief Justice Diosdado Peralta and the Justices of the Supreme Court, His Excellency Munter Mahfoud Salim Almantre, and the esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia, and the members of the Cabinet, mga mahal kong kababayan. We live in a troubled time. A dream of prosperity for our country was suddenly snuffed by a pandemic virulent virus. No nation was spared. Neither rich nor poor were exempt from the onslaught of this deadly disease.
But let us not despair. The vaccine is around the corner. Sooner and not later, the virus that gobbled up thousands of lives will itself be laid to rest. In the meantime, let us express the nation's gratitude to those who courageously and willingly put their lives on the line to serve the people and country. We share the griefs of their families, and no amount of tears can compensate their great losses. My countrymen, it is sad that while government focuses its attention resources to battle the coronavirus, there are those who take advantage of a preoccupied government. One of them is Senator Frank Dillon. In an interview, he arrogantly mentioned, among others, that oligarchs need not be rich. Then he linked the anti-dynasty system with oligarchy, and the topic was my daughter and son. This happened after the Committee of Franchise voted 70-11 to deny the grant of franchise to ABS-CBN. Obviously, he was defending the Lopezes, that they are not oligarchs. Great wealth enable economic elites and corporations to influence public policy to their advantage. Media is a powerful tool in the hands of oligarchs like the Lopezes, who use their media outlets in their battles with political figures. I am a casualty of the Lopezes during the 2016 election. The dealers and purveyors of illegal drugs, hiding in the shadow of COVID-19, have stepped up their activities. The amount of shabu valued at millions of pesos seized during police operations speak volumes of the enormity and the weight of the problem that we bear. The corrupt, the grafters, and the influence peddlers also take advantage of their fear and confusion that coronavirus generates the financial and material assistance of government to the unemployed, the sick, and the destitute, running into billions of pesos, are not spared from corruption and ineptitude. Even the donations for well-meaning private persons are schemed before reaching their intended beneficiaries. It is like snatching food from the mouths of the babes. The profiteers, overpricers, and the corrupt felons must be laughing while they stash their dirty monies, but not for long. They cannot outrun the long arm of the law. In this regards, the words of former President Ramon Magsaysay ring fresh and relevant today as the day they were said decades ago. He said, "We need men of integrity and faith like Rizal and Del Pilar, men of action like Bonifacio, men of inflexible patriotism like Mabini. We need their zeal, their self-reliance, and their capacity to work. their devotion to service, and their ability to lose themselves in the common cause of building a nation. If we allow greed and self-interest and ambition to rule us, then, as stated by one prominent physician, we will be left with nothing better than the lesser evil instead of the greater good. In my inaugural address 4 years ago, I said that no leader can succeed at anything of national importance without significance unless he has the cooperation and support of the people he is tasked to lead and sworn to serve. The efforts and resources which he poured out produced the momentum needed to bring our country closer to our goals. Suffice it to say, we made significant strides over time. Over 4.3 million poor families benefited from the Pantawid Pamilya. Over 92.2 million beneficiaries received subsidies under the Unconditional Cash Transfer Program. We also made available tertiary education and universal health care. Public utility drivers were given assistance to the Pantawid Pasada program. There are complaints that some drivers did not receive any assistance at all. I have directed the SWD and DILG to look into this. I welcome the passage of the law postponing the barangay and sangguniang kabataan elections. The postponement saved much-needed government funds and ensured the implementation of projects under the current barangay officials. In the hindsight, it also saved us from holding the polls while we dealt and continued to deal with the pandemic. The Malasakit Centers Act has proven to be a great help to our less fortunate citizens needing medical services through one-stop platform in government hospitals. We commend the initiative and work of Senator Bongo in this regard, as well as other significant pieces of legislation as of today. There are 75 Malasakit centers serving Filipinos all over the country. These centers will be of great help in ensuring that our people remain healthy and resilient during these challenging times. The Salary and Standardization Law of 2019 increases the salaries of civilian government workers. I hope that this law will inspire our government workers to perform better and encourage young, brilliant citizens to join public service. I appreciate the law of establishing the National Academy of Sports. We can now give our deserving student athletes the training and the support they need to excel in their chosen field of endeavors. With the commitment of key members of Congress, the Executive Department, the FISGOC, or the Philippine Sports Commission, and the Philippine Olympic Committee, we're bound together with one vision to host the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Our athletes prevailed. More than that, we fostered pride, patriotism, genuine sportsmanship, and camaraderie in our South Asian brothers and sisters. Indeed, we won as one. To our business community and the general public, we assure you that the landmark ease of doing business and efficient government service delivery act has been gaining momentum. We are closer to eliminating over-regulation in government services. Frontline processes, including consular services, processing of building and business permits, and the services of overseas Filipinos and seafarers were streamlined. Passports and driver's license validity were lengthened to ease the burden of the public. We received a BBB plus credit rating despite ASEAN credit rating downgrades and negative outlook revisions in the worldwide. The Japan Credit Rating Agency upgraded us from BBB plus to A minus last month. Meanwhile, Moody's has affirmed and maintained the country's ratings at Baa2 rather. To understand, because of the light, I have mine eyesight is not as good as new. Our fiscal position is strong, our economic fiscal management prudent, and our banking system robust. We are in a better position to weather the crisis caused by COVID-19 global pandemic. We have accomplished significant infrastructure projects under the Build program. I will not dwell lengthily on the nitty-gritty of our infrastructure accomplishments now, lest I bore you. Instead, we will release a comprehensive written report of our collective milestones and the details of accomplishments that remind us that perseverance, patience, determination will help us move forward even in the most difficult times. We issued last year the Executive Order number 100, establishing the Diversity and Inclusion Program as national program of the government. We want to end discrimination of persons on the basis of age, disability, ethnicities, sexual orientation, and gender identity and expression, and other character traits. My administration always believed that freedom from illegal drugs, terrorism, corruption, and criminality is itself a human right violation. Part of our efforts to uphold human rights is protection of the rights of children and the right against discrimination. Early last year, I signed Executive Order number 92, creating the National Council Against Child Labor. Government efforts to protect the rights of children will be amplified to prevent, reduce, and eliminate any form of child labor. Our achievements along this line will have been extolled by an overwhelming number of fellow member states in the UN Human Rights Council during its recently held 44th session last June. Rest assured that we will not dodge our obligation to fight for human rights. My countrymen, there are lessons to be learned from the coronavirus pandemic. It jolted us to realize that gains made after spending so much planning, effort, cost, and time could diminish considerably and quickly for reasons beyond one's anticipation. That it is much easier to destroy than build. That in a crisis of national proportion that affects every aspect of human life, government needs to have the support and cooperation of the people if it is to succeed in battling the cause of that crisis. That there are people who ask for compassion but show none themselves. That life, after all, is fickle, like the weather. The gains we achieved for the first 3.5 years were put to a test when the pandemic suddenly struck the global community. While I am aware that the road towards a comfortable life would all be far easy if the pandemic had not occurred, and around the rest of the world we suffered. The global scale and socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been unprecedented. Yet, in the throes of its global health emergency, we have been able to withstand the headwinds generated by this coronavirus. In this regard, I would like to express my gratitude to all those who made possible the steady supply of food, water, basic utilities of our households. And the provisions of basic social services and financial assistance to our people. Our profound gratitude goes to everyone who helped keep our country's food supply chain running. The valiant soldiers, policemen, and security guards who kept peace and order in our community. The dedicated personnel who kept our essential establishment operational. You showed us kindness and selflessness. You gave us strength. You risked your own lives to serve the greater good in keeping the Filipino spirit of bayanihan. I also thank the men and women of the Interagency Task Force on Emerging Infectious Diseases and the National Task Force Against COVID-19 for all the countless hours it spent to keep the pandemic in check and for all the efforts it made to ensure the safety of our people. Let me also recognize the efforts of the local government units that step up and initiated their own response measures to contain effects of COVID-19 and its impact to their constituents have been impact to its constituents. The shadow says it's a period there. I know exactly the difficulties you are undergoing. I pray that the officials of each LGU in our country, from the barangay to the autonomous regions, would set aside partisan politics and selfish interests to do what is right and good for all. Likewise, I likewise issued Executive Order Number 104, which imposed ceilings on retail prices of at least 133 drugs and medicines, and directed a continuous review of the retail prices of others. This proved to be providential now that we are facing a pandemic. To everyone who helped us in this time of great need, maraming salamat po. Let me say that the strength of a nation rests in the hands of the people acting as one with government. In the pursuit of common goals and objectives, when the pandemic struck, I decided to prioritize life over other considerations according to experts. The intervention that the government had put in place prevented as much as 1.3 to 3.5 million infections. To me, even if the numbers were much lower, it would still be and would have been worth the sacrifice we made. Buhay muna bago lahat. We initially encountered difficulties ramping up our testing capacity. We now have 93 accredited testing laboratories nationwide, and we are aiming to conduct 1.4 million tests by end of July and ensure a quick turnaround time of 48 to 72 hours. Under the Social Amelioration Program, we allotted 2.5 billion to 2.5 billion for poor and low-income households who were affected during this pandemic, who thrive on a no work, no pay arrangement. Admittedly, our implementation of the Social Amelioration Program was not perfect, and some opportunists turned crisis into opportunity. We will catch up with you sooner than you think. We came up with the COVID-19 Adjustment Measures Program, extended financial assistance to over 650,000 affected individuals in the formal sector, 110 OFWs abroad, and almost 83,000 repatriated OFWs were also provided temporary wage employment to displace marginal workers through the TUPAD project. Our indigent senior citizens were also provided with a stipend for the rest of the semester of the year current year. This health emergency stretched government's resources to its limits. In response to the Office of the President, worked closely with Congress for the quick passage of the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. May I again reiterate my thanks to you, the men and women of Congress, for the effort you invested in passing that law. I hope that we can get some or the same treatment of clarity, purpose, and the fastness to support the passage of the Bayanihan Recover to Act as One, which is supplement funds for recovery and response against the impact
of COVID-19 pandemic. We must facilitate the country's economic recovery. A call on Congress to fast-track the passage of the proposed measure, such as the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives Enterprises or CREATE Act. This immediately cuts the corporate income levy from the current 30 to 25% and give government flexibility to grant a combination of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, among others. The Financial Institutions Strategic Transfer, or First Act, will set up mechanisms allowing banks and other financial institutions to dispose of and transfer non-performing assets and loans to asset management companies similar to the special purpose vehicles. Our economic managers have seen infrastructure investment as an effective tool to help spur high growth, attract investments, create jobs, and achieve financial inclusion for all Filipinos. The DBP has resumed the construction of the North Luzon Expressway Harbor Link, the NLEX-SLEX connector, the Cavite-Laguna Expressway, the Metro Manila Skyway Stage 3, the R1 Bridge Project, the Tarlac-Pangasinan-La Union Expressway Project, and the Subic-Freeport Expressway Project, to name a few. To realize the maximum benefit from the country's investments, the infrastructure projects under the Build, Build, Build program, which are labor and capital intensive, are not mere springboard to the country's swift recovery pandemic. They are economic benefits to be distributed to all corners of the country and push sustainable stability in the urban centers, particularly Manila. The TESTA launched online mode of livelihood and skills training. There are 71 free online training to help upskill trainees for the right opportunities. I asked TESDA to come up with special training programs to retool our OFWs so they can find employment opportunities here and at home. I am also calling on the CHED for scholarship programs for the qualified dependents of our OFW. I direct the Department of Agriculture and DTI to come up with the agribusiness and entrepreneurship projects to help displaced OFWs rebuild their livelihood. Further, I ask the Land Bank and other government financial institutions to continue providing low-interest loans to our OFW. Sa mga kababayan ko na naghihirap sa ibang bansa, nandito na ang inyong gobyerno para matulungan kayo at inyong mga pamilya, lalo na sa panahong ito. The government will intensify its efforts to help businesses, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs by providing responsive government assistance and services capitalization and business operation support as we adapt to the next normal. Nananawagan po ako sa ating mga lessors. Nananawagan po ako sa ating mga lessors. Malasakit at bayanihan po ang sana ang pairalin natin ngayon. This is not the time to drive away laces. During normal times, they were the primary source of your income stream. Now, it's time to be fair and compassionate. Come up with an amenable arrangement with your tenants. Huwag po natin silang pagtabuyan, tanggalin ang tubig, kuryente at bubong. Commercial establishments are requested to give grace periods to allow deferment of payments, especially for MSMEs that were forced to close down during the quarantine period. Let us help them recover. We pump-prime the recovery and rehabilitation of the MSMEs. The DTI to the Small Business Corporation set up the Philippine 1 billion COVID assistance to restart enterprises or CARES program to provide zero-interest loans for MSMEs affected by the pandemic as of July 10, 2020. Over 2,600 loans applications worth more than 182.5 million have been approved. We are optimistic that this initiative will help our MSMEs stabilize and recover from their losses. I also join the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas and the banks operating in the country to provide regulatory relief for our MSMEs and allow loan payment extension without incurring penalties and charges. We need your help to prevent the collapse of companies saddled with accumulated amortization and payables caused by closure of their businesses at the height of the strict quarantine periods. As we embark on this effort towards inclusive recovery, we should acknowledge that all forms of government support will go to naught if the new MSMEs do not thrive because of lack of consumer support. Ito ang panahon para suportahan natin ang ating mga kababayan na nagnegosyo at gumawa ng mga produktong sariling atin. In the same manner, in tourism and recreation industries, which are among the hardest hit by the pandemic, count on our full support while we slowly try to put the fun back in your local travels. The national government agencies and LGUs must harmonize their policies to boost tourism, ensuring everyone's well-being. We enjoin our people to help boost the economy by traveling locally. Local na lang. Once the necessary system are in place, the DOST offers its enterprise technology upgrading program to enable businesses to access training that will help them transition to online and contactless operation. Now more than ever, we need to protect our consumers. I direct the Department of Trade and Industry to ensure the empowerment of Filipinos on consumer rights and coordinate strategies between public and private organizations in building a fair, safe, resilient, and sustainable economy. There are welcome developments for commerce and industry, but major economic activities take place in borderless environment with the meager regulatory controls. They expose consumers to various risks related to security, data, privacy, and misrepresentation. We must patrol the country's cyberspace and enforce online consumer and data protection and privacy laws. We must run after online scammers and those undermining the people's trust on the online transactions. We must continue to protect Filipinos in the normal and remind the world that we are responsible stewards of data. I am committed to protect both physical and digital lives of our law-abiding countrymen. The national government shall lead the way in our transition to online systems. I reiterate my call for all government instrumentalities to implement systems that shall make physical queuing a thing of the past. Panahon na para mawala na ang pila para mapagsilbihan ang gobyerno ng walang kahirapan para sa tao. The DILG, DBM, and the ARTA, along with all agencies and instrumentalities of government, are hereby directed to make full possible services available online. We need to adjust and adapt a paperless type of business and work performance. We need e-governance. E-governance are people with the services they need and the comfort of their homes in the workplaces. It will enable us bureaucracy to better transition into the new normal and cut red and minimize red tape. Until the COVID-19 vaccine is available, I will not allow the traditional face-to-face teaching or learning unless the risk of exposure to the sickness are eliminated. I cannot and will not put to rest the health and lives of our students and teachers. About 2 weeks ago, I seem to have said that I would allow the face-to-face classes to resume. But we were talking actually of January, because my thinking is that by September, we would have the vaccine. How to get it from the producers or from other governments is really something which we have to deal with, because everyone, it's a global need, and everyone would go for it. But let me just mention it in passing that about
4 days ago, I made a plea to President Xi Jinping that if they have the vaccine, can they allow us to be one of the first, or if it is needed, if we have to buy it, that we will be granted credit so that we can normalize as fast as possible. Life that is lost is lost forever. Courses that are not substantial can be supplemented. Education that is delayed can be recovered. We must implement online learning, modular learning, and TV and radio-based broadcasts, which students coming from different backgrounds can avail. DepEd will provide the printed modules for those who cannot afford online learning. In support of the learning continuity program through blended learning, we plan to increase the number of schools with ICT equipment in the coming months. The DepEd and the DITC are building up the public education network or PEN that will connect all public schools and DepEd offices nationwide. We will prioritize the connection of all last-mile schools and those with no electricity supply can have it via satellite and energized via solar panels. By 2022, before I step down, the PEN shall be realized. I'm referring to the program. I will do it. TV frequencies reverted back to government for whatever cause or reason shall not be used exclusively to the exclusion of other persons or other dummies to cope up with the demand of the next normal. This will be used to provide uninterrupted quality education to our children in our shift to e-learning. I am directing Secretary Guevara, Secretary De La Peña, and Secretary Onasan, in collaboration with Secretary Briones and Secretary Avisado, together with Secretary Dominguez, to come up with an integrated program and implementation mechanism to ensure that these TV frequencies are fully utilized by government through the facilities of the PTV4 for the utmost benefit of the Filipino people. Let me just allow me to segue a little bit. For the remaining 2 years of my term, all that is good that belongs to government, whether it be the airwaves, whether it be the lines, or whatever that is good for the people, will belong to the government, and it should be government who should be given the first option to utilize them. Ang sobra kanila. I call on our communication companies to improve their services lest we be forced to take drastic steps to address the less than deal service that the public is getting from you. Alam mo, sisingit na lang ako dito. I am
sometimes you are government pictured to be weak and incompetent because we cannot really force our mandate. Alam mo itong nagbibigay ng mga public services, you better improve. Huwag naman ninyo kaming pahintayin 10 taon bago kami makakamit ng mga services that the other countries are enjoying. If it's just a question of added capitalization or the infusion of money, go and look for it. Maghanap kayo, because if you are not ready to improve, I might just as well close all of you and we revert back to the line telephone. At kukunin ko yan, i-expropriate ko sa gobyerno. Alam mo itong, I'll be straight, smart, pati itong globe, ilang taon na ito? At ang sagot palagi sa akin, the party cannot be reached. Nasaan pa na pumunta yung yawa na yun? Kung ganun lang naman ibigay ninyo sa amin, we are a republic, a sovereign country. Bear that in mind, because the patience of the Filipino people is reaching its limit. At I will be the one to articulate the anger of the Filipino people. And you might not want what I intend to do with you. Kindly improve the services before December. I want to call Jesus Christ to Bethlehem. Better have that line cleared. Alam, sa totoo lang, Adre, na po, na ako sa inyo. I have been a citizen of this country and parang nilalaro lang ninyong, kayong may pera. Puta. May pera kayo? Negosyo kayo. Wala kayong pera, putang, umalis kayo dito. You know, you give us half bills, half cooked transactions, lousy service. Tapos ang tao nagbabayad. Tell us now if you cannot really improve on it, because I will work. By December, I have 2 years. The next 2 years will be spent improving the telecommunications of this country. Without you, I will find a way. I will talk to Congress and find a way how to do it. Last year, I said that distributing economic business activities is imperative to our country's sustained and equitable growth. Today, I reiterate that statement. I issued Administrative Order Number 18, directing concerned agencies to strengthen the development of special economic zones in areas outside Metro Manila. I also issued Executive Order Number 114 to institutionalize the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program. This consolidates and refocuses existing economic and social welfare programs, activities, and projects toward the countryside. It is also an international agency council headed by Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia, which will create a framework for the effective implementation of the project. Kung hindi ninyo ako naiintindihan sa sinabasa ko, mas lalo ako. In 2021, we aim to increase access to healthcare services by continuously hiring and deploying more than 20,000 health professionals. This will augment health workforce in LGUs, particularly in isolated and disadvantaged areas. We will implement projects to establish and improve barangay health stations, rural health units, and other healthcare facilities. And we will need to address internal security. We are pursuing a whole-of-the-nation approach to bring peace and order, development in the countryside. We need to provide intervention and implement the barangay development program. This will provide cleared and threatened communities. This refers to a program where the armed forces would play a vital role in the one nation approach. This is what it's meant by this. And that every agency of the government, including the armed forces of the Philippines, should participate. And I am aware of the skirmishes and the assassination of our soldiers. And I said, correct this so that we can proceed with the barangay implementation as fast as possible. We have made significant strides in the past 4 years, but we need the support of local government leaders. We need your help to implement the barangay development program. Certain sectors expressed concern when I declared martial law in Mindanao and its extension 3 times. But 2019 ended without my office requesting any further extension. Martial law in Mindanao ended without abuses by the civilian sector, by the police, by the military. And only because this time I know that they know how to love the country. I thank Congress for the support to these administration programs. Congress has been very productive, but much more remains to be done. You know, actually, my speech, if we followed it carefully, it's all a plea to Congress to do this, to do that, to make a law or craft a whatever. And this one, I strongly urge Congress to pass a law establishing the Department of Overseas Filipinos solely on addressing the concerns of Filipinos abroad and their families. I reiterate this swift passage before this. Kawawa kasi itong ating mga overseas. If it's only an office there in the Labor Department, they are overworked or for whatever reason, their needs, their pleas are not really attended to with dispatch and with care. yung OFW, pati itong ano ngayon, ito yung sinabi ko kanina, I will go for it. We will need it to help them. I reiterate the swift passage of a law reviving the death penalty by lethal injection for crimes specified under the Comprehensive Dangerous Act of 2002. I did not hear so much clapping, so I presume that they are not interested. Wala kang... Someday I'll tell you the story of what happened to the Philippines. Hindi ngayon. But when I'm sabihin ko sa inyo ang totoo, bakit nagaganito yung druga ng Pilipinas? Why the drug syndicates continue to operate just like the countries of Colombia, Mexico, and it is being played inside the national penitentiaries. Para tayong talagang binababoy tayo ng wala. Sabihin ko sa inyo. But this is not a time for storytelling. Suna kasi ito. So, dito na. This law will not only help us deter criminality, but also save our children from the dangers posed by the illegal and dangerous drugs. May I be allowed with the indulgence of the body? Itong bakit talaga ako galit sa droga. Let us make this a semi-formal speech. Alam mo kasi, 5 pamilya members, o 6 or 7. Pagka bumagsak yung tatay to drugs, the family crumbles. There's no more home to. Druga, and if he's receiving his salary, nagtatrabaho sa pantalan, 300 a day. Tapos ang shabu is sold at 2. He has about 100 to bring home. Kaya pagka gano'n, nag-aaway-aaway na. Ang mga bata hindi nakapag-aral. Ang iba, ligaw na mga babae into early prostitution. Kung ano-ano nangyari. Hindi lang alam nitong mga na this is happening all over the country every day. And what is really very tragic is this. When the family starts to crumble, there's no more family home. And invariably, the wife would look for another husband would look for a job, usually, easily, doon sa abroad. At yung asawa, aalis, yung lalaki na sa droga, yung mga anak iniiwan sa kapitbahay, sa kapatid. And the ferocity of the loss of the Filipino family home has been destroyed. Kaya kung anong mangyari nito, the wife works in the Middle East. I am not zeroing on any particular country, mind you. But alam natin, there are tribes in the Middle East which would allow rape as part of the territory of being
a house help. Kasama yan. Kasama talaga yan. So yan ang mahirap dyan. You have a wife there being crucified, being used, magpadala ng pera, tapos ang mga anak, nasa Cebu na rin. Kasi these are the guys that the Cebu people would really, stick by them until it crumbles, the resistance. And then you have plenty of this all over the country. Nila alam. Yung sinasabi nila ng misery sa itong human rights, plus 10 yan. Not to count the victims of crimes perpetrated by people addicted to Cebu. That is the reason why I'm so vicious in my galit talaga ako. Kasi nilalaroan tayo. Well, I don't know. Any other president might, pero ako ayaw kong lalaroan ng Pilipino. Do not do it in my country because I will really kill you. That is a commitment. Owning safe, decent, and affordable housing is every Filipino's dream. But the housing market remains inaccessible to most of our countrymen. I renew my call for Congress to pass the National Housing Development Bill and the Rental Housing Subsidy Bill. These will enable all Filipinos, regardless of social status, to live in decent homes where their families can lead meaningful lives. I also call on Congress to amend Republic Act number 10912 for the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016. In this time of great pandemic and forthcoming reconstruction, requiring professionals to undergo seminars is burdensome and not realistic. This must end. Ito pang isa. May mga profession. Singit ko na lang lahat to tell this is to inform the nation. May mga profession na they would require, I think it's the nicest, they would require them to come to Manila to retrain and for another round of expenses. Itong mga seminar na ito, dapat mahinto. I don't know in other provinces, but during my time, sa barangay expeditions ng mga opisyal, hininto ko rin yan. And which reminds me, I will act on this also in due time. We hail our health professionals as heroes. Now is the time to pass the Advanced Nursing Education Act and the law instituting the Medical Reserve Corps. COVID-19 will not only be the last pandemic. We need to create National Disease Prevention Management Authority to better respond to future outbreaks. We count on Congress to full support. You can just let it remain for a while in the Department of Health kung wala pang pera, but you have to expand the services. It would also entail a little bit of money, but not really as much as expensive when you set up a department. In the long term, we are looking into the creation of the National Disease Prevention and Management Authority to better prepare for the pandemics.
protect lives, and allow development to proceed even in the worst of times. We are counting on the full support of Congress for this critical, important endeavor. I don't know, but I leave it to Congress to really. It's another department. There seems that it could be a multi-layer, redundant thing between the health and the proposed department. I call on Congress to prioritize the passage of a law for the unified system of separation, retirement, and pension, and of the military and uniformed personnel without, however, diminishing the benefits that our uniformed personnel are entitled to under existing laws. There is a need to adjust the pension system, which will be applicable only to the newly hired uniformed personnel, so as not to cause a ballooning effect against the budget of the military in the years to come, and yet maintain the pension benefits those already in service under the present law. This issue needs a solution now. Umpisa natin ngayon para hindi na maging problema sa sunod na mga taon. I want to, well, you know, one of the, this is not politicking, I am not running, I cannot run anymore. Yung dinoble ko yung sweldo ng police pati army, it was really a clarion call para for them also to have a decent life and that they're able to get the things which ordinarily cannot be reached by any government employee. Ang akin doon is yung corruption. That maybe it might be a vain attempt, but maybe dagdagan ng sweldo para it would be a hedge against corruption. We must also modernize the Bureau of Fire Protection and the Bureau of Immigration with urgency. Alam mo, sa Davao, and if you go there, I can show you, one of the serviceable trucks, fire trucks, that we have in the city of Davao. Of course, ang city meron ng sarili, aside from the Bureau of Fire, which is really national. Meron yung Bureau of Fire, would you believe it, serviceable still. Ang pangalan ng truck is Studebaker. Ang katawan, ang talagang matatag ang katawan. Kaya ang makina isuso. Pero okay pa rin. It can put out. But, totoo. This is how this Bureau of Fire issue medyo na overlook natin ng matagal. I emphasize the creation of the Department of Disaster Resilience and our people's safety, which cannot be delegated to any council or commission. Equally important is the establishment of evacuation center in every city, province, municipality throughout the country. We must act before another major disaster shakes into action. Problem is, disaster and even a fire cannot be
this cannot be made a study for projection when the earthquake would suddenly come and make a big crack there. Hindi natin alam talaga. Ang ibig kong sabihin, this will require more than just one brain work kung paano talaga itong how to prevent or avoid disaster. It would be, by the way, just before starting, I was tempted to say it, pero baka magtindigan kayo. It will be all right for me if Bongo will just stay. Wala akong problema. Kasi sabi ko na this piece of speech of mine would be one of the longest sonas that I will deliver. Nakita ko yung page pagbigay sa akin, yung ibang input akin, pati yung iba lahat. Ang nangyari po, binalik ko sa kanila. Make it short. Pagbalik sa akin, mas makapal na. Nandyan na ngayon. Ito na ngayon. The responsible extraction and equitable distribution of natural resources remain among my non-negotiables. I reiterate the need for the passage of the National Land Use Act, which has been pending for decades. Pakisilip lang ho ninyo yan. For the rest of my term, I hope to see concerted efforts in protecting the environment. The rehabilitation of Boracay Island showcased our resolve to safeguard the environment. Boracay is doing well because of its scenery. If it's only a coconut and a black sand, white sand and water, wala yan. Pero you add the visitors there, then it becomes a very tempting destination. We have seen remarkable emergence of the island back to its former glory. I want this sustained. I ask Congress to enact a law creating, importante ito, the Boracay Island Authority, or BIDA. We need it. I cannot stress enough the importance of agriculture. The growth of our economy depends on a robust agricultural sector. We must utilize the coconut levy for the welfare of our coconut farmers and the development of our coconut industry. I urge everybody, both of the executive department, pati ito, that ito yung pera na nakuha doon sa sequester, and itong perang malaking ito, gagamitin ito for the welfare of the farmers. The problem is, we can no longer trace who are the farmers of yesterday. Marcos is a distant star. We do not know. Ako alam ko because we had a little piece also that was covered by the land reform. Hindi na natin malaman kung sino ang may-ari. So I think Congress should look again and try to sort out how best the money can be utilized. I will not make any suggestion, but I leave it to Congress to decide what to do with it.
I once again urge both houses of Congress to pass a version of the bill establishing the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund. Tulungan natin ang ating mga magsasaka pagka hindi mawawala yung pera, bilyon yan. Diyos ko po. Well, anyway, we have learned so many lessons along the way. The Filipino nation claims its rightful place in a community of sovereign states. Thus, we will continue to pursue an independent foreign policy. Let me be very clear about this. May I cut my prepared speech? Alam mo, I read a little over 3 weeks or last month na the Americans intends to go back to Subic. I'll just put on record my thoughts. I have nothing against America. I have nothing against China. But if you put bases here, you double the spectacle of a most destructive thing. Just like Manila during the Second World War, during the retaking of this city, it was one of the most devastated cities in the world. Ayang maglagay-lagay ka ng base at this time. This will ensure, if war breaks out, because there would be atomic arsenals brought in, this will ensure the extinction of the Filipino race. We work without fail to protect our rights in the South China Sea, neither beholden nor a pawn to anyone. We broaden the boundaries of Philippine diplomacy. We build productive ties with everyone willing to engage us on the basis of equality and mutual respect. And we redefined our relationships with our most important partners, placing the country in a far better position to advance our interests in an evolving regional order and emerging global problems. Now, plenty of critics, both sides, claim about nothing has been done to retake forcefully or physically the South China Sea. Alam mo, unless we are prepared to go to war, I would suggest that we better just call off and treat this, I said, with the diplomatic endeavors. China is claiming it. We are claiming it. China has the arms. We do not have it. So, it's simple as that. They are in possession of the property. You remember property, you're a lawyer, property rights. They are, it has nothing to do with the Philippine laws and property. But it's akin to, they are in possession. So what can we do? We have to go to war. And I cannot afford it. Maybe some other president can, but I cannot. Inutil ako dyan, sabihin ko sa inyo. And I'm willing to admit it. Talagang inutil ako dyan. Walang magawa.
I cannot. The moment I sent my Marines there at the coastal shores of Palawan, tinamaan ng cruise missile lahat yan. Hindi pa nga set sail yan eh. Sabog na. Let me see again that the victory in a global battle against COVID-19 would take longer than we expect. Everyone's cooperation is needed. I know that you have, the Filipino people, have sacrificed a lot, but we have no other choice but to work together and to do even more. I must admit that our actions have been far from perfect. Totoo yan. I admit it. And there could be improvements here and there. But all of us in government, including myself, assure you that we will not stop until we get things right and better for you. I know that many of you are worried not only about health and safety, but also about our ability to move around and ride public transportation. The depletion of your savings due to the rising cost of goods and the loss of your incomes due to uncertainties in your jobs and livelihood, I assure you that your government will address squarely these problems and challenges to overcome them and proceed to a new normal. Marami ho talagang mawawalaan ng those for a middle income. They buy a car on installment basis. You cannot keep up with the amortization. You lose it. You lose the car. And you are forced to ride on public utilities. Concomitantly, didiretso rin itong mga kriminal na rarami at crimes will increase. But let me assure you, for as long as I am president, there can never be a runaway crime in any of our cities. Hindi ako papayag na. I can assure you, we will remain peaceful. Relatively peaceful. Hindi naman very peaceful. Pero kung sabihin mo na kagaya ng hold up dito, hold up, alam naman nila kung anong mangyari. You know what will happen to you. I am addressing myself to the criminals. You commit hold-ups, you commit rape, you commit all sorts of things, and you harm the public, then kaaway mo na ako. Pag bumalik kayo sa dati, kagaya noon, patong-patong na naman ang patay dito. Sigurado, hahanapin ko kayo. Do not ever go back to your old ways. Maghanap na lang kayo ng anong trabaho dyan. Magtiis kayo. To open up the economy to pre-COVID-19 levels at this time is not an option because whatever good it can produce will only be gobbled up or be outweighed by the bad it will generate sometimes. Haste makes waste. The recent upsurge of infection, when you open little windows of resumption of business, is proof of that. I am happy that I have talked to you today. You know, in other places, they opened up too early, too soon. America is one. China, well, fortunately it was arrested on time. China and the rest, for those who open up and those who do not follow the protocols of at least the World Health Organization, they are suffering. And they have at least 140 deaths. And America, kukulang sila lahat. No nation on earth was really prepared for COVID. No amount of preparation, because that kind of microbes visits about once every 100 years. Wala man yung mga tatay natin. What they suffered was Second World War. But tayo, we are not ready, and therefore will not gamble with the lives and health of the people. Certainly no one would want to end up in the negative side of the equation. Not me, not us. All I ask is that you continue to put your faith in your government and work with us in achieving what is best for the country and our people. Together, let us do, mahirap basahin kasi dito, the most that we can to ensure that this health, safety, and well-being of every Filipino, especially those severely affected, are taken care of. Together, we shall fight this pandemic with the same fervor as our campaign against illegal drugs, criminality, insurgency, and corruption in high places, and entrenched parochial interests. As a government worker, I am addressing each and every Filipino that the government cannot do this without your help. More than ever, we need to reinvigorate the deep-seated Filipino spirit of pakisama and malasakit within each and every one of us. We are being tested as a people and as a nation. Worse times loom ahead. But I do hope that this spirit of solidarity, aid, unity will serve as a drumbeat to which we shall march in unison in our quest for the light at the end of the tunnel. I appeal to each and every Filipino, let us take care of one another. Ito ang panahon para magtulungan, hindi panahon para mamang dila ko. Hindi maglamang at pagkakaisa. My faith in the Filipino innate patience, resilience, and determination to bounce back is unwavering. Let us share our blessings with those who have little and those who have none. This is the time to bring out the best in us. The woes that weigh heavily on our shoulders may bend our back, but they shall not bend or break our spirit. From the rubbles of adversity, a more resilient and stronger nation, built on bayanihan and pagkakaisa, shall rise. Together, we shall overcome. Before I pardon the time, but it was really the allotted time for my speech, I would just like to give a statement between us sa gobyerno kung hindi tayo nakakaintindihan. You know, Drilon extended, he was defending. I would like to ask Drilon, were you a part of ACRA when this contract of Iaalay water was being drafted? And why are you fumigating? Bakit kasi ikaw lang ang galit? Nasabi mo na dynasty. You are a hypocrite. You know that you cannot pass an anti-dynasty law. Ikaw nandyan sa Congress, ikaw ang mauna dito. But you know, to take it against me for protecting my country is something which I really resent. Alam mo, you describe using the dictionary the synonym ng mga oligarchy, kung ano. Then you proceeded to characterize everyone, every name, and then said that oligarchy is not bad at all, because not all oligarchies are bad. True. But ito, to my countrymen, the oligarchy that exists in this country is the oligarchy that existed during the Spanish time. And the Spanish lands and the friar lands and all the benefits that were passed on to the insulares who did not go back to Spain or to the Spaniards and into their... But that was long ago. It has been forgotten. This is the oligarchy that controls the Philippines by what? By taking control of the water and the electricity and power. Yan ang oligarchy mo, Drilon. Wala nang oligarchy dito except that they have control. Look at how can you now craft a new contract? Because I would insist that you pay the billions and billions that you collected. For example, water treatment. Oh, nandyan sa kontrata. It's in the billing. They've been collected. Since 1997. Ilang bilyon na nga wala ni isa. Not even a faucet was built for a water treatment facility. Yan ang mahirap sa... You do not protect the oligarchs here. You are the one. Ikaw lang mag-isa. And I suspect that you were also the one or help when you were there in the Accra. We do not even know ang mga abogado sa public documents. Hindi nga alam. Hindi natin alam kung nakagraduate ba o hindi. Wala. Would you think Iaalay would get the services of those? Iaalay got Accra. Accra did it. Ikaw galing ka doon. Most of you, more successful lawyers sa corporation. You handle big corporate. Yan ang mahirap. O, bangga tayo dito. Hinawakan ninyo eh. Hindi ka pwede kayo. Kita mo, noong nag-increase, walang tubig, pinuputol yung tubig. Ang tao, bumigay kasi hindi pwede yung tayo hindi maligo. Hindi uminom. Electricity, ayaw mag-increase. O ayan, wala ka. Palaging brown out lahat. I'm sorry, but I have to say this to you. I do not like it. It's not the time for it. But since it is the time for the SONA, for people to know and people to really get the facts, then, and the right of the people to be heard. Tayo na naman ang tao magsano. Hinawakan ninyo yung tubig, pati electricity. Yun ang oligarchy. Kaya ako sinabi ko noong kumpanya, corruption is not here. Yung mga customs, maliit yan. It's there upstairs. And I was really unprovidential. Dumating yung panahon na hindi ko hiningi. Then I saw the contract. Noong nakita ko yung contract na, tsaka yung linya na yung choice, yung linya ng it belongs to government. The best of the transmission lines, whatever, government gets it first before anybody else. Thank you. I am true.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is adjourned.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is adjourned.
Ikaw maatras sa sakit na marahas. Kailangan mong magpalakas para sila'y mailigtas. Buwis ang iyong buhay, handang matanggap pag ika'y mamatay. Asawa't anak na hindi masilayan.
Ang resibo ay hindi naman confidential fund yun. Ano ko po reresibuhan ang isang intelligence officer na sinuyo ko tingnan ang isang bagay o isang kaso. Ano ho yung resibo ilalagay ko doon? Paano ho ililiquidate sa akin ng intel officer? We have not seen any acts of the Vice President that we should investigate. Well, we do not find anything that is in violation of one, the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, of any of the offenses in the revised penal code that is in relation to the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practice. Advise Joseph Andres to shut up, to stop talking about the case, because one of the powers of the Ombudsman is to take over the investigation of the case of any government investigative agency at any stage of the
It's being
proceeding.
investigated for ATA, anti-terror law, and grave threats. Pag ganun pong nature ng investigation, can you take over?
If we find that the grave threats is committed in relation to office.
Pasidungog 2023 Award. Noong Hunyo 2023, ipinakita niya ang isang plaque ng pagpapahalaga sa Pasidungog 2023 na kinikilala ang mga lokal na pinuno at ang kanilang mga kontribusyon sa pag-unlad ng komunidad. Ang mga parangal na ito ay sumasalamin sa kanyang pangako sa serbisyo publiko, pagpapaunlad ng komunidad at epektibong pamamahala. Ang pamumuno ni Rodrigo Duterte mula 2016 na hanggang 2022 ay minarkahan ng ilang makabuluhang tagumpay na humubog sa Pilipinas sa iba't ibang paraan. Narito ang isang komprehensibong pangkalahatan.
Kuha niyo po ang isang ahensya ng gobyerno na may confidential fund na mag-submit ng resibo ay hindi na ho confidential fund yun. Ano ko po reresibuhan ang isang intelligence officer na sinuyo ko tingnan ang isang bagay o isang kaso. Ano ho yung resibo ilalagay ko doon? Paano ho ililiquidate sa akin ng intel officer? We have not seen any acts of the Vice President that we should investigate. Well, we do not find anything that is in violation of one, the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, of any of the offenses in the revised penal code that is in relation to the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practice. Advise Joseph Andres to shut up, to stop talking about the case, because one of the powers of the Ombudsman is to take over the investigation of the case of any government investigative agency at any stage of the
It's
proceeding.
being investigated for ATA, anti-terror law, and grave threats. Pag ganun pong nature ng investigation, can you take over?
If we find that the grave threats is... Kuha niyo po ang isang ahensya ng gobyerno na may confidential fund na mag-submit ng resibo ay hindi na ho confidential fund yun. Ano ko po re-resibuhan ang isang intelligence officer na sinuyo ko?
Ako'y tao lamang. Kaya binabati ko pa rin. Merry Christmas. Kayong mga durugis.
Assalamualaikum. Madayaw mayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Binabati ko po kayong lahat ng isang maligayang Pasko. Magkakasama tayo sa pagdiriwang ng kapanganakan ni Jesus.
Please take your seats. Mga kababayan, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum. Madayaw mayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. Magandang araw sa inyo lahat.
If elected president, what is the very first thing you will focus on?
I'd like to lay a predicate first. I am running for president. And I never wanted to be one, actually. But if I get elected, then... No. I was just joking with the lady. Ayaw ko talaga. I do not covet, I've said repeatedly. There was never in any forum that I said I'm running. Sabihin ko na lang ngayon, total, nandito na lang rin lahat. Ayaw ng pamilya ko. Pati yung anak ko nung naging mayor. And she is very vocal about it. And I don't know about my first wife. I have not talked to her. But my second wife, she does not also want me into the loop. The third and fourth, may dalawa pa ako. But if I want to be president, you should know that I have this vice versa. Pero ito, I keep this sort of mistresses, but hindi ito gastos ng gobyerno. I mean, they do not, I do not house them in condominiums, high-rise, or villages naman. Boarding house lang ito silang dalawa. I wasn't able to. Okay, ulit nga. Kalimutan ko.
Mayor, mukhang nadidistract kayo. Medyo maganda ho yung una nagtanong. Pero ang question po niya is, what is the first thing that you will do if
When
you're elected?
I would suggest to the next president, the first thing that I'll do is 25,000 below, no more income tax. They can go home with their money. Second, as I will increase the salaries of our soldiers and policemen. Kulang yan, we cannot control corruption. Alam mo, diretso na lang natin. Mabuti pa. Let me tell you a story. I am not interested. I posted that declaration 2 years ago in the official website of Davao City Government. Sinabi ko doon, I do not covet the position. It does not appeal to me. I have no need for it, and I don't want it. My stand today stays. Pero kung ako ang nandyan, I will not waste my 6 years to add to the 6 years of the past presidents. I hate to stay there for 6 years with an inutil term. Tapos sabihin ko lang yung after 6 years, ladies and gentlemen, my beloved countrymen, I did my best. But just the same, like the others, my hands are tied. We have to honor the Constitution, this Congress, and everybody, things like that. Because in that Constitution, may nakita silang wellspring and that is the appropriation. For as long as the President has to ask money from Congress, specifically from the lower house, wala ka talagang magawa. Every time that you do it, they would say, we will impeach you. Well, I tell you, I will not sit there for an uneventful term. Either I make something new of our country or I resign immediately.
Yes, please state your name and your organization. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor.
Hi, ma'am.
I'm Peter from Oxford Business Group, and I'd like to ask, how do you replicate the model of Davao to a bigger scale?
I cannot do it on the present circumstances, structure. Wala, masasabit ka talaga. Kaya kung gusto ko, sabihin ko na sa inyo, let us all reform, including me. If I have to do it, I'll just say that we will study 6 months to 1 year. If I could not get even the slightest reform, hihiritan ko talaga kayo. I'll declare a revolutionary government. If Cory did it, why can't I? Then I can start with the cleansing. It has to start with me, the military, and the police. And I will use the money to increase the salaries of all teachers in the Philippines. Nanay ko kasi maestra. Walang maestra na yun umuwi ng public school teacher na 18,000. They are eternally tied to the 5-6. Of course, the military. Sabihin ko sa kanila, lalo na yung mga police, sige, I'll increase your salaries. Huwag ka nang maghingi-hingi lang. Barilin kita. Prangka-prangkahan na lang tayo. Huwag na tayong pakurnehan dito. Ang driver ko na police, 3 anak niyang babae. Every enrollment time maghiram siya. So sabihin ko siya, what is your take-home pay? Sabi niya, sir, 1,500 na lang. Gamitan mo lang ng 1+1. Alam mo talaga na magkukurap yan. But you have to increase the salaries. I'll give you 50,000 pa 70,000. Marami akong pera eh. Alam mo bakit? Sarado yung Congress. But I will not dismiss the employees. Tumawa pa rin sila.
Mayor, we have more question. One more question.
Yes.
State your name.
Yes, Ms. Marisa Dalmar of Buhay OFW TV, and of course, Director of VACC, Volunteers Against Crime and Corruption. Mayor, what is your take dito po sa BBL, sa Bangsamoro?
Kaming taga Mindanao, we are for it. Because it might really spell the difference between existing and dying. I mean, war. Murad at one time said that if there is no BBL for him, he'd go to war. 2 months after, the president himself, in reaction to a question, sabi niya, if you do not give to Murad the BBL law, you might as well start to count body bags. Then, 2 weeks after, Deles, Siging, came out with the statement 14 issues ago sa Inquirer. There will be a bloody confrontation if there is no BBL. I think there will be a bloody confrontation. And that is why, if you allow me, I'll explain why I was going around advancing federalism. Pag wala kasing BBL, which, tanong ko, if there is one, it would be watered down heavily. So that would not be acceptable to them. So there would still be trouble. Itong federalism was a brainchild of Kanoy, Senator Pimentel, the father, and Lito Osmeña, the governor of Cebu. Sila yung mga early exponents niyan. Pumunta sila sa akin, sabi nila, Rod, ikaw may yung pinakabata dito sa atin. Sabi niya, 50 ka lang siguro eh. Sabi ko, yes sir. 50 years old. Sabi niya, you carry the torch of federalism. Alam mo kung bakit ko tinanggap yan. Before Congress actually studied on it, when it was submitted to them, sa mga members, nabasa ko na yung draft. At nakita ko na yung problema. Way ahead. Given the bigotry of some people, the utter bias against our Muslim brothers. And of course, the intricacies plus the constitutional provisions there. I said, this will have a hard time to pass to Congress. Kaya kinuha ko na kaagad yung baraha. So I was going around every city. I could not go to Congress because sila ang matatamaan ng federalism. You'll just have to do away with the unitary type. You go federal, they will lose their jobs, power and money. So I went around cities promoting federalism sa local officials. Yun ang ano ko. At may nakita itong iba dito, sa harap ko, yung iba nandoon. Sinakyan na lang na for president. Sinabi ko, ayaw ko.
So, Mayor, marami pa po. There's one over here.
I'm Cynthia Carrion from the Philippine Olympic Committee and former Undersecretary for the Department of Tourism and Philippine Sports Commission. And I just wanted to know that all of us here, all I know, are clamoring for you to be the president to announce. But I would like to have the job of convincing your wives to please allow this. Because this is someone that you and all that vice that you said, most Filipinos have that. So don't worry about the one vice that you have. So we want you to be president. Please, sir.
Alam mo na, sa totoo lang, if I may just, you would allow me, hindi ko na talaga panahon. And I would just cite the Bible, Ecclesiastes 3. There is a time for everything. To be great and to be small. Time for plenty and a time for want. A time for sorrow and a time for joy. Live, time to die. Ako, yung opportunity to be president is a window that's very, very small. Sabihin ko na lang sa inyo, hindi ko na talaga panahon. It's no longer my time. Give it to somebody else na yung may gusto. Mahirap yung nandiyan ka na ayaw mo. Magtamad-tamaran ka. When I was mayor early on, I worked until midnight just going around the city killing mosquitoes that were bothering the and rats all over.
Yes, sir, please.
I'm Sebastian Castro. I am not here representing a company, I'm just representing myself. A lot of economists believe that one of the most efficient ways to tackle poverty, to really have more structural change, is land reform. When it comes down to it, the agriculture sector still is the biggest sector of our economy. At least it employs the most people, right? You have tens of millions of people who are poor farmers who do not own the land they work on. And that's been the way it has been for so long, which is just a mirror of the overall picture that we still live in a country where the power and money and wealth is still in the hands of a very select few. So my main question is, will you do anything about land reform, meaningful land reform?
I will try to figure out if it's still needed an extension. It has expired, the law on land reform. If ever I would reinstate it, they would not go for a thing just like giving them 2 hectares. Because most of the lands given to the beneficiaries, would you believe it? About 85% of those given to the farmers, tenants, are back in the hands of the landlords. The land reform was really a faulty one. Unless you supply the farm implements, give them the fertilizers, the seedlings, and even assure them of the market. Because a competition of importation would really kill them. Even at great prices na lang, even at that, just figure out how much you can buy from them to be sure that the produce are sold. You know, with the coming of the Asian economic, I don't know how much tariff now, it's a very, very low 3. Maybe the time will come, it will be 0. It's a free trade actually for all. But that kind of a system is only good for the highly industrialized countries. Now remember that the Philippines is an agricultural country. Economy natin based on agriculture. We'll have to do some protective measures. Not even safety nets. You have to just say to them, you know, guys, you'd kill my countrymen. And I can only accept so much. Eh, kung mag-i-import ka, tapos mas murang-mura, patay yung Pilipino. We can talk of something else, about the China problem. But then again, this is not really to, you know, the Americans, with due respect. That problem in the South. Let me rumble on because very important for you. Anong China Sea? We cannot fight the Chinese. America will not die for us. I am very sure of that. Kasi they're already talking somewhere about closer ties. But the posturings in the South China Sea is something which has irritated the Chinese. Eh kasi yung mga maneuver military, and they would ask, to whom are you directing your maneuvers? To Vietnam? Which is just in front of us in the West. Obviously, it's against the Americans. But the Americans they have a broken spirit right now. The class hatred, the color, has emerged again, rear its ugly head. And this is something which cannot be done publicly doon sa kanila. But we know that the problems of America are multiple. Two of them prominently is there's a class, a race hatred now. It's growing. The Confederates of the South are really adamant about the freedom of what? To talk, to fly the flag. And America is deathly afraid of terrorism. The last thing that really would do is to go into a quarrel. And even in the Europe, it's losing its grip. About the Ukraine, nothing except criticism. Now Greece is being paneled by EU, withholding aid, and Merkel of Germany seems to be standing hard. And the problem ganito, with the coming of Russia, who offered to give them gas, fuel, and the 10 trillion of the Chinese, and he would just say, I'll buy your debt. Then you can grow and I'll give you the space of maybe 10 years to pay us. There's a growing hegemony in Europe and in Africa in favor of the Chinese and Russians. That's how it is. That's how I see it. Itong Greece na to, pag talagang sipa nila, pupunta yan China. And China would say, good. How much? 32 billion? I'll pay it. I'll give you 15 years to repay. So that is how dangerous the world is today. Russia is bristling with weapons. And they have, I feel that they have reached the parity in arms. Kaya takot ng Amerika eh. Alam mo kasi, if the Americans really wanted the influence in Southeast Asia, they could have destroyed right at the beginning the airport and the islands now that are being built around. Noon pa sana inupakan, takot talaga ang Amerika. But that's to assure the Filipino spirit and the rest of the ASEAN, they go into maneuvering business.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Patrick. I'm a student from Dahil University, and I'm also interning at the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. I'm tired of the atrophy in our government, and my question is, how will you inspire public servants on a national level to bring the best kind of service or top quality service to our Filipino people and bring back trust in our government?
You know, earlier on sa pagka-mayor ko, in my inaugural speech, the first sentence is, I hold it an article of faith that no progress and development in this city will come if we have do not law and order. Sabi ko, we have to have peace to enable the money from the pockets of the investors to come in. Pag wala talang patayan tayo, you kidnap the bank manager, sabi ko, patay. Kaya the best antidote kasi dyan is really to create an environment where the human being with so much talent can function. There has to be law and order to inspire people to even to join politics. Marami kasing Pilipino talented, but they disdain public service because of corruption.
There's another one here. Yes, sir, please.
Pepe Galvez, private citizen. Mayor, I believe you have a sincere and caring heart, because otherwise you would not have been able to do the kind of change and improvement you did in Davao. In fact, I believe that your sincere and caring heart goes beyond the love, wishes, and the whims of your spouse and your other women or whatever. So what is it really that would trigger you to run and be willing to serve our country and our people?
You mentioned about my women. Ikaw, ilang iyo? Okay, kung isa lang, kawawa ka naman. Ay, kawawa ka kung gano'n. I pity you. I cannot survive with one. Pag inaway mo yan, tablag ka na yung araw na yan. Alam mo talaga, ako it's too cavalier fashion ako kasi hindi ako interesado eh. That's why I can really mouth whatever I want to say. You know, kagaya noon sa sabi nila, pinapatay ko, tapos human rights. Sabi ko, so be it. If you have the goods on me, file the case. But I have a job to do and I will do it, whatever it is.
Yes, sir. Please state
Good
your name.
afternoon. I am Jay Season from Sambeta before your time.
Yes, sir.
This is a problem that I know you are concerned because up to now, your city has not received its rightful share of the IRA, which is provided under the Constitution to be given to local governments automatically. Now, will it take you to be president to be able to give all the local governments autonomy in the sense that they receive their 40% share of all internal revenue taxes collected by government?
That's the reason why we should go to federalism. Because the unitary type of government was created by the Spaniards in 1521 for 400 years. When the Americans came, because we were given this country was just like a chattel, we were passed on to the Americans, they maintained the unitary type until today. You know, if you look down to Australia, it's parliament, federal. If you go still down to the south, there's New Zealand, it's federal parliament. You go up to Singapore, it's federal parliament. You look at Malaysia, it's federal parliament. You go to Japan, Dahil, it's a parliament. And you go to South Korea, bigger parliament. I said if a shift to federal would greatly improve things, because then you do not need to wait for us to receive. In federal, you retain the proceeds of your resources. Then you contribute to the national federal government. Ito ang Pilipinas eh. Let's limit ito. President, ito. Mayor, the powers are. It's not inclusive. The residual powers not found in that document's autonomy law goes back to the DILG. In a federal system, the president, the prime minister, yan, kung wala dyan, bababa yan doon sa automatically devolved down to the local governments. Yan ang maganda. It's about time. We're the only ones who are hanging on to. It's really for control. That's the reason why you want to build a railway and everything. You have to go to NEDA. Ang NEDA, sino bang taga NEDA dito? Dukdukin yung ulo nyo. Tagal ninyong mag-process. You sit on the paper. You know, in Davao, you have 72 hours. Baski anong klaseng opisina, you want a clearance, you want a certificate, or what? 72 hours. After 72 hours, you cannot release the papers anymore. You have to forward it to me. Why, with the explanation, why it took you more than 72 hours, 4 days to process the paper.
Thank you. That's the reason why we need an enforcer president, which translates to Mr. Duterte. Thank you.
Okay.
Hindi kasi ninyo alam, he's my relative, that's why he talks that way.
Magkamukha nga.
Always there is.
Okay, we have one there, sir.
Hi, Mayor. I'm Francis Romero from Jonestown, the South Philippines. My question is, sir, aside from the nationwide government privileges and benefits granted to developers and investors like the BOI, the PESA, have Davao City, during your leadership, implemented special benefits or laws or ordinances that is aimed to further attract developers to develop in Davao or investors to invest in the city?
Ang isang problema lang is the NPA. If you are into agricultural venture, agricultural farming, you have to deal sometimes with the NPAs. And that is a reality which we cannot really deny everywhere. But the NPAs are very strong, or maybe the strongest sa Region 11. What I do there is I talk to them. I am a son of a poor man. Though my father became governor 1957-67, kinakausap ko lang. Yung taxation nila, hindi mo madala sa takot eh. Hindi talaga kaya. I mean, they are there everywhere. So I talk to them and to stop or to at least mitigate the travails of taxation. Pagkabago kasi sinasabi ko lang, Andre, pagbigyan mo ng panahon. Do not tax them to death at this early. Malulugi yan. Most of them bananas. Hindi banana industry. Kakao. Pero kung dito sa teritoryo ko, sa Davao City, I can guarantee you there will be no violence, even if you do not pay. Sinasabi ko, huwag ninyong patayin yung tao just for money. Prangka-prangka mo rin ako doon sa Iniibig. But I know the lingo, the talkative, because galing ako sa baba. It was a long and winding road of sacrifice, so that I really know ang problema sa baba. That's why I can talk to them. Pero yung mga business ventures, you let me know in advance so that I can talk to the NPAs. And maybe sabihin ko, give them a moratorium. Wala ka ng resibo dyan, ikaw pang apurado. But I take care of business sa Davao. And I must know. Ang rule talaga sa Davao, let me know kung ano ang problema mo. Kaya if I see yung mga kidnapper dyan, tapos sabihin ng pulis, sir, may nag-iikot-ikot dyan. Yung pa naman yung nag-kidnap sa Bulacan. Are you sure? Very sure. Kidnapin mo. Tabla-tabla lang. Tapos sabihin ng pulis, sir, nandito na sa amin. Sabi mo, hinga mo na pera. Maraming pera yan kasi mga kinila. Sir, wala raw. Di ko patayin mo. Maraming istorya. Naman si Dilima. May marinig ang Dilima yan. Wala na Luther. It is only in this country you take an oath to tell the truth. Sa Congress, I was summoned to testify against Bangayan because of the rice smuggling. So I was, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. At one time, sabi ni Enrile, can you identify Bangayan? Yes, it's the one. Tapos tanong si Senator Enrile, Mayor Duterte, what will you do if you find Bangayan smuggling rice? Sabi ko, I will gladly kill him. Maya-maya, itong si Jinggoy, sabi, sabi mo, ano? Sabi ko, I'll give you an answer which you want to hear. Pag uwi ko doon sa hotel, nakahiga ako because I flew in overnight kasi magte-test pa ako sa umaga. Yung crawler ng, hindi pala, nakaganon ako, sir. Ba ako lang. Kalagay doon, Duterte to be sued for threatening. Bakit mo ako i-threaten? Masina. You tell the truth, yes. Anong gusto mo? Gusto kong patayin yan. Ay, bakit mo ako ngayon kukulong na...
Yes, please. My name is Terry Felix. I'm from HSBC, and my question is, Mayor, if let's say you get elected into the presidency and you're successful in all, as everyone in the room would seem to want, can you pick 5 people within the cabinet that you would want to remain in the same post for the next 6 years to continue their good work?
Ma'am, sa totoo niyan, sabihin ko na lang, mag-resign na ako bukas, inyo na yung gobyerno. Kailangan, I mean, at this age, I said, I have enough accolades in my life to make me happy. Kaya yung pinipikit ko yung mata ko, I think about the presidency, Mayor, halos pareho lang. Except that I govern a bit of the territory in Mindanao. Para sa akin, okay na ako. Mga anak ko, tapos na. Nanununtok na nga yung gagang Inday na yun. Inday Sara.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Mayor, I'm representing from the Business Mirror. No? It has been said that the country has that unfortunate fate not to elect their good president. No? And you appear to be one of the good ones. How do you propose to overcome the tendency to elect only famous people, like those in showbiz? No?
Ang ABCDE, itong D lower para D, because of poverty and maybe the only luxury is really the shows, yung mga sine. And they identify themselves with the character that they see there. It's part of the psyche, the community psyche. Hindi mo talaga maano yan. Kasi kapag artista na, tatalon-talon na sila gano'n. It's because lack of education. we cannot hope to bring this country to the next century if we cannot educate. If you cannot educate your children. That is why I said, if I become president, I propose to stop infrastructure projects. Complete those that are being done, but no new. I will use the money for mitigation sa mga kapwa-tao natin. Education really is very important.
Yes, please. State your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Josephine Reyes, Legal Broadcasting Corporation, DWIC, and Home Radio. Sir, the recent schedule I have in Davao to visit our radio station there, I asked our staff, if you run for president, will they vote for you? They said no, because they don't want you to leave them. And then, if you do run for vice president, who will you run with? Or if you do consider presidency, who will be your vice president?
Babae talaga yan, ma'am. Actually, ganito yan eh. I think that what, pardon me if I'm too presumptuous about it, but I think that most of you came here just to listen and maybe to know whether I am in the hustings already for the president. Sabihin ko sa iyo, wala talaga. I am sorry, but talagang wala sa, wala na sa, sabi ko nga, hindi ko na panahon. I never aspired for any national position, but he's still alive. After alunan, gusto ni Presidente Ramos, ako yung DILG. I said, sir, hindi ko type talaga yung national. Actually, I do not like Manila. Ano dito eh. Gulo, tapos traffic. Then, kay ERAP, sabi niya minsan, DILG or sabi niya, ikaw na lang yung customs commissioner ko na. Sos Mario Joseph, sir. Bigay mo yan sa iba, hindi ko type yung customs. Mamamatay ako dyan. Sigurado, papatay ako talaga dyan. Then, kay Ma'am Gloria, the last offer was Secretary of Defense. Nandiyan si Colonel Esperon, General Esperon. Gusto ni Presidente Arroyo nung I'll take over from Norberto Gonzales. Ayaw kasi ng mga military si Norberto. I don't know, but he's a good man. And itong Pinoy, to the day that he took his out of office, there was really no secretary for local governments. And I said, he will just hang on himself to the position. So at that time, Ochoa was calling me if I could dare to sabi ko. Ayaw ko. Vice President, wala akong ganawa. Kung ako ang Vice President, I will cabal with some military men. Patayin ko na yung Presidente. Bakit pa ako maghintay na? 6 years in the waiting. Hindi mo naman sigurado kung ikaw ang susunod.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mayor, I think that you're not running for president. What do you think of Vice President Binay, Senator Grace Poe, and the ILG Secretary Maron? I think they're all presidentiables, and sooner or later they'll be proclaiming their candidacies for the top post.
They're all good officials. They are in the national scene. Pwede silang lahat. And of course, Binay has may burden lang siya dyan sa, sabi niya, false accusations. Well, let us see. Po naman can survive the presidency by getting the best of the Filipinos, the best and the best and the brightest. All of them. Ganun rin. Kaya nga, sabi ko, I cannot endorse any one of them because they're all my friends. I want them to smile to me when we meet in the future na walang sama ng loob sa'yo. If I retire, kung magbalik yung anak ko, if you'll consider running again for mayor, I will retire from public life. I'm done. Because alam mo, ganito yan eh. When I am spent politically and I grow old with so much medical issues, to whom shall I go for refuge? To the people in Malacanang, and who would feed you and buy your medicines? It's your family. Yan ang takbuhan mo at the end of the day, pamilya talaga. Kaya everywhere I go, sabi talaga nila na ano. And you know, when I say that I'll be running, I will have a rebellion in my own backyard. So what am I supposed to do? Alam mo kasi, isa rin yan is, I have not tasted defeat in politics. I have behind me 8 elections. Mayor, congressman, mahirap naman na maghanap ka pa at this age. Maghanap ka pa ng disappointment. You know, I said, I will be old. But can I overcome the stress of defeat? Yeah, you want to retire comfortable, mind and kung makatikim ka ng talo, mahirap yan. Sabihin lang na tao na, si ano, corrupt, itong ano, ganon. At sabi niya, bakit mo akong gawin excuse? The bottom of the matter nila, kanila yun. But do not make me an excuse just because they are not qualified by your standards. I am really very sorry, but I have to be very frank. I cannot go on with this false pretense na papatindig ako that thought so that people will see me and maybe consider me as. I really do not need it. I'm sorry. Ayaw ko talaga. Kasi sinabi nila pag nilagay destiny is God. O ngayon maglilagay ako ni God dyan, sabi ko unang iiyak, si God talaga. Sinabi ko sa iyo, God, give that destiny to others who need it, who badly needs it.
So we have time for one last question. You have the microphone. Go ahead. Please state your name, sir.
Hi, Marco De Pablo from Jones Amazon. Good afternoon, Mayor. You have continued to dispel rumors of your possible presidential bid. There's a saying that goes, the only way for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. If after the outcome of the 2016 elections, and the elected president fails to succeed in uplifting our country, would you have any regrets in not pursuing the presidency?
No, I would not. I would just say, I'm very sorry. But I could not be excuse of, you just look at the national scene. They're all here. And you can have, your time to examine them, their competence. Huwag na lang ako. Kasi, madugo rin yan. Sinabi ko na sa inyo, hindi ako upo dyan. Nasabi ko, after 6 years, I did my best, but my best was not good enough. I would not waste 6 years. Kung ako maging presidente, after 6 years, there will be a new government and there will be at least the standard. Sipain mo talaga lang dyan. Ang delikado kasi sa akin, I might go extreme. If I cannot get the reforms 6 months to 1 year, I will declare a revolution. Tapos yun, all in government are casuals. You hold it, hang on there until you are advised to go. Tapusin na natin, I'll have the last piece. You know, I am Rodrigo Duterte. I am a Filipino. I love the Philippines because it is the land of my birth. It is the home of my people. Tapos na ako, ginawa ko na ang kahit kaungan ko sa Davao. But there was a price for that. It does not, peace and prosperity does not come easy. May bayad yan. At huwag mo na ninyo akong tanongin unless you want me to go to prison. And if you want, you get the evidence from sources, not from my mouth. That would be bad. I mean, I'm no disciplinarian, pero huwag mong gawin ang susunod mo. Hindi kita pa malusutin ng gano'n, especially criminals. Total, nagsabi ko na, leave the city. Because if you don't, maybe one day, you'll just have to go, might be a horizontal position for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the things that I have said. I hope you'd understand it. Ganon talaga ako. I ask for your forgiveness. Maraming salamat.
Please give Mayor a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor to present the first Bedan
President of the Republic of the Philippines, Bedan Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Kindly sit down. Thank you for your courtesy. Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia is also a Bedan. Commission on Higher Education Officer in Charge, Prospero de Vera III, and the other members of the Commission. Very Reverend Father Aloysius Maranan, Rector of the San Beda University President, Benedictine monks, Board of Trustees, and the distinguished members of the Academy, the proud parents, and graduates to whom this moment rightfully belongs. Other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 pages actually, and I could read it in about maybe a minute and a half. Kakahiya, no? I'd like to, with the permission and of course my apologies to the holy fathers and brothers of the Benedictine community. I was here, forgot the exact place. Maybe it was on that side when I took my oath of office as a member of the bar. Alam mo, my mother was not here and nobody was with me. Kamatay lang ng tatay ko. But still, I remember that I wept a little sa banyo. And thank God for the privilege of having been a graduate of the San Beda College of Law. I'd like to share with you the vignettes of my kukunting ano sa buhay ko. Actually, naiinggit ako sa inyo. Kasi hindi ako pinayagan ng mga brothers, pati pare, mag-graduate. I was not allowed to take part in the graduation exercises because on the last days of for the year, mag-graduate na, we're practicing yung ensayo na kung paano mag-ano ng diploma to take